You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 601. Radish Zhang Hung finally arrived at Lincoln County a day earlier than initially planned. The night he met the bailiff, Zhang Hung mentioned that he wanted to learn his equestrianism. Morton was very patient. Not only did he answer all of Zhang Hung's questions, but he guided him on a personal level and corrected most of the wrong postures. That night, Zhang Hung finally completed his self-learning process. The teaching continued until after midnight, and the poor bailiff did not expect to pay such a high price for a bowl of corn paste. So the two went separate ways the next morning. Morton was still yawning due to lack of sleep. Amid his journey, Zhang Hung continued to hone his horsemanship to perfection. Such vigorous training would indeed cause him days of backache. It was one thing that couldn't be changed immediately, even after the right ways of riding a horse were learned. He would have to get used to it by himself. However, the good news was that his riding was indeed improving. Although there was no change in his skill panel, he could personally feel the progress. At least for now, he had no problem with performing some of the basic skill sets. Zhang Hung also gave his first horse a name, Radish. After all, it was not a good idea to keep calling it a horse with a hair loss problem. According to plan, he replenished supplies halfway and reached the destination smoothly a couple of hours later. The Lincoln County's county seat looked vivacious. This place was way more extensive than the two towns he visited earlier. Apparently, there were 2 mining areas and many farms nearby, so many people lived here. The town was also equipped with a bank, telegraph office, grocery store, hotel, bar, schools, and even a printing press. It was an excellent place to settle down. Zhang Hung jumped off the radish's back and patted the dust off his body. Getting to Lincoln County had been no less a challenging journey. Having spent 6 days and 5 nights in the wilderness, corn paste had become almost tasteless. As of now, the matter of settlement or the search for lucky horseshoes wasn't on his mind. The most important thing was to look for a place to take a hot bath and fill his stomach with food. But before that, he still had some small problems to solve. Not long after he entered the town, he felt a faint hostility along the way. An old man was sitting in front of his house, spat at his feet, the spit landing only 2 steps away from Radish. 2 cowboys were leaning against the stables, catcalling every single girl who passed them. One of them said to Zhang Hung,
"Hey, boy from the east, you'd better back the F***ck off to wherever you came from. You are not welcome here."
Zhang Hung had faced the same situation in the small town, and now he had a good idea of how to deal with them. He drew his gun and shot at the hat of an old man nearby. The latter froze for a moment, then sent out a salvo of all kinds of filthy words. Until Zhang Hung shot at the cup he was holding, he quickly shut his mouth, and his face was reddened. The 2 cowboys did not expect a new visitor like Zhang Hung to be so arrogant. Immediately, they drew their guns without saying a word. While they were doing that, Zhang Hung had already drew the second revolver and pointed it at them.
"If I were you, I would go to the bar to have a drink before the sunset. After all, life is short, and no one knows what will happen next moment."
The 2 cowboys then glanced at each other. Although they were unhappy with the outcome, they decided to step back and better understand the current situation. Then Zhang Hung looked at the old man again.
"Hey, it looks like you are going to need a new cup. I hope the next one will spend a little longer time with you."
The old man was so furious that his veins popped, his arms trembling. However, since the revolver was pointing at his head now, not a word could be said no matter how angry he was. Suddenly, another person spoke.
"You have gotten what you want. Now, can you put away your weapons?"
It was a middle-aged man who was about 50 years old. He was wearing a dirty shirt and reeked of alcohol. If it were not for the grayish, weathered police badge on his chest, Zhang Hung would have thought that he was a tramp. Since he walked out of the police station, he should be the sheriff here. Although Morton and the middle-aged drunkard standing in front of him were considered law enforcers, they somewhat differed. The sheriff was usually known as sergeant as well, and the town elected a sheriff to maintain the safety of an area. On rare occasions, a sheriff would act as the local magistrate to hold trials. Bailiffs, on the other hand, were also called lawmen. Usually affiliated with the feds, Their main job was to hunt down or escort fugitives. One was in charge of their local area, and the other worked for the Federation. The nature of their work was to maintain an area's stability, punish the evil, and reward the good. Zhang Heng saw that Lincoln County Sheriff had come forward, so he decided to put away his revolvers. He came here to settle in this place, not to make trouble. It was not too bad if he provoked the ordinary people here. However, if he angered the sheriff here, he would be forced to leave this place. However, Zhang Heng did not regret what he did earlier. Although cowboys and pirates were not the same kinds of people, they both bore many similarities. To be more precise, all humans had many things in common. The 2 shots he fired weren't a mere vent of anger, but rather to send a signal that they should not be messing with him. Considering his skin color, it would be tough to get a head start in the west of this era. Coming to a new territory alone did not mean that you will be safe even if one decided to lay low. Instead of waiting for others to bully him, Zhang Heng took this opportunity to make a scene. In this way, if someone wanted to badmouth him, they would now have to think about the consequences. Of course, it didn't mean that Zhang Heng would be fine afterward. In fact, things would get more serious than he imagined. Although he had temporarily scared them off, it was not easy to live in a hostile environment like this. In this world where everyone had a gun, Zhang Heng would not be able to do as he pleased. A few glasses of whiskey, coupled with a few provocations, was enough to make a person abandon all sanity. No matter how strong Zhang Heng was, it was impossible to go up against an entire town alone. And he couldn't be on guard 24 hours a day either. He was, after all, a human, and he would get fatigued. He might be able to hang on for a day or two, or even a week, but eventually, he would get tired. Zhang Heng had already begun to realize that it was not easy to complete the first half of the main mission and settle in Lincoln County. Chapter 602, Bounty and the Alcoholic Sheriff. The little conflict that had just taken place in the county town quickly settled down in the presence of the sheriff. But many heard the gunshots and had come out to see what was happening, thereby witnessing the whole incident. Zhang Heng had achieved his first goal. Later, when he walked the streets again, no one dared to provoke him anymore. But, on the other hand, he had gotten himself on Lincoln County's unpopular list. The way the sheriff looked at him said it all. As a matter of fact, the townspeople's attitude towards him hadn't changed much at all, except that they were now more wary of him. When Zhang Heng and Radish passed by, the women would drag their children into their homes while the men would stop in their tracks, offering nothing but a look of nervousness and hostility on their faces. Zhang Heng found a pub where he bought some grass fodder and beans for the Radish as a reward for all the hard work for the past few days. He also ordered a pint of dark lager recommended by the bailiff, alongside a staple of steak and fried eggs. As he ate, he contemplated his situation and his next move. He had found Lincoln County, but this place was harsher than he thought it would be. In terms of unpopularity, he was probably ranked second only to the Native Americans. In fact, he might even be ranked higher than outlaws and gang members. Zhang Heng wasn't even sure if the cook had actually spat in his steak. Having spent $3 out of the $49 he had taken from Rich, he was now left with $46. If he were to put up at a hotel, he would be looking at $1 a day, meals included, which meant the money was only enough to last him about a month and a half. As usual, Zhang Heng still needed to find a way to make more money to survive in this quest. At that time, he began to miss that 40 kilograms of gold. Zhang Heng didn't know what the system meant when it asked him to settle down in Lincoln County as the main quest. Was he supposed to look for a place to stay, or was he supposed to stay here for some time? Or was he supposed to just live here until the system sent him back to the real world? The first 2 requirements could be achieved easily. As for the third requirement, if he were about to stay here for an extended period, he would have to consider a property purchase. Nonetheless, thinking about things that would only take place in the future was pointless. After Zhang Heng finished lunch, he decided to head over to the police station in town. There were actually many jobs that he could involve himself in, but when he thought about the way the townspeople treated him, he didn't have many options left to choose. Among the odd jobs on offer, The work that could provide him with quick money and required no cooperation from anyone would undoubtedly be a bounty hunter. The police station's sore lack of manpower could barely cope with the West's vast and complex environment. Most towns had only a law enforcement officer or two, and their enemies outnumbered many a time. Not only did they have to maintain local law and order, but they even doubled up as judges. It was almost impossible for them to take the time to go out of town. Even with the bailiff's help, they still required a great deal of workforce to help them deal with the problem in the West. It was the main reason why the law was nearly non-existent in those parts at that time. Once someone committed a crime at a certain place, it was difficult for the police to track the person down after they changed their name or lay low. Thus, the inception of the bounty hunter profession. According to the criminal's threat level and the scale of the crime, the police would offer different rewards to the bounty hunter. If they agreed to the reward, these bounty hunters would hunt down the fugitives on their behalf. It was a profession only brave men and adventurers dared pursue. Zhang Heng had never doubted his combat ability, but when he came to the police station and looked at the wanted list, he oversimplified the whole thing. Zhang Heng eliminated fugitives with a relatively low bounty. Although it was less risky going after these small-time criminals, the gains were not proportional to the pay, especially for novices like Zhang Heng. He doubted that the money he made during this round of hunting would be less than the money spent on the trip. The wanted criminals that came with larger rewards, on the other hand, they did not usually act alone. However, Zhang Heng was not bothered by it. The reason why they were hard to track down was that they were simply good at hiding themselves. No one really knew where their whereabouts were and had evasive skills that rivaled a ghost. Zhang Heng's sailing skill was at LV.3 and his driving at a LV.2, and he had even flown a spaceship before. Unfortunately, none of these skills could be put to much use during this quest. Along the way, Zhang Heng and Radish had acquainted quite well with each other. That said, he knew that his riding skills and the speed of his steed were considered below average in this era. In other words, he would not be able to complete any bounty since almost everyone was a lot faster than him. Moreover, Zhang Heng's marksmanship could only be fully optimized when Radish stopped moving or dismounted. Once Radish started to gallop, his accuracy would drop a lot. In summary, the money offered on the list looked very attractive, but it was unprofitable. And Zhang Heng also held a disadvantage. He was unfamiliar with the surrounding towns, and it was likely that he'd get lost. However, his analytical reasoning and combat skills weren't something many possessed. Zhang Heng was confident that he could get it done, but he would have to take some time choosing the right target. As he was standing outside the door looking at the list, the drunk sheriff he dealt with not long ago also walked out from the room with his low-hanging potbelly preceding him.
Boy, let me warn you about something. When you're in the county, you had better behave. I've seen lots of young men like you who thought it wise to be arrogant after learning a bit of shooting. Know how they end up? Back then, I gunned 5 people down in one go. The sheriff made a cool shooting gesture while exhaling a breath that reeked of whiskey from his nostrils. But the next moment, he slipped and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone by his side propped him up, with the person urging, "Sheriff, it's time. Everyone is waiting for you. Do I have to go, Jameson?"
The sheriff, immersed in the glory of the past, grunted when he was interrupted.
"I'm afraid in this Lincoln County, you are the embodiment of the law and nemesis of criminals. I am god-awful sure you need to show up to scare them off. And you also need to read the final judgment."
The visitor glanced at Zhang Heng unintentionally.
"Well, it is necessary to let those outlaws know how powerful the law is," the drunk sheriff replied with a nod. Instead of leaving with Jameson, he turned and returned to the police station.
Are you going in the wrong direction, Sheriff?" Chapter 603, Death Sentence and Repentance.
12 good people who are so different from you have put you on trial, saying you are guilty. Look at the crimes that you have committed. You.
The drunk sheriff on the wooden stand pointed at the man with his hands and ankles tied with a rope.
You fought against a man for a horse, stabbed the owner with a knife, made a mother lose her son, a wife to lose her husband, and an innocent child to lose her father. Do you any last words? Yes, I didn't control my temper at the time. I killed him by mistake, and it got to where I am today. Now, It's too late to say anything about it.
The shorty obviously knew that his death was imminent. He then took a deep breath and said,
I just hope I can apologize to the family of the man I killed. Although I know they won't forgive me, so be it.
After he spoke, he nodded at the sheriff and closed his mouth. The next moment, a black cloth was put on his head. Meanwhile, the drunk sheriff walked toward the other person, a strong-looking hunk of a man. When the sheriff saw him, undisguised disgust flashed across the sheriff's eyes.
You raped your sister-in-law when your brother was selling the cattle elsewhere. After you were exposed, you killed your brother. Such evil acts that happen on this land are blatant to the judicial system and human morality. I should have killed you when you attempted to run away. I shouldn't have let you live for so many days and waste our food. Say your last words. No, you've got the wrong man. You shouldn't believe that, beep. It is not me who killed my brother. The adulterer is someone else. They've banded together and framed me. The moment my brother and I both die, the ranch will fall into the hands of that whore and her lover.
Compared with the previous shorty, the second man's emotions were obviously more aggressive. Yelling and struggling in panicked desperation, the executioner had to pat his back, signaling him to keep his voice down. The drunk sheriff snorted coldly.
Your trial is over, and the jury has decided. If you have any objections, you can tell your grievances to God directly when you see him. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. An evil man like you can't see God. Go to hell, bastard, next one.
Once again, the sheriff pulled out his bottle, took a sip of whiskey, and walked towards the one-armed man.
You.
The drunk sheriff was stuck after saying only one word. He then pointed at him, stared at him for some time, before squeezing another word from his mouth.
What have you done?
The man named Jameson standing under the wooden pedestal smacked his forehead, unable to bear the scene. At the same time, the crowd became increasingly agitated.
Quiet and quiet.
The sheriff bellowed. He then took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and read it.
Oh, damn, you are from Cook's gang. You've robbed the trains countless times and ransacked 2 towns, killing unarmed civilians. The laws you violated are enough to fill up a piece of paper. To be honest, sentencing you to death has to be too merciful. You should be glad you weren't born in the Middle Ages. Otherwise, I would have nailed you to the wall and let you die slowly. Then, perhaps I can hear your wailing from below every day.
The one-armed man was the calmest of the three. He shook his head when he heard that.
You are wrong, he retorted boldly.
I have robbed trains and caravans, but that was before I lost my arm. After that, I left the Cook gang and decided to reside here. Town looting has nothing to do with me.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, the deeds you have done are enough for you to be sentenced to death, the sheriff barked impatiently. If you want to confess, hurry up. I'm about to finish my whiskey. I won't repent. It's you who should be the one to repent, the one-armed man said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd under the wooden stage. For some reason, no one dared to look him in the eye when he scanned them. The once judgmental eyes of the folk looked away in silence. This scene was one of stark absurdity. The one-armed man was the one who committed those crimes, yet he made it look like the townsfolk were the ones on trial.
Now that you know my true identity, you should also know how the Cook treats their enemies.
The one-armed man smiled.
If you hang me today, the news will spread tomorrow, and the Cook will know very soon. It won't be long before my brothers come to avenge me, and what happened in those 2 towns will repeat here. They will turn every inch of this land into scorched earth. Those whom you care and love will die before your very eyes. Their tormented screams and wails will resonate in your ears. Then it will be your turn to die? My trial here is over, but yours has just begun. I'm done talking. Just do it.
After speaking his last words, he, too, nodded at the sheriff. The words of the one-armed man caused the entire square to descend into silence. An atmosphere of anxiety and angst continued to spread among the crowd. With more than 50 members, the Cook gang was the largest in New Mexico. Ruthless and brutal men, not only did they slaughter civilians, but they also dared to fight head-on with a brigade of marshals. Their notoriety was infamous, and the moment the people heard that they might provoke these evil beings, those who knew better began to fear for their lives. Some even hoped that the drunk sheriff would just let him go and call it a day. However, the lawman simply smiled contemptuously. Put away your nonsense. People that live in this land will not be intimidated by you. As long as I am here, if Jeremy Cook and his minions dare step in my town, they will not leave here alive. Let's just wait and see.
A black cloth was put on his head as well. As the executioner pulled the lever, the wooden board under the three people's feet opened, and they fell into the hole. After a few minutes' struggle, the accused men breathed their last. The crowd screamed and gasped in shock, where many ladies covered their mouths, not knowing how to react. Zhang Heng was watching the execution outside the police station, but he did not respond. After all, probably no one in this world was more familiar with the gallows than a pirate. Zhang Heng had even led someone to save a pirate about to be executed, the reason why he did not take one-armed man's words too seriously. Unlike the myriad of small hamlets of the Wild West, Lincoln County was a distance from Santa Fe, the political center of New Mexico. It was densely populated for its time, and although it faced a shortage of law enforcement officers like other towns, there were many ranches in the county. That meant that there were many cowboys, ones equipped with the necessary skills to fight off the invaders. Hence, it wasn't going to be so easy for Cook and his 50-odd minions to ransack this place. At the same time, Zhang Heng's sixth sense told him that something wasn't right. After he went into conflict with the two cowboys earlier, he always felt that someone kept an eye on him. The feeling was still there after he walked out of the bar. Even when everyone was watching the execution, he could sense that the person was always watching him. Could the person be the accomplice of those two cowboys? Zhang Heng thought to himself that even though the drunk sheriff had just warned him, he would have to do something about it if he felt that his life was in danger. Chapter 604. Wendy. The three men who were still alive not long ago turned into corpses in a blink of an eye, swining under the wooden pedestal by their necks and motionless like dried salted fish. To ensure that they were dead, the law enforcement officers waited for a long time before untying the noose around their necks. The corpses were then collected. The drunk sheriff climbed down from the wooden platform slowly after carrying out his social calling, and so the crowd dispersed. As they returned home, they chatted about what had just taken place, especially what the one-armed man said at the end. His unsettling last words had put many on edge, and they started to worry significantly about their own safety. Preoccupied, the new Oriental man in town wasn't the cause for concern at the moment. Zhang Heng looked at the bounty list on the wall, but there were no good targets to choose from. Left with no other options, he could only pull the faces of a few fugitives he wanted to capture from his memory. After that, Zhang Heng brought Radish on a stroll to the grocery store in town. A person who had been watching him from afar also came to the grocery store. After some time, though, the Asian man didn't come out. A little anxious, the person wanted to check out the grocery store but was afraid of getting spotted by Zhang Heng. Since his horse was still outside the grocery store, it did not make sense that he would just disappear suddenly. Just when he hesitated, a voice came from behind him.
Are you following me?
Zhang Heng was also a little surprised when he saw the person who'd been tailing him. Although the person tried hard to pretend to be an adult, he seemed like she was only 11 or 12 years old and had a face full of freckles. No wonder Zhang Heng did not notice her when he turned around earlier.
Are you the sister of those two cowboys? What cowboys? Oh, you were talking about those guys. No, I have nothing to do with them, sir, the girl said.
Then why are you following me?
Zhang Heng stuffed some soap and daily necessities that he bought from the grocery store into the bags beside the saddle.
Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wendy, and my father is a rancher nearby.
So?
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows.
I see you are looking for a job. This is the case. About 2 weeks ago, my father went out to talk business with someone. He said that he would be back in 10 days at most, but as you can see, the deadline has arrived, but he is not home yet. Maybe something held him back along the way, Zhang Heng said. Since the freckled girl in front of him had nothing to do with the two cowboys, Zhang Heng had no intention to embarrass her. So, he turned around and prepared to leave with Radish. When Wendy saw that he was leaving, she quickly ran in front of him.
No, my father has always been a very punctual person, and the town he went to has a telegraph office as well. If he couldn't come back because of some emergency, he would have definitely sent my mother and me a telegram.
And then? He didn't send us anything, and it's been a long time since we lost contact with him. My mother and I are both worried about his safety. I can understand your worries, but shouldn't you go to the town sheriff for this kind of thing?
Zhang Heng changed directions and brought Radish to walk past Wendy's side.
I went to Sheriff Terrell. He sent a telegram to the police station in that town, and they told him that my father left 6 days ago. So is your problem solved? No, of course not. I think they are lying. This is obvious. If my father left 6 days ago, he should have arrived home by now, and he will definitely send a telegram to my mother and me before he leaves, replied Wendy as she followed Zhang Heng.
But the sheriff did say that he had left that town.
I don't know. I have a bad hunch. I think something bad had happened to him. I told Sheriff Terrell about my hunch, but he didn't believe me at all, and he asked me to go home and wait patiently. The bailiffs in the town are also busy with other cases. They refuse to take the time to find my father. Where are your father's friends? Why don't you ask them for help? Our family has no friends here. My mother is a Spanish immigrant, and my father is half Apache. You are not the first person to be alienated in this town, and you will not be the last, Wendy went on.
I know how it feels. I saw the things that you did when you first entered the town. I think you are a tough person, just like my father. So, I want to offer you a job, mister.
Help you find your father? Yes, I can pay you $60 after you complete the task.
Wendy looked nervously into Zhang Heng's eyes. This was basically the same as a standard bounty reward. Besides, Zhang Heng could use his investigation skills in this matter, and he did not need to travel far. Although the investigation might require him to leave Lincoln County for a period of time, it was not a problem since he had extra 24 hours every day. Besides, if he wanted to earn some extra cash, he would eventually have to leave town whether he liked it or not. But there were some things Zhang Heng wanted to clarify in advance. He stopped asking,
What will happen if I accept this job offer, and your father returns home by himself? I will still pay you the money.
Zhang Heng nodded.
I'm going to say something that you may not like to hear. What if something horrible happened to your father? It doesn't matter. I have already considered all kinds of possibilities myself. Wendy hesitated. As long as you can prove that he is no longer in this world, I will pay you the money. Very well, I'll take the job, Zhang Heng said. Pay me half of the money for the deposit, then write an employment contract. I also need you to tell me more information about your father. I will come back once I discover your father's whereabouts.
Wendy was overjoyed when she heard Zhang Heng's promise, but she added,
No need for all that trouble. I will go with you, and I will tell you more about my father on the road. I want to know the results as soon as possible. Hold up. Did you just say that you want to find your father with me?
Zhang Heng frowned.
Yes, don't despise me just because of my age. I can provide you with a lot of help, Wendy insisted.
In addition to providing information about my father, there are many things I can do. I tamed my first pony when I was only 7.
But you know that we might come across great danger when we leave town.
Zhang Heng did not want someone dragging his feet.
Of course. It is the reason why I hired you. Otherwise, I would have gone by myself.
Wendy's eyes widened, puzzled.
So, you just want to hire a bodyguard? Yes, if you want to call yourself that. Goodbye.
Zhang Heng walked towards the hotel with Radish. Wendy hurriedly shouted when she saw Zhang Heng left.
How about the $70 or $75? This is as much as I can pay you. If you want more, I'll just go to other people. Although the people in town don't like us, they will not refuse the job if I pay them money. As long as I pay a good price, someone will definitely be willing to be my bodyguard. Please, I have no interest in being directed by a kid.
Zhang Heng shrugged her off with a wave and kept walking.
I hope you find your father as soon as possible, Wendy.
As soon. Chapter 605, do you know what time it is? Zhang Heng had done a lot of walking in the past few days. When he arrived at the hotel, the first thing he did was to take a hot shower, getting rid of all that dirt and mud off him. While at it, he also washed his clothes and hung them on the windowsill. With the temperature in the area, Zhang Heng's clothes would dry the next morning. Once he got up the following day, he would have clean and fresh clothes to wear. Before sunset, he had already taken off his boots and laid on the bed. He did not know how long he slept, but it was definitely not that long. It was still dark outside when the sudden knocking on his door woke him up. For the first time, Zhang Heng grabbed his revolver under the pillow and leaned against the door.
Who are you? It's me, sir, Wendy. We met at the grocery store in the afternoon.
Zhang Heng did not open the door immediately after hearing her voice. Frowning, he asked,
Why are you here? I thought about your proposal. I think what you said finally makes sense to me now, Wendy replied.
What did I say?
Zhang Heng combed his messy hair and quickly put on his damp trousers. As for his shirt, he decided to let it wring out for a little longer.
You said you were not interested in getting directed by a kid.
Yes, that was my answer to you. Go and look for someone else to help you. By the way, do you know what time it is? 5 o'clock in the morning, sir, replied Wendy.
I pondered on it after that and felt that you should be the one in charge of this investigation. I am only responsible for providing suggestions. I wonder if you find this arrangement acceptable?
Why would you come here to talk to me at 5 in the morning?
Zhang Heng yawned.
Sorry, I heard you fell asleep very early. If we depart now, we might still reach Glen Town in the evening. I just hope to find my father as soon as possible. The thought of him getting kidnapped by bad men makes it impossible for me to sleep. Please help me.
Wendy felt like she was waiting for a trial after she spoke to Zhang Heng. Every passing second was torture to her. After a while, she heard something moving from behind the door. Zhang Heng moved the chair barricading the door and said,
Come in, slowly.
Wendy was ecstatic when she heard Zhang Heng's reply. She then entered the room, gingerly treading as per Zhang Heng's request. She saw Zhang Heng, who was holding a revolver but couldn't help doing a second take at Zhang Heng's naked body. After making sure that Wendy wasn't followed and that nobody was hiding near the stairs, he put away the gun and closed the door.
Didn't your mother teach you not to enter a stranger's room?
Zhang Heng asked.
I can protect myself, Wendy insisted. Seeing that Zhang Heng didn't believe a word she said, she added, If you want to do something vile to me, I will scream as loudly as I can. This hotel has many guests, and we are not too far from the police station as well. The sheriff will get here as soon as he can the moment I make a scene. Although I am not the most likable character in this town, it depends on who I compare to. Of course, I believe that you are an honest and friendly man. You are too naive. Say I'm a villain, poised to do something bad to you, I wouldn't even give you the chance to scream in the first place. You can't be so lucky every time. The best way to protect yourself is not to put yourself in danger. $80. $80. You are in charge of this investigation.
Wendy wanted to dwell no longer on this topic, so she raised her offer again. Zhang Heng was non-committal when he heard this.
In contrast, I am more curious as to why you insist on getting me to help you. As you said, you could have hired someone else for this price. I can't be sure if they can be credible, Wendy confessed after a moment's silence.
There is one thing I didn't tell you. My father has offended Lawrence G. Murphy. He is the most powerful man in town. All the grocery stores, bars, banks, and hotels are his. Except for Sheriff Terrell, the townsfolk all either work for him or would side with him. That's why I chose you to help me. I don't know if my father's disappearance is related to Major Murphy, and I don't want anybody to see that we are in frequent contact. The last thing I want is to trigger his vigilance.
Well, this explains why you hired an outsider like me to help your father, Zhang Heng snorted. How long were you planning to hide this from me? So, you want me to offend this town's kingpin by offering me a mere $80? This is not a good deal at all. No, sir. I plan to tell you all this, and then some more, as we journey to Glen Town. Things are not as bad as you think. Lincoln County is indeed massive, but Major Murphy has the final say in the town. Outside town, the owners of many ranches and mines are all against him. Even so, it's still going to be a big loss for me.
Zhang Heng poured himself a glass of water. Wendy gritted her teeth.
How about I offer you a good horse? We have 30 horses on our ranch. You can pick one. I noticed that your steed is not thoroughbred, and it is ancient.
Zhang Heng did not know how Radish would react if it heard Wendy's evaluation. However, what Wendy said was still a fact. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng's horse riding skills weren't good enough to handle a thoroughbred horse. A good horse certainly didn't come cheap, each going for at least $80 to $90, when he had just doubled up on her offer by offering him a good horse. This should also be the last time she was going to ask him. $170 was enough to make Zhang Heng reconsider the whole thing. The amount was good enough to sustain him for a year, and even if he didn't mess with the man named Murphy, he would still be chastised because of skin color. Besides, he was just looking for a missing person. Zhang Heng thought for a moment, then suddenly asked,
Do you know where the lucky horseshoe is? Huh.
Wendy was at a loss when she heard the question.
You want horseshoes? It's nothing. Forget about it.
Zhang Heng asked the question because Wendy told her that her ranch had lots of horses. Zhang Heng was not surprised when he did not get the answer that he wanted. He then said to Wendy,
Let's go and grab something to eat. What do you mean?
Wendy asked nervously.
Let's get to Glen Town after breakfast. Didn't you say we will arrive by nightfall? No, it's actually quite a long journey. We can only get to the town between here and our destination in the evening.
Wendy was ecstatic.
Let me bring you something to eat immediately. What about you? How are you going to get there? Do you need to rent a carriage? You have just underestimated a rancher's daughter. I will ride with you.
Chapter 606. Note Zhang Heng initially thought that Lightning was a pony. And Wendy did say so as well. However, he ignored the fact that Wendy said she had been taming Lightning since she was 7 years old. 5 years later, Lightning had grown into an adult horse with a tall body, shiny fur, and strong muscles. It was filled with vitality and strength. In contrast, Radish looked like a value-added purchase or a gift after he bought something.
If you wish to receive a portion of your pay, you can go to my ranch to pick a horse. No need, Zhang Heng interrupted. I'm a sentimental man. For now, I will continue to ride my steed. You are right. We should depart earlier. You have the final say.
Wendy mounted her horse. Her speed and smoothness made it look like she had done it 1,000 times. Zhang Heng jumped on his horse. The sun was only rising over the horizon, and most of the country folk were still fast asleep. Hence, no one noticed the two leaving. To Zhang Heng's surprise, Wendy behaved really well along the way. Other than answering every question that Zhang Heng posed, she silently rode her horse and said nothing. Half a day had passed. The two only completed half of the journey to the next town. Wendy could not help but speak out.
Sir, you don't have to worry about me. Just speed up. I promise I will not be left behind. As you can see, my horse is ancient. I don't think it can survive a ride of such great distance, Zhang Heng said. Wendy wanted to reply, but she decided not to say it in the end.
What do you want to say?
Your horse is old, but it is not that old. It would eat the grass on the ground secretly every 2 steps it makes. I think it is far from reaching its limit. Do you know horses well?
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows.
Yes, to be precise, my father knows horses very well. Our family's ranch may not be the largest in Lincoln County, but my father has to be the one most acquainted with horses within 100 miles. He taught me everything about these magnificent beasts.
Zhang Heng thought for a while.
How about revising the contract we agreed on earlier? What?
Wendy became nervous when she heard that. It was out of sheer desperation that she hired Zhang Heng to search for her father. After all, the man had been missing for many days, and she couldn't afford to wait any longer. However, not many outsiders were in Lincoln County, and it was rare to find an excellent marksman. Wendy had never met Zhang Heng before, so she did not know what kind of person he was. Although she tried to remain as calm as possible, they were no longer at the hotel. In other words, if Zhang Heng wished to hurt her right now, there was nothing she could do about it. Throughout the journey, Wendy silently held a knife in her pocket. Zhang Heng noticed she was holding a weapon, but it did not bother him.
You teach me about horses, and you can deduct $10 from my pay, he offered.
You want to know more about horses?
Wendy was baffled by Zhang Heng's request. Shin then let go of the knife. What do you want to know? Various aspects, including how to pick, raise, ride, how to calm a grumpy horse, and what are spurs.
Zhang Heng pointed at the wheel-like contraption behind his boots. Having read about it in novels and seen it in Western movies, he knew that they were used to stimulate the horse to run faster. It allowed the rider to free up their hands to gun down their enemies. That said, he had no idea how to use it. These were more advanced techniques, and he could not learn them that night from the bailiff.
I'm happy to share this knowledge with you, but most of them are very basic. I'm worried that you might get impatient, Wendy said cautiously.
No, I won't.
As an amateur, Zhang Heng was happy that someone was willing to teach him.
Where do we start?
This was the first time Wendy faced such a weird request.
It's better to start with types of horses.
Zhang Heng pointed at Lightning. What breed is your horse?
Wendy stroked her mane and said,
Lightning is an Indian colt. It was first brought to the American continent by Spanish colonists. It thrives here and has finally become what it is today. It is 7 years old this year, equivalent to a middle-aged human. And it is my best partner. How about my horse?
Zhang Heng then pointed at Radish and asked. Wendy looked at Radish carefully for a while and said,
I want to take back what I said earlier. It is actually not too bad of a breed. If I read correctly, it should be a Hungarian hybrid, considered a stable breed of hybrid horses. Usually, hybrids are very smart, and after some training, they can often complete tasks that other horses cannot complete. Besides that, they have strong self-control. Really? I don't see any self-control in it.
Zhang Heng looked at the undisciplined Radish, who walked a few steps away and lowered its head to gnaw on some weeds on the ground.
You have to learn to control it, and it is indeed getting old. I estimate it is almost 25 to 26 years old. What about riding it?
After a while, Wendy confirmed that Zhang Heng knew next to nothing about horses. She found it really hard to believe. Several men on the East Coast knew nothing about riding horses, and these usually traveled in carriages and trains. However, in the West, especially in the more remote areas where trains were not reachable, most men had to learn how to ride horses, especially where Wendy lived. Countless equestrian masters were living around her. Zhang Heng had never said that he could ride a horse. He came to Lincoln County alone. Coupled with his superb marksmanship and a cowboy outfit, people subconsciously thought that he was a master horseman. Thus, half a day into the journey, Wendy now felt that she had hired the wrong man for the job. But it was too late to change her mind now. Wendy could only comfort herself. At least she felt safer. And if Zhang Heng did intend any harm, he would be unable to catch up to her. These thoughts clouded Wendy's mind, but she did not express them. Having the patience of a saint, she slowly imparted all kinds of information Zhang Heng wanted to know as they went on their way. Initially, he wanted to learn about Western culture, but it turned out that it was something Wendy knew nothing about. According to her words, apart from a family outing, this was the first time she had strayed so far away without her family. In the past, she was only active in Lincoln County, or, more precise, only her ranch and county seat. Zhang Heng suddenly remembered a question and asked Wendy,
Does your mother know that you are looking for your father? Yes, sir, Wendy replied calmly. I left her a note. That means you snuck out. No, I left a note. Which is why we call such behavior as sneaking out. You didn't tell your mother about it because you knew she wouldn't have agreed.
Chapter 607. Misunderstanding. Although they had only worked together for less than half a day, doubts about each other had begun to materialize. Wendy suspected Zhang Heng wasn't as good as she initially thought him to be, and Zhang Heng began to doubt if Wendy would fulfill her promise at all. For Wendy, she had no other choice. Since she had chosen Zhang Heng, she could only rely on him no matter what would happen. At the same time, Zhang Heng gained valuable knowledge and skills, and since it could be considered part of the reward, his doubts didn't bother him too much. To avoid having to spend the night in the wilderness, the two sped up their horses. Zhang Heng could actually make Radish run faster. After all, he came to Lincoln County alone. Only one thing worried him: Radish would become difficult to control if it started running more quickly, in turn, increasing the risk of accidents. Hence, he felt that the journey shouldn't be rushed. But when compared to sleeping on the grass, a little suffering was nothing. In the end, the two arrived at Glentown at about 7 in the evening.
This is the town.
Wendy pointed at a bar in the middle of the town square.
My father always tells me about this place, saying that their apple pie is delicious. Every time he passes by, he will buy one, and sometimes, even two for my mother and me.
Zhang Heng nodded.
Let's stick to your plan. You go inside and ask when the last time your father showed up, and if he passed through here on his return trip. I'll head to the hotel to book 2 rooms.
If he wanted to, Zhang Heng could actually head to the bar himself to ask those questions. Nonetheless, the terrible experience he had to endure when he entered a bar last time made him decide to keep a low profile and leave the communications part to Wendy. Even though the latter was only 12 years old, The rancher's daughter was very good at what she was supposed to do, and she also knew how to communicate well, revealing maturity far beyond her age. Undoubtedly, the harsh environment she lived in played a big part in shaping her into who she was today. Every time her father went out to sell cattle, he would have to leave home for an extended period. During this time, she was required to take care of the remaining horses and cattle in the ranch and look after her mother. Coupled with the townsfolk's hostility, being brave wasn't just an option.
Okay, Wendy nodded.
Don't worry, just leave it to me.
See you at the hotel.
The hotel and bar in Glentown were very close to each other. After the two separated, Zhang Heng paid for the accommodation and asked someone to care for Lightning and Radish before retreating to his room. There, he removed his revolvers and used the time to perform simple maintenance on the guns. However, after a quarter of an hour, he didn't see Wendy entering her room. Thus, Zhang Heng waited another 5 minutes before he got up and walked downstairs. Wendy carefully avoided a pile of horse dung and what seemed to be vomit under her feet and pushed the bar's doors open. A woman with a flower-dotted skirt was near the door. Seeing Wendy, she said,
"This is no place for a child." "I'm not a kid anymore, madam," Wendy said.
"I am not a madam either."
The woman smiled.
"Oh, you are that."
Wendy suddenly exclaimed, "Sorry, I didn't mean to discriminate against you. It's okay. Your attire is terrible. Are your parents abusing you? Fortunately, you are actually quite pretty. Perhaps when you get older, you can come here to find me if you want to escape marriage, a husband, or your children." "Thank you, but I don't think something like that would be possible," snorted Wendy.
"Actually, I am here to inquire about something,"
she said after a pause.
"Many people come to the bar for information. Usually, they buy me a glass of wine first. But for the sake of us both being females, I will not ask that of you."
She then nodded at Wendy. "What do you want to know?" "I want to inquire about a man named Matthew Robbins. He is a rancher who should have passed this place 14 days ago. He was in a gray shirt and some old-looking boots and is about 35 years old. His eyes are firm, and there is a scar on his left abdomen. He may have stopped by the past few days. Do you remember seeing him?" "I can say that this man named Matthew is definitely not among those I slept with," scoffed the woman in the flower-dotted skirt.
"Sorry, I don't stay in this bar all the time. I will go to the second floor if I have work. Now, 14 days ago, let me think. Business seemed to be pretty good that day. Maybe he came in while I was working."
The woman in the flower-dotted skirt rushed to the bar and said, "Perhaps you can ask the bartender over there. He is always here." "Thank you, madam." "Oh, sorry."
Wendy squeezed a smile on her face, but before she could walk to the bar, she felt someone slapping her bum.
"Is this the newcomer you told me about 2 days ago? She is younger than I thought. Is she really 16?
The man stank of tobacco, and his behavior frivolous.
"Ah, it appears there's a misunderstanding. Bacchus, this lady here is not the Maggie I told you about."
Noticing how Wendy's expressions had suddenly changed, the woman in the flower-dotted skirt realized that something was wrong. So, she hurriedly stood up and helped her. Bacchus then shrugged.
"It doesn't matter. I'm fine with her. Although she is kind of ugly, at least she is young."
Before he finished speaking, he saw Wendy suddenly pulling out a knife from her pocket and was about to stab him. By a stroke of luck, Bacchus reacted quickly and blocked it with his hand at the critical moment. He managed to avoid being ripped apart, but the knife sliced into his hand, almost piercing through his palm. Instantly, Bacchus erupted into a string of curses. The woman in the flower-dotted skirt covered her mouth at the sight of the bloody scene. She then hurriedly walked up to him and said,
"Oh God, Mr. Bacchus, are you okay? I've said this is all a misunderstanding."
However, in a senseless outburst of anger, Bacchus shoved her aside. Her waist was slammed on a table next to her, spilling along with her the drinks of 2 other customers.
"Royce, what the F***ck is wrong with your people?"
Bacchus roared in fury. He plucked out the knife from his hand, and blood started gushing out of the wound. It spattered and spewed onto the floor, almost forming a bloody mini-stream.
"Mr. Bacchus, you need to look for a doctor in town to deal with that wound."
Royce ignored the pain in her waist and persuaded the man to look for treatment. Although this was her first time meeting Wendy, she had a good impression of this girl. In retrospect, she did not expect the latter to react so harshly. This was just a small misunderstanding, and a simple explanation could have solved it. With Wendy stabbing the man with a knife, however, the situation had definitely escalated. Then, she saw Bacchus' eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty and murderous intent. It was pointless talking him out of it. The most important thing to do right now was to ensure Wendy's safety and to stop Bacchus from doing something stupid. Chapter 608. I regret it, so what? This was the sight that greeted Zhang Heng when he walked into the bar. Wendy was pinned to the table, desperately struggling to free herself. One of her hands was fixed on the table, and her other was wounded. A man with bandages wrapped around his hand had his knife stabbed between her fingers, yelling at the same time.
You little beep. Aren't you going to apologize? This is your last chance. I swear I will cut off your hand if you make me ask you the same question again.
Instead of caving in, Wendy gritted her teeth and did not say a word. On the other side, a woman in a flower-dotted skirt was trying to talk the man out of it, while the others in the bar were watching the drama unfold before them. The man only sought to become more and more furious. Wendy's stubbornness had embarrassed him in front of everyone, and the wound on his hand also made him lose his mind gradually. And finally, he put on a murderous look and ready to cut off Wendy's palm. But the very next moment, a loud gunshot could be heard, and the knife in his hand flew away. The deafening explosion instantly silenced the noisy bar.
I think she is quite happy with her right hand. She still wants to keep it, the visitor sniffed. Bacchus turned his head and saw an oriental man with yellow skin and black hair, but wearing cowboy clothes. He was still holding a revolver in his right hand, and smoke poured out from its muzzle. The moment Bacchus's companions saw someone shooting at him, they instinctively drew their guns as well.
I would advise you not to test your luck.
Who are you? What is your relationship with this little beep? Why so nosy?
Bacchus scoffed with an expression most unkind.
She is my employer, and I need her to keep paying me the full amount. Is that right? Know what your employer did to me? She pierced my palm.
Bacchus raised his wounded hand, continuing aggressively.
And you know where she initially aimed at? She was going for my bowels. This little beep wanted to murder me. Really, I'm really sorry about that. Then what? Then, until now, she hasn't even given me a simple apology. I don't care where you're the F***ck you came from, but here, where I live, people have to admit their mistakes and pay the price for their wrongdoings. They have to beg for forgiveness. Don't listen to him. He touched my bum first. I just fought back in self-defense. I didn't do anything wrong.
Wendy, who was still being pressed on the table, shouted in exasperation.
You heard what she said, Zhang Heng interjected.
It seems you both have a disagreement on this matter. Why not let her go, and we can talk about this like civilized men?
Now, why should I listen to you?
Bacchus retorted.
Because you hurt your right hand, and I'm pretty sure you want your left hand intact, right? Otherwise, you will have to be at the mercy of others to feed you.
Zhang Heng lowered his revolver and aimed at Bacchus's left hand.
Well, let me pay you $10 so you can find a doctor to bandage the wound. Whatever money that's left after you paid the doctor will be your compensation. I can earn $1 a day. Such a serious injury can't be healed in a week.
Disagreed Bacchus.
$50, and she must apologize first. 15, replied Zhang Heng after considering a while.
I'm not F***king bargaining with you. Do you take me as a beggar?
Bacchus felt insulted, and the way he looked at Zhang Heng had only worsened. Although Zhang Heng drew his gun first, this incident happened in front of so many people. Bacchus did not believe that Zhang Heng would dare to kill him. Besides, he was still holding Wendy hostage. However, Zhang Heng seemed to know what he was thinking.
I dare you never to leave this town for eternity.
What is that? Is that a threat?
Bacchus grinned. He did not expect that he would be threatened by an outsider in his territory, even when he was the one in the right.
The one who should be watching out is you, Bacchus sneered.
You can ask around. Who hasn't heard the name, Bison Bacchus? My brothers and I served in the 4th Rangers. You should be worrying about how to leave Glen alive.
Thanks for the reminder. It seems I'll need to buy 2 more boxes of ammunition.
As soon as his voice fell, the bar's wooden doors were pushed open again.
Damn. Can't you guys live peacefully around here? Why do you guys have to give me trouble every single day?
Resounded a husky voice. The person here was the sheriff of Glen Town, a good-looking elderly cowboy. Someone had gone to look for him when they saw how bad the situation had become.
Oh, Bacchus. It's you and your people again.
The sheriff was not happy to see them. Sheriff, it was not us who caused the trouble this time. I am the victim.
Bacchus then showed his injured hand to the sheriff.
So you plan to cry all day like a woman just because of a tiny gash?
The sheriff then looked at Zhang Hong. And you? You just fired your gun in my town. I have never seen another Chinese as brave as you. Are you planning to raise your gun all night?
Zhang Hong put away the revolver when he heard the sheriff's comment, intending to show that he harbored no malice. The sheriff then stared at Bacchus again, to which the latte harumphed, and asked his allies to let Wendy go. Immediately, Wendy ran to Zhang Heng's side.
Okay, I already know what happened here. $20. After that, you both should shake hands and forget everything that happened, the sheriff said.
$20 is too little.
Bacchus protested.
My hand is severely wounded. I can't work for at least 2 months, and I need her apology.
Growled Bacchus as he pointed at Wendy.
Shut up. If you want to continue to live in this town, you'll have to abide by my rules.
The sheriff sternly implored.
I said, $20 is more than enough. As for the apology,
I won't apologize,
Wendy said. Although her life was hanging by a thread earlier, she still did not intend to go soft. Zhang Heng was a little curious now. How did she become so stubborn at such a young age? The sheriff looked at Zhang Heng, who shrugged in reply.
Don't look at me. I think it's fine to apologize. But as I said before, we just share an employer-employee relationship. I can't order my employer to do what she doesn't want to do. Never mind the apology. Man up, Bacchus. Why are you bothered by a kid?
The sheriff raised his voice and bellowed.
So many people are watching you. What more? You used to be AF * King Ranger.
Chapter 609, You Are Too Young.
Thank you, Sheriff, for helping us out. Although I still have doubts about the $20 compensation, we are reasonable people. We know how hard it is to maintain order in a town.
When he said to the sheriff when Bacchus and his gang left. The latter was amused by Wendy's adult-like words and smiled.
I'm glad that you understand and are willing to give me your full cooperation. Madam, your father, he is not as reasonable as you.
Afterward, he seemed to realize that he had said something that he wasn't supposed to say. A frustrated look quickly formed across the sheriff's face.
Wait, you know about my father and me? How is that possible?
Wendy's eyes widened.
Your father and I are friends. He loves you very much. He has shown me your pictures a couple of times.
The sheriff had no choice but to tell her everything.
But I never heard my father mention you. Well, perhaps each of us has a past we don't want to mention. And what is that past?
Wendy asked.
I'm afraid our past is meant to be kept secret. No one else can know about it, replied the adamant sheriff.
Please, my father is missing now. It may be related to the past you talked about.
Your father disappeared? When?
The sheriff was stunned.
I don't know the exact time. 15 days ago, he mentioned that he needed to leave home to discuss business with someone. My mother and I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, and we thought nothing of it. Usually, he would be back in a few days. However, it has been 15 days, and he is still not home. So, you are here to look for your father? Hold on, does your mother know that you are in Glentown?
The sheriff questioned as he threw a glance at Zhang Hong.
Mr. Zhang was hired by me to help me find my father. He is also responsible for my safety along the way, Wendy introduced.
Ah, he is an excellent gunman, may I say?
Really? No matter how good the gunman is, they don't usually end well. However, I do know that those who don't carry guns live longer, the sheriff snorted.
I have different opinions. If I had a gun with me, what just happened wouldn't have happened.
The sheriff smiled and did not refute. There were some things a young man could not possibly understand. He said sincerely, you should go home. Your father will take care of his affairs. You just need to wait at home. But unfortunately, I am not the kind of person who is willing to sit at home and wait for something bad to happen. I will blame myself forever if I didn't do something, Wendy said with stubborn insistence.
If the storm comes, I will walk into the storm. So whether you want to help me or not, I will keep looking for my father.
But you are only 12 years old. 12 is old enough, Sheriff.
The sheriff was dumbfounded, managing to only reply after a long while.
Why don't I do this for you? I still have important business to attend to, and I really can't get away now. Give me a week. After that, I will look for your father. Thank you for your kindness, but it dragged on for too long. I am afraid I can't wait for another week. I should do this myself.
Wendy replied politely, but firmly refused.
With all due respect, Wendy, you are too young to understand this world. The world is a dark place. Some people are not who they appear to be. You can't just grab someone with and venture out on the road. Mr. Zhang is a good man. I don't need to live until your age to know that. As for you, Mr. Sheriff, you appeared suddenly and claimed to know my father. My father has never mentioned you to me. Why should I believe what you told me?
Wendy paused.
Who knows? Maybe my father's disappearance is related to you. You are quite smart.
Even though his honesty was being put on trial, the old cowboy was not angry. Instead, he laughed.
Matthew has a good daughter. Okay, it looks like I can't stop you. Madam, let me send you off at least tomorrow. You just offended Bacchus. He and his former ranger friends still have a lot of power in the vicinity. Thank you, Sheriff. After I find my father, I will tell him you saved me tonight.
After the incident, Wendy couldn't ask about her father's whereabouts in the bar anymore. After bidding farewell to the sheriff, she ordered 2 apple pies and went back to the hotel with Zhang Heng.
You should listen to him.
Zhang Heng said,
Now it seems your father's disappearance may not be as simple as it seems. I think he is hiding something from you, and he doesn't want you to know about it. In that case, you won't get your reward. I can go and complete other bounties to make money. Zhang Heng rebuked her calmly.
Also, remember what I said before?
You dared that man not to leave the county seat forever? It's not that. Earlier, I told you not to get into trouble. You promised me, and I let you go to the bar to investigate your father's disappearance. I didn't cause any trouble. He touched me first, Wendy emphasized.
Is that why you turned around and planned to stab him to death?
My father told me that if I'm the shortest and weakest person in the room, I have to make sure that I act the toughest, so no one dares mess with me. They need to know that there are consequences. Then the man pinned you to the table, and he almost cut off your palm.
Zhang Heng stopped and looked into Wendy's eyes.
Hey, kid, listen, I can't guarantee that I will be right there to save you whenever you are in danger. You could have come to me for help.
Wendy went silent for a moment before continuing.
The people in town don't like our family. My father is often away, and my mother doesn't know how to read. I am used to solving everything by myself. But didn't you pay me to let me solve these problems for you? You have to assure me that you won't be so reckless when you re-encounter such troubles. Otherwise, I will be forced to send you home. There is an agreement between us. You promised that you'd help me find my father, Wendy protested.
Yes, but the agreement also says that you must listen to my orders. It means that when I ask you to stop, you must stop. And when I think we can't go any further, we have to head home.
This is too cunning. You are shameless. It's okay if you think this way. Now, repeat after me. Sir, I have made a mistake, and I will opt for other ways to solve the problem in the future. You'd better say it quickly, or I'll leave you to the sheriff. He seems to be interested in sending you home. Sir, I have made a mistake, and I will opt for other ways to solve the problem in the future.
Wendy turned her neck and whispered reluctantly.
Very good. I'm glad we have reached a consensus again. Take your apple pie back to the room to eat. We have to get up early tomorrow morning and continue our journey.
Zhang Heng said.
Also, I will pay that $20 for you. Could you write it down somewhere? You must remember to pay me back when this is over.
Chapter 610. Chewing tobacco. Zhang Heng got out of bed as the day's first light poured into the room. He briefly cleaned himself up and went downstairs. The sheriff arrived when he was having breakfast with Wendy. The white horse he rode on whinnied majestically, perfectly matching his uniform and the badge on his chest. He looked so good, he had the female owner of the hotel stare at him twice.
Would you like a cup of coffee, Sheriff?
Wendy asked.
That would be perfect, dear madam.
The sheriff smiled and dismounted his horse.
I will escort you 2 out of the river valley, where you are most likely to encounter ambushes. You will be much safer when you get to the plains. From there, you are on your own. What a sweet man. If something bad happened to Matthews in my territory, then I'm not qualified to become a sheriff here?
The sheriff gave Zhang Heng a nod, handed the reins to the hotel's handyman, and walked to the table.
It's a shame you have to leave so soon. We should go on a hunting trip together after you find your father. I like hunting. When I was a kid, I always followed my dad to the forest and watched him hunt for hares. However, he had never let me lay my hands on the gun, Wendy said.
He is right, but I think we can make an exception this time. There are lots of prey around here.
The sheriff blinked at Wendy.
Are there wolves and bears too?
Wendy asked excitedly.
Haha, those are rare. Most have been killed by the Indians who lived nearby earlier.
It's a pity. I haven't seen a bear before.
The sheriff took the cup of coffee handed to him personally by the female boss.
Thank you. I don't know, just want to see it. There will be opportunities. There will always be opportunities.
Thus, the three chatted while eating breakfast. The atmosphere was light and hearty. The sheriff was the kind of person who knew how to create the right atmosphere at the right time. In his own words, he was supposedly good at charming girls when he was young. That was why he knew the perfect conversation to be cozy up to a girl like Wendy. He even managed to convince Wendy that it would be better to join her on the quest to search for her father. She dismissed this idea, though. As she had said, her father had been missing for a while. She could not afford to wait any longer.
Sheriff, I think it's time we depart from here.
The sheriff then patted her head.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting old, and I'm getting chattier. I hope I didn't bore you. You are the funniest and heartiest person that I have ever met. It has been a great pleasure chatting with you, but I'm afraid I have more important matters to attend to. Of course. I'm ready. We can set off now, the sheriff said.
That couldn't be better.
I will be waiting for you outside.
The sheriff smiled at Wendy again, got up, and walked outside the door. At the same time, Wendy had also finished her breakfast and was about to get up. But the next moment, something touched her thigh. Wendy lowered her head and saw Zhang Heng handing something to her from under the table. She was taken aback.
Take it. I hope we won't get to use it later.
Wendy had a lot of questions to ask. However, when she took the thing from Zhang Heng, he had already stood up from where he sat and said to the sheriff,
Is that a Kentucky horse? No, Snowflake is an Arabian horse, the sheriff proudly replied.
It can run real fast, and there are hardly any horses in the plains that can catch up with it.
It seems I have much to study about horses, Zhang Heng said. His body happened to block Wendy, who was behind the table, and she quickly hid the object in her clothes as soon as possible. Then the three of them got on their horses and walked out of Glentown. The sheriff was still talking and laughing along the way, but Wendy's mind seemed absent, thinking about the object Zhang Heng handed to her. In an attempt to take her off the focal point of attention, Zhang Heng took over the conversation and started to chat with the sheriff. He took the opportunity to ask the sheriff about the culture around here, to which the sheriff also asked Zhang Heng to taste his chewing tobacco. Following his instruction, Zhang Heng first placed the shredded tobacco between his jaw and his teeth. After a few seconds, a pungent smell filled his mouth and pierced his throat. Although the shredded tobacco had been blended with spices, Zhang Heng still found it was hard to accept the peculiar taste. It was said that chewing tobacco had become so popular in the United States because of the pioneering period. The wind and bumpy ride proved it difficult for cowboys to light up their cigarettes while they were on their horses, and they put tobacco in their mouths instead when they craved to smoke. If they spat from time to time, they could smoke while working, convenient and easy. However, chewing tobacco directly would cause the mouth to stimulate more saliva than an ordinary cigarette. Besides, there were not a lot of places for smokers to spit in modern society. Hence, chewing tobacco gradually died off from the market. Zhang Heng tasted it and spat out the tobacco.
It's a pity.
The sheriff said, You speak English, and I heard that you have good marksmanship. If you want to make it in the Wild West, you have to act more like a Westerner. I do still have a lot of things to learn. Don't worry. Take your time.
The sheriff patted on Zhang Heng's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. The three people then rode towards the entrance of the river valley. It had technically been a river valley tens of thousands of years ago. Now there was no water here, but the rock walls on both sides remained. It was indeed easy to set up an ambush at this place.
Let's go.
The sheriff took the lead and walked in the forefront position, followed by Wendy and Zhang Heng. As soon as the three of them walked far enough, the sheriff said to Wendy,
I have to apologize. Apologize for what? I lied to you before. I couldn't leave you alone and allow you to follow a random stranger.
The The sheriff pulled the reins, stopped the horse, and turned around.
It's simply too dangerous. You have attempted to stop me from finding my father again and again. Is it for my safety or to cover up the truth behind my father's disappearance?
Wendy confronted him.
Things are always complicated.
The sheriff sighed.
Maybe I will explain to you again when I have the opportunity, but for now, you should say goodbye to Mr. Zhang. Then I'll go home. I promise that I will help you find your father later. Although it's always hard to wait, it is at times the most effective way to solve a problem. Really, how are you going to send me home? With all due respect, sir, even if you are 20 years younger, you are no match for Mr. Zhang, Wendy said.
Maybe.
The sheriff did not argue with her. Fortunately, I still have helpers.
2 people with rifles appeared on both sides of the rock walls after he finished talking.
It's an honor to introduce you to the deputy sheriff of Glentown, Joseph, and his brother, Jonathan.
Chapter 611. Happy to meet you, ma'am.
You betrayed us and asked someone to ambush us?
Wendy saw the scene before her, and her expression suddenly changed as she stared at the old cowboy. For some reason, her gaze caused the sheriff to be embarrassed to look at her. He turned away.
I am doing it for your own good. If your father were here, he would have agreed with me. Oh, I thought it was going to be something new this time. It turns out it's all the same thing again. Stop telling me that you are doing this for my own good. Do you know what annoys a woman the most, Sheriff? What could that be? Making assumptions, Wendy snapped coldly.
You have no right to force yourself into my life, Sheriff.
I know that you can make yourself sound convincing, but no matter what you say, ma'am, you can't change what will happen next. I will ask Joseph to send you home, then Jonathan and I will invite Mr. Zhang to stay in town for 3 to 5 days. He will get to enjoy the best that Glentown has to offer. Until I finish the matter at hand, I will help you to find your father. As for Mr. Zhang, he is free to go anywhere he wants. How dare you do such a thing?
Wendy yelled in a burst of anger.
I can understand your resentment and disappointment. Sometimes, the world disappoints us. It is the price of growing up, the sheriff said, and waved at Joseph. The deputy was still a young boy with a small mustache, probably only 17 or 18. Upon hearing what the sheriff said, he tidied up his messy hair before walking down from the rock wall.
It's good to meet you, ma'am. Although I may not look like one, I can guarantee that I am also an excellent gunman. I learned my way around the gun from the sheriff. I will be responsible for your safety when you head home.
Okay, you can tell her the rest while you escort her home, the sheriff urged. Wendy then glanced at Zhang Heng, who nodded at her.
Don't worry about me. Precinct coffee should taste good. I will.
Dolan, said the sheriff.
I'm going to spend a nice week with Sheriff Dolan.
Zhang Heng added, blinking at Wendy. The latter took a deep breath and looked at the sheriff. I will not give up like that. Watch me. With all due respect, if you were my age, you wouldn't have cared about those meaningless words. Send my regards to your mother for me. Well, time to go?
The sheriff nodded at Joseph. It wasn't until the two exited the river valley that the sheriff turned around to look at Zhang Heng.
I know some people don't like yellow-skinned men, but today is your lucky day. I am not that kind of person. As long as you stay put and obey my orders, I will guarantee your safety in the town. But if you dare mess with me, I don't mind turning you into a corpse in this river valley. No one in this land will care if you are alive or dead. Don't forget how you just got onto Bacchus' bad side last night, and everyone in the bar saw it. If you died here, the people would think that it had to be Bacchus's people who killed you. It seems that you are not as innocent as you look, Sheriff, Zhang Heng said.
When you first showed up in front of us, I thought you were an upright law enforcer.
Upright law enforcer?
The sheriff snorted.
No one in this land can be upright forever. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse long ago. People are very complicated. Everyone has a secret they want to keep to themselves. I bet you have some secrets as well. I forced the kid to go home for her own good, and for your own good, I suggest you shut your mouth for the time being.
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and said nothing after that. The sheriff dismounted his horse and walked towards him. At the same time, he warned Zhang Heng.
Jonathan is a sharpshooter. He can shoot a running hare from 50 yards. If I were you, I wouldn't want to put his marksmanship to the test.
Zhang Heng looked up, seeing the young man who was holding a rifle. Jonathan was obviously nervous, stiff as a scarecrow as he aimed Zhang Heng. There was a high chance that the sheriff was just bragging. The sheriff first unbuckled the holster around Zhang Heng's waist. Then, suddenly, there was a frown.
Hold on, don't you have 2 guns? Where's the other one? You don't want to know the answer to that, Zhang Heng replied. The next moment, he dropped down from Radish and hid behind it. The sheriff's reaction was quick. Having not the time to pull out his pistol from his waist, he drew Zhang Heng's revolver from its holster and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Unfortunately, it wasn't loaded. The scene where Zhang Heng fell to the ground after getting shot would remain only in imagination. At the same time, a knife was placed against the sheriff's throat.
Did you really think I would have handed you a loaded revolver, Sheriff?
Scoffed Zhang Heng. After he successfully threatened the sheriff, he quickly hid behind him. Radish was still blocking Joseph, and as a result, the deputy could not take his aim at Zhang Heng no matter how sharp of a marksman he was. Zhang Heng did a quick take at the terrain, then dragged the sheriff to the back of a giant stone, drawing out the sheriff's revolver at the same time.
Do you know what you are doing?
The sheriff asked, panting.
Of course, one of my specialties is that I always know what I'm doing.
For a child, you are willing to turn into a wanted criminal?
Zhang Heng laughed when he heard those words.
Take a wild guess here. When I stand before the judge, don't you think the jury might be interested in that hidden side of yours? I don't know what the hell you did with Matthew, but you obviously have a more sordid past than mine. You know, you should work on your lying, Sheriff. Now, I don't think you will escalate this matter. Am I right?
The sheriff was rendered speechless.
Also, if you don't want to watch that child die on the rock wall, I advise you to ask him to put down his gun and surrender.
Right after Zhang Heng said that he heard the sound of a horse galloping from afar, Wendy and Lighting were back at the entrance of the river valley.
How is that possible?
The sheriff and Zhang Heng were bewildered. Wendy was also taken aback when she saw what was happening. She almost dropped the revolver in her hand.
Why are you here?
Zhang Heng asked.
Didn't you give me the revolver to take care of the enemy and to help you out?
Wendy was at a loss.
Did you kill Deputy Sheriff Joseph? Wait, since when did I ask you to kill him? I gave you the revolver to protect yourself, in case that guy had some malicious intent. You blinked at me, and I thought it was a signal to do it.
Zhang Heng was at a loss too. Initially, he planned to save Wendy after dealing with the problem here. Since Wendy was now here, he decided to kill the sheriff and the gunman in one go.
Also, I didn't kill that guy. I just tied him up and left him where there was no one.
Wendy then said to the sheriff,
I hope when you told me that there are no wolves and bears here, it is not a lie. Otherwise, you are probably going to pay the price for your lies.
Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Wendy didn't kill the young deputy sheriff. In other words, it was not too late to change the plan. He realized that Wendy was different from the ordinary girl. At such times, ordinary people would choose to treat the gun as a last resort. However, Wendy took the initiative to attack her enemy, but she also rushed back to
rescue him. Zhang Heng could not reprimand her for it, and could only sigh in the end.
You are really braver than I thought, ma'am. Chapter 612, because I like it.
Sheriff, I saw his accomplice. Shouldn't I shoot?
Jonathan on the rock wall said nervously.
Of course not. You idiot. She is only 12 years old. Do you want your head to be on the gallows? Put your gun away and come down, the sheriff said, a tinge of urgency clouding his voice.
Yes, Sheriff.
Relieved, Jonathan hurriedly climbed down. Zhang Heng, however, did not remove the knife away from the sheriff's neck.
Give them your gun,
said the sheriff. At the order, Jonathan handed the rifle to Wendy.
Are you satisfied now?
The sheriff asked coldly. Zhang Heng nodded. But you may not be happy with what I will do next.
The sheriff figured what Zhang Heng would do. The expression on his face changed instantly.
I dare you?
However, as soon as the lawman finished speaking, Zhang Heng pulled the trigger, and the sheriff saw his beloved white horse fall in a pool of blood.
Sorry, I had to make sure you won't come after us. After all, I don't really want to go to the police station for coffee.
Zhang Heng did not stop there, proceeding to eliminate Jonathan's horse. The sheriff looked extremely agonized.
Why didn't you kill your old horse and ride my good horse then? Because this is how I think.
After the brutal murder of two poor hard-working animals, Zhang Heng frisked the sheriff and Jonathan. After making sure that they were not in danger, he finally put away his revolver. He first picked up the revolver that he dropped on the ground, and then took the rifle from Wendy. When Wendy saw Zhang Heng stretching out his hand at her, she reluctantly returned the revolver.
Can you give me the sheriff's rifle?
Wendy asked in a low voice.
No, I don't want to be shot in the back by my ally, said Zhang Heng said.
You have never learned to shoot. Now would you want a gun?
I have seen my father hunting. I know how to use one. And I just subdued a deputy sheriff.
Use Zero-E.
He won't be a deputy after this.
Undoubtedly, the sheriff was unhappy that his deputy had been knocked down by a girl who had just turned 12.
You should not blame him, Sheriff. It's not his fault. He just picked the wrong opponent.
Wendy looked like a victor. She then said to Zhang Heng eagerly,
The kid named Joseph has a horse too. Shall we go back and kill it? There's no need for that. They wouldn't dare come after us with only one horse. Am I right, Sheriff?
Zhang Heng said.
I will avenge my horse, kid, the sheriff warned.
I may not be able to take you to court, but that's not the only way I can deal with you.
Is that right? Remember, I can take you to court, Zhang Heng said.
Either that or you tell me what secrets are between you and the child's father. If you do that, I will give you a gun to protect yourself. It's a long walk back to Glentown.
It's for your own good. You should have listened to me and taken this kid home, the sheriff growled.
They won't hurt Matthew, but they will hurt you both.
They, who are they?
Zhang Heng asked.
I can only tell you so much.
The sheriff kept mum after that, making it clear that he wanted to utter nothing more.
I hate people who can't finish their sentences, when he frowned.
Me too, but he has undeniably revealed some useful information. At least we now know that your father's disappearance is related to a group of people. And they obviously know each other. Your father went to see them, and he probably voluntarily followed them as well. This group of people is dangerous. He is right. You probably shouldn't have gone looking for your father in the first place.
You can't be 100% sure, snorted Wendy.
Yes.
This could also mean that my father might still be in danger. And you also said that he's probably with a group of not-so-nice people. They are going to do whatever they want. Maybe, replied Zhang Heng, silently admitting that Wendy's guess wasn't unreasonable.
I want to find my father then.
Wendy firmly insisted, then asked Zhang Heng, Are you scared? I haven't felt fear in a long time. Then are you going to use this as an opportunity to ask for more pay? No, now. I have my reasons to keep investigating this matter. Whether you pay me or not, I will not give up on this case. Zhang Heng shook his head.
Why?
It wasn't easy to explain to Wendy about his main quest. He might have just gotten a clue relating to the lucky horseshoe. It appeared that Wendy's mission was now tied to his main quest.
I'm bored, and I want something interesting to do.
I can't return home now, so I can help you, Wendy said.
I doubt it.
Despite that, Zhang Heng couldn't deny that Wendy came in handy. Although her combat skills were negligible, Zhang Heng had never seen Matthew before. Bringing her around would make him much easier to locate. Not to mention how the relationship between Wendy and Matthew may neutralize some of the threats. On another note, Wendy might also cause him unnecessary trouble. The good thing was that she was way more mature when compared to her similarly aged counterparts. She had the most stubborn temperament Zhang Heng had ever seen. Though the two hadn't spent a long time together, her ability to cause trouble had given Zhang Heng a headache. However, Zhang Heng did not force Wendy to go back. He was different from the sheriff, knowing very well that even if Wendy were sent home by force, she would definitely find a way to come after him again. It was better to make her stay by his side. At least, he could keep an eye on her. So Zhang Heng said nothing about it.
Let's go. We have wasted enough time. Time to continue our journey.
After that, he handed his empty revolver to the sheriff. While the sheriff was looking at him in a hostile manner, Zhang Heng took out a box of bullets and threw it at the rock wall.
You are welcome.
He then mounted Radish that was still eating some grass. The old horse had no idea that it had almost gotten killed thanks to Zhang Heng's inadequate riding skills. Seeing Zhang Heng clamped its abdomen with his legs, Radish stopped eating the grass reluctantly, glanced at the green grass in front of it once more time, and set off on the journey. And Wendy followed Zhang Heng obediently with lightning. Tell me about your father again, asked Zhang Heng without turning around. His eyes darted around the tall rock walls on both sides, making sure that there were no more ugly surprises.
Okay, Mr. Zhang Heng. Chapter 613. Unfriendly Town After 2 Days. Zhang Heng and Winnie finally reached their destination. Gazing at the small town from a distance, Zhang Heng said,
Did your father tell you that he came here to talk business? Yes, he said that before he left.
Wendy nodded, hesitating before she continued.
Do you think he lied? It's unlikely. Didn't you send a telegram to the sheriff here? He did say your father had left. Okay, at least it tells us that he has something to do with all this. Let's head to the town to check it out.
As Zhang Heng and Wendy rode on, they passed a crop field that wasn't growing very well. It seemed the weather was not the only reason that caused the plantation to fail. All the crops were wilting, and the strangest thing was that there was not one farmer around. Zhang Heng asked Wendy to wait. As for him, he got off his horse, walked towards a house, and knocked on the door. Nobody answered it, and after a couple of times trying, Zhang Heng drew the revolver from his waist, opened the door, and quickly dashed to the side. He waited for a few seconds, but no one came out of the house. Zhang Heng raised his head, took a quick look at the house, then put away the revolver.
How is it?
Wendy asked from behind.
Safe. There is no one in the house, Zhang Heng said. Unlike the uninhabited town he passed by at the start of this quest, there was no sign of evacuation here. Zhang Heng even saw a half-flipped book placed upside down on the table. Wooden toys were also strewn all over the ground. At that time, Wendy had dismounted the horse and walked into the house. Where has everyone gone to? I don't know, Zhang Heng said. He walked around the house, but saw no blood, nor was there anything else suspicious.
Let's leave.
The two then left the farmhouse and closed the door. Wendy glanced at the nearby fields again and muttered, How did the crops grow so badly? Perhaps nobody looked after them? I wonder what the annual harvest looks like. I'm afraid not.
Zhang Heng said.
Have you noticed, other plants along the way are not growing well too? How did that happen?
Zhang Heng turned and looked at the well next to him. Scooping a bucket of water from it, he found the water to be muddier than the ordinary well water, and it tasted salty as well. One sip was all it took for Zhang Heng to pour the rest away.
The water here is polluted. That's why the plants are not growing well. Do people cause it, or is it natural? For now, I've no idea, but the townsfolk should have an explanation.
Zhang Heng mounted Radish again.
Let's go. I see smoke coming from the town. I think there should be someone we can talk to.
Wendy and Zhang Heng entered the town about a quarter of an hour later. The small town named Bliss looked no different from any other western hamlet of the era. Although somewhat deserted, there were at least some people living here. Zhang Heng went to the hotel and booked 2 rooms first. He left his luggage and miscellaneous items too inconvenient to be brought to the room at the lobby. This time, he didn't let Wendy go alone to ask for more information about the place. The latter stood at the window and looked at the street below.
Am I seeing it right? I feel everyone we've met along the way has been all but very hostile to us. Really, I'm Chinese. People are very hostile to me no matter where I go, Zhang Heng said, counting the bullets in his bag at the same time. Meanwhile, Wendy was trying her hardest, convincing him to teach her the right way to fire a gun. In the end, Zhang Heng succumbed to Wendy's persuasion, finally teaching her everything about shooting, pistols, and rifles. He had to admit, Wendy was indeed quite a talented shooter, not to mention how fast of a learner she was, a lot better than Zhang Heng's mediocre horsemanship. Each time they stopped to rest by the road, she would ask Zhang Heng to lend her his gun for some target practice. And she even managed to hunt down 2 hares for dinner.
I also noticed the thing that you told me earlier.
I don't like the look in their eyes, Wendy said. She saw the woman on the balcony across the street hanging her clothes. The woman hastily retreated into her house, slamming the door and shutting all the windows, giving the most nervous of glances.
Is that an outbreak here? Chickenpox, or perhaps something more terrible like leprosy. When I was born, there was a chickenpox outbreak in the town that I lived in. I heard from my father that they would gather all the sick in one room to prevent them from infecting the healthy. Every day, they would send someone to deliver food and water to them until,
when he paused, the people inside were all dead. That was no treatment. It was murder.
Zhang Heng had also heard all about leprosy, the infamous disease. Let alone the 19th century, countering this disease in the modern day was still a daunting task. Those living in the countryside were terrified when they heard about this disease. In this era, where medical know-how was still in its infancy. Apart from isolation, there was almost no other way to tackle leprosy.
Be careful. This town is indeed unusual. We leave as soon as we find my father. So where should we go next? Let's look for the sheriff since no one wants to talk to us. But before that, we have to go to the grocery store to replenish supplies.
The owner of the grocery store was cleaning the shelves. When he saw Zhang Heng and Wendy walking towards him, he immediately came down the ladder and hung up the closed sign. Within seconds, he, too, like the others, shut and locked the door. But right before the door latched, a hand stretched into the crack of the door, blocking it from closing.
Sorry, sir, we are closed, the owner said while attempting to close the door with increased strength. However, he wasn't nearly as strong as Zhang Heng. In the end, the door was slowly pushed open from the outside.
It seems we are lucky enough to get here before the shop closed.
Zhang Heng walked into the shop with Wendy before the owner could argue with them. Leaving with no other options, the owner could only serve them and hoped they would leave his shop as soon as possible. He then wiped away the sweat from his forehead.
Anything I can help you with?
I want to buy 6 boxes of bullets. Caliber? 2 boxes of 44 to 40 Winchester, 4 boxes of 0.45-inch Colt long bullets. Thank you. That's a lot of ammo. Going hunting by any chance?
While taking the ammunition from the shelf, the owner reluctantly tried to strike up a conversation with them.
Are there any hunting grounds around here? Not as far as I know. If you want to hunt, you'll have to go further. Well, looks like we won't be going hunting then, Zhang Heng said. He then turned and looked at Wendy beside him.
You want some licorice?
I'm not a kid anymore.
Wendy frowned.
It doesn't mean that you are a child if you like to eat sweets. I know a guy, and I honestly don't know how old he is. Anyway, he is older than anyone you have ever met. He has a sweet tooth, and he can devour all kinds of sweets like a bottomless pit.
Chapter 614. They are not used to outsiders. Zhang Heng took the ammunition and half a can of licorice candies. A second later, he received a system notification. Bought licorice candy at the grocery store. Game points, +3. Visit your character panel for more information. Zhang Heng was getting more and more confused by this unique achievement system. Earlier, he had been given some tobacco to chew. Besides being curious about how the famous chewing tobacco tasted, he wanted to see if he could earn game points from this unique experience. As a result, nothing happened. In retrospect, he unwittingly obtained 3 points from purchasing a can of licorice candy and bullets from the grocery store. The randomness was unexpected. It was no wonder those guilds still failed to decipher the game point system even after studying it for so long.
What's the matter?
Wendy, standing beside him, asked.
It's nothing. Eat your licorice.
Zhang Heng handed her half a jar of candy, then told the shop's owner.
Do you know where the people in the farmhouses outside of town have gone to?
The latter's hand began to tremble involuntarily when he heard Zhang Heng's question. The bag of flour he held almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Zhang Heng managed to catch it before it landed. With a brief thanks, the boss took the bag of flour from him.
The plague broke out in the town some time ago, and the infected were quarantined. It seems we did guess it right. It really is a plague. How bad is it?
Wendy asked.
Everything is under control for now. Is there a doctor in the town? Where are the sick taken to?
Asked Zhang Heng.
The church in the town. They are temporarily quarantined there, and the doctor is taking care of them. You better stay away from that place. Don't worry. We want to live a lot longer than this, Wendy chuckled.
May God bless you.
Much obliged, ma'am.
After Zhang Heng paid for the stuff, the two left the grocery store. Not too long after commencing their journey, Wendy felt that her boots were uncomfortable, and she was about to squat down to fix them when Zhang Heng suddenly spoke up.
There's no need to do it now. Let's walk a little longer. Why? The boss still spies on us from the store. Don't look back, and don't make any unnecessary moves. He's watching us.
Wendy was dumbfounded.
To be precise, he is observing our movements and reactions, Zhang Heng said.
If you had just told a lie, you would pay special attention to the audience's reaction as well.
Lie? Are you talking about the plague? Well, it's interesting. It seems the people in this town are attempting to hide something, Zhang Heng frowned.
I don't know what the role of the sheriff in this hoax is.
5 minutes later, Zhang Heng and Wendy arrived at the police station in the town. In broad daylight, the thick-bearded sheriff was flirting with a woman in his office. Wendy was startled when she walked into the police station. The woman was lying on the bearded sheriff's chest, and they looked like they were about to do something really intimate.
Let's get up. Here comes somebody. I'll have to start work now, babe.
The bearded sheriff cooed, proceeding to pinch the woman's thigh. The latter giggled, got up, and gave a flying kiss to the bearded sheriff. The sheriff then patted his dirty uniform and wiped the badge on his chest.
Is there anything I can do for you too?
He asked. He was also the first average person that Zhang Heng encountered after he came to this small town. He was different from the residents that he saw earlier. Other than the fact that the sheriff must have not showered for God knows how long, he looked pretty unspectacular. As for his little hobby, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, being a sheriff was a 24-hour job in this era. Considering how he was the de facto person in charge of the town, the concept of working hours did not apply to him.
Could you be Sheriff Harper? I heard a sheriff is a short man.
Wendy said.
You have good eyes, ma'am. I am not Sheriff Harper. Sheriff Harper is too old and has retired. I am his successor. You can call me Lo.
Sheriff Harper is retired? But I just sent him a telegraph a week ago. Wendy's eyes widened.
Yes, I didn't expect this to happen as well. He was the first group of residents to settle in this town. He has contributed a lot to this place, and those who live here shall always remember his dedication. So, what brings you to the fine town of Bliss?
Actually, we are here to find someone, Sheriff Lo. Really, who?
Wendy glanced at Zhang Heng, and the latter nodded. So, she continued.
We've come to find my father. He's been away from home for a long time. Before he left, he told us he would come here to discuss business with someone. Oh, that's too bad. Perhaps you could tell me his name, and I will see what I can do for you. My father's name is Matthew Robbins, a rancher from Lincoln County. He wears a gray shirt and has a pair of old-looking boots. He is about 35 years old, and he has a scar on the right of his belly. I wrote everything down, and I will investigate this matter right away. You can rest in the hotel and wait for news. I should be able to get back to you tomorrow morning, replied Sheriff Lo as he winked at Wendy.
Can I ask you one more question? What's wrong with the people here?
Wendy could not help but ask.
Oh, don't take it to heart. They are just a little xenophobic. Just wait until they know you more. After all, something terrible just happened in town.
I heard about the plague. It's really unfortunate. We will get better. We always do. Those who thrive on these lands are courageous. Even without your observation prowess, I can tell he's lying.
In the room, Wendy quietly asked Zhang Heng.
How could Sheriff Harper retire at this time?
10. Zhang Heng cleaned the barrel of the Winchester rifle, not looking up as he spoke.
What should we do next? You know that there is something wrong with the sheriff. So, why would you tell him about your father? We can't hide it from him. After all, I have sent them a telegram before. Our purpose here is not a secret, but telling him would give him a false sense of security. Even though we have doubts about the town's situation, we should continue to pretend that we trust the fake sheriff. And by the way, we get to see who his accomplices are. What do you think?
Wendy frowned.
If I'm right, they will come to us tonight, Zhang Heng said.
For your safety, I should let you leave first. However, if I do that, they will be suspicious of us. If Sergeant Dolan did not lie, they should know your father and not harm you. Just get ready. If things go south, you should leave the town with lightning right away. I will stay behind to deal with them. Chapter 6:15, Night Combat.
What about you?
Wendy asked. Zhang Heng was not precisely an expert horse rider. If the situation turned ugly, he probably wouldn't be escaping on horseback.
I may be desperate to find my father, but I don't want you to risk your life either. If things don't work out here, we can always get out of this town. We can still seek help in the other towns nearby. Where? Rensselaer or Spurs. These two are the nearest towns, but they only have one sheriff. Or were you thinking about going back to Glen and ask Sheriff Dooland, whose horse I killed, for help? Let's not talk about his stand first. Once we leave, they will surely suspect something isn't right.
Zhang Heng was just finished cleaning the rifle.
Don't worry. I can handle it. How? You said before that they could be a whole group of them, 5, 7. Worst case scenario, there could be dozens of them, and you're only one man. Not to mention your horse riding sucks. Thank you for reminding me of the unfortunate fact, but thank your lucky stars I don't plan to run. Are you out of your mind? You've only got 3 guns and 6 boxes of ammunition. That's enough, Zhang Heng retorted.
Their biggest mistake would be to make a move at night.
Why? You'll see, Zhang Heng answered calmly. Wendy was a little distracted throughout dinner. Zhang Heng's words kept replaying itself in her mind, and no matter how hard she thought about it, she could not figure out how Zhang Heng planned to eliminate an enemy that outnumbered him. If they were planning to attack Zhang Heng and Winnie tonight, they would come prepared. Even if Zhang Heng could ambush a couple of them, there was no chance of a victory once the rest joined in. However, the person concerned did not seem worried at all. Night fell quickly. To avoid raising suspicions, Zhang Heng and Wendy returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Heng loaded bullets into the firearm he just serviced. Picking up a stool, he sat by the window. The curtains were drawn, leaving only a tiny slit that allowed him to look down at the street below. Once he was in position, he took out the filter lens. This small D-grade item was one example in which grade did not represent an item's function. With Zhang Heng's shooting and archery skills, the more he used it, the handier it became. His field of vision within 300 meters became completely unhindered by factors including natural light and weather, so fighting in the dark was pretty much a breeze. In fact, this would become his most significant advantage tonight. Zhang Heng was ready. All that was left to do now was to wait for the prey to come. Lo, the fake sheriff, and his men were earlier than Zhang Heng expected. It was not even midnight yet when they arrived in front of the hotel. They probably thought that they were going to win, hands down. That was expected. What kind of danger could the strange combination of a Chinese man and a little girl pose? Wendy did as was instructed and blocked the window to keep stray bullets from hitting her. She even flipped over the heavy desk in the room, thus using it as a barricade for the window. As she built her little fort, she became a little less anxious, but her heart was still racing. She pressed an ear against the wall, but all she heard was silence from Zhang Heng's room next door. It was so quiet that Wendy wondered if Zhang Heng had left. Soon, though, her thoughts were interrupted by the hooves of horses arriving downstairs. A wave of panic washed over the girl. There was still no sound coming from the room next door. Zhang Heng did not open fire, but waited for Lo to enter the building. There were a total of 6 men. 2 guarded the entrance, while another 2 watched over the first floor, ready to jump in whenever needed. Lo and another guy walked up to the second floor, terrorizing the stricken innkeeper. Just as one of the men guarding the door made a gesture for him to keep quiet, the poor man collapsed onto the ground. Wendy saw the men stopping briefly in front of her room through the crack in the door, then walking away. Clearly, Lo and his men didn't see her as a threat. In their opinion, once they got rid of the Easterner, the battle would be over. Wendy felt that if she had a gun, she might be able to take the men on the other side of the door by surprise and kill them. Unfortunately, even though her marksmanship had improved, Zhang Heng said that he would not give her a gun to defend herself this time. And this was actually what worried Zhang Heng the most. He did not care if Wendy could help or not. He was even concerned this kid might be too bold for her own good. If she had a gun, she would indeed allow all hell to break loose. It was a common problem amongst most firearms dabblers. Once they had a gun in hand, an inconsolable urge to do something would overwhelm them. Zhang Heng experienced that once in the river valley. He was not about to go through that again. Wendy's heart was in her throat. She kept screaming in her mind for Zhang Heng to start shooting at the men outside her room, but yet, all seemed eerily still next door. Lo and his companion looked at each other. The latter stepped back, kicked the door open while Lo prepared to fire his rifle. To their surprise, however, there was no one in the room. Lo and his companion entered the room and saw the empty stool by the window.
Where did that bastard go? Chapter 616, passerby when he finally heard the long-awaited gunshot. However, the fierce battle that she imagined did not take place. The gunshot lasted less than a minute before it ended. After that, peace was restored. Wendy was nervous, not knowing who the final winner was. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking at the door. Fear kicked in once again. Immediately, she looked around and grabbed the fruit knife on the table.
I hope you won't stab me when I go in. Zhang Heng's voice came from outside the house. Wendy was relieved, but instead of opening the door immediately, she asked, Are you the only one outside? You can take a look under the crack of the door.
Wendy ducked the moment she heard Zhang Heng's instruction. Through the crack, she saw only a pair of shoes outside the house. She then opened the door, but still hid the knife behind her back.
It's over, Zhang Heng, who was outside the door, said, handing a revolver to Wendy at the same time.
I killed the other people and caught the guy who pretended to be a sheriff. I am about to interrogate him. In the meantime, I need you to keep an eye on the boss. We are still trying to figure out the relationship between this group of people and the town people. Maybe they still have accomplices. So it's always right to be more cautious.
Since you are going to question him, can I listen outside the house?
Wendy asked.
No, the interrogation will probably be a bit inappropriate for children, Zhang Heng said.
It's better that you wait outside. I'll tell you the results later.
Zhang Heng did not wait for Wendy's reply. He turned around and closed the door before he left. Wendy walked out of the room and went downstairs. Instantly, she saw bloodstains from the corpse that Zhang Heng had dragged to the kitchen. She then moved a chair and sat in front of the innkeeper, now paralyzed by fear. In fact, there was no need to keep an eye on him all the time. His two allies had just expired before him, one of them shot in the head, with his own brain matter splattered over his face. The innkeeper's legs had gone so soft that he could no longer stand up for now. However, Wendy decided to do something to make sure that the innkeeper would not escape. She then waved the revolver in his hand and threatened, "You better stay put. I will kill you if you dare to move. Don't put my marksmanship to the test."
About 20 minutes later, a gunshot came from the second floor, and Wendy saw Zhang Heng walking out of the room.
How did it go?
Wendy stood up.
Did he tell you anything about my father? Well, I figured everything out, but some people need saving first. I will explain when I come back, Zhang Heng said.
Saving people? Where?
The church. The missing farmers are there, and there are 4 guards too. Is my father there too? No, your father is not in town, but he should be in no danger for the time being.
Before Zhang Heng left, he added,
After I leave, I need you to lock the hotel's doors. Don't let anyone approach and don't trust the people in the town. Okay, Wendy nodded. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he hurried out of the hotel with his weapons in a bag. Wendy then watched him disappear into the night. When she turned around, she saw that the innkeeper's face was pale.
It's over, it's all over.
He kept muttering.
What's over?
Wendy asked. The boss was indifferent when he heard this and just murmured, We're all going to hell.
Instead of heading to the church, Zhang Heng first went to the grocery store he visited during the day. He barged in and stuffed the 3 shotguns and 5 revolvers on the shelf into his bag, even grabbing some ammunition with him. The grocery store owner, still in his pajamas, heard the commotion and walked downstairs. He was bewildered when he saw Zhang Heng, oblivious to what was going on. He then asked,
You, what are you doing? I'm borrowing something from you, and I will return them to you when I'm done with it.
Zhang Heng put the last box of bullets into his bag and picked it up. The boss reacted, and his eyes widened.
Are you robbing me? In our town? Are you not afraid of being arrested by the sheriff? The sheriff of Bliss is dead a long time ago. You guys are the ones that caused his death. I don't think I need to worry about him anymore. If you were talking about the fake sheriff, I don't think he would have any objections, Zhang Heng shrugged. After speaking, he kicked open the grocery store door, put the bag of weapons and ammunition on Radish, and headed towards the church alone. As he approached the church, Zhang Heng jumped off the horse. He had not learned to shoot while riding a horse, but he used to wander on the sea, which makes his balancing ability better than the average person. It will be a matter of time before he mastered this skill. However, before that, he could only dismount and fight. The church's door was closed tightly, and a faint light squeezed out from it. Zhang Heng walked towards the door and fired a shot at the sky. About half a minute later, the door was opened slightly, and a gun emerged from the crack. The man turned left and right, and he saw no one was outside. The one-eyed gunman then poked his head out carefully. Immediately, Zhang Heng killed him with a single shot. After that, his left hand drew the revolver around his waist and dangled it from the gap. Zhang Heng then adopted the same strategy as before. First, he broke the kerosene lamp and filled the church with darkness. He then used his filter lens to look at his surroundings. With ease, he killed all 3 gunners inside the church. When Zhang Heng put away his filter lens and reignited the kerosene lamp, the light revealed the people imprisoned inside the church. Most were blacks, and there was a girl, weeping in the corner, her body covered with nothing but tattered rags. Zhang Heng quickly took off his coat and put it over her. He then looked at the side of the pulpit. There was a strong man who looked like the leader of this group. When Zhang Heng walked into the church, a few of them looked at the strong man in panic. Clearly, they were used to letting him take charge.
How many of you are being imprisoned here?
Zhang Heng asked.
There are 20 people on the first floor and 30 on the second, but most are women and children. They killed half of the men.
The strong black man who said that had a hint of anger flashing in his eyes.
Okay, pick someone who can fight. Both men and women are fine.
Zhang Heng threw the sack that used to store all his guns and bullets on the ground and pointed at the corpse on the floor. Arm yourself. The sooner, the better. We will leave here in 5 minutes. Sir, are you the bailiff nearby?
Someone asked.
No, I'm just a passerby.
Zhang Heng replied, pulling the brim of his hat. Chapter 617. The past. As they walked into town, the farmers that Zhang Heng rescued from the church ran into another group. The tension in the air was palpable, where both sides had their weapons pointed squarely at each other. The muscular black man standing in front shouted,
Davidson, you bastards. You conspired with the Cook gang to kill us all.
The guy named Davidson, probably the leader of the town's residents, retorted in his defense.
Listen to me, Nicker, we just wanted to teach you a lesson. I did not expect things to turn out this way. We made a mistake. We should never have trusted the Cook gang. Try telling that to those who are now dead.
Nicker hissed.
Now, those bastards have all been killed by a good man named Zhang Heng. Why are you standing in our way? Are you planning to finish what they started and kill us all? Of course not. We just wanted to have a chat with you. We were just discussing giving you $5,000 as compensation for the losses you've suffered. Of course, we know the money will never remedy the pain of losing family and friends, but at least it can make your life a little easier. As long as you're here, our lives will never be easier.
Nicker barked in a fury.
And it's not like you're offering to compensate us out of kindness. Whatever it is you have to say, might as well say it now.
Davidson nodded.
Whatever happened to Sheriff Harper was a tragedy, but given the circumstances at the time, we had no other choice.
Nicker interrupted by spitting on the ground. He looked at each person standing before him, to which no one dared meet his gaze. They all had their heads lowered.
You bastards. You shot him 32 times. Every single one of you has a hand in it. They shot their own sheriff. In fact, they didn't kill him immediately. They deliberately avoided the vital organs and left him to bleed to death. I must admit that you white folk really do know how to have fun with a F***kin human being. It really opened my eyes. What could we have done?
The owner of the grocery store cut in.
Those men from the Cook gang were looking at us with guns in their hands. If we didn't do what they say, they were going to kill us too. Nicker, Davidson continued. Every one of us here feels guilty for what happened that day. Our conscience torments us. We've already been punished, and there's nothing we can do about it. All we can do is to look forward, as long as we can reach a consensus. Sheriff Harper, like everyone else, died in the hands of Cook as well. We will let all of you go. Why? Are you worried that other people would find out about all the good things you've done? Does your conscience torment you? Do you even know what real punishment is? When each and every one of you get hanged on the gallows for the crimes you've committed, that the real F***king punishment then. Is this really necessary, Nicker? If I remember correctly, none of you were exactly best friends with Sheriff Harper. Let's not forget that he also hated blacks and has locked up many of your people. That's true. Harper was one god-awful, inbred old bastard. I've thought about shooting that bald head of his many times, but when the Cook gang wanted to kill us. Except for Mr. Matthew. Only this old bastard stood up against them. Of all the people in the whole town, he was the only one. You have to admit, that old bastard had to be *LLS, but you had to go kill the only person in the whole town who had them. We didn't have a choice.
The storekeeper muttered.
You always have a choice. You had guns, and there were more of you. Yet, you did not even fight back, Nicker sneered.
You are a bunch of mother*kin cowards. Now, either you get out of our way, or we start fighting. Enough of all this nonsense.
Nicker, it's not that simple. Davidson explained.
You don't understand the situation we are faced with. That guy named Zhang Heng had only killed Cook members who stayed back to guard the town. There are still more than 30 of them out there. These men are cold-blooded murderers, not farmers or miners like you and I. When they come back, we will have to face their wrath, so right now, we must unite and stand together to face whatever's coming for us. It is the only way we can save our town.
Is there a screw loose in your brain, Davidson? How can we work together after everything that has happened? Might as well be pointing the guns at their own heads. Who knows what could happen? When things turn bad, who's to say that you won't turn against us? You people would do anything to keep yourselves alive.
While the men argued, Zhang Heng had already snuck back to the hotel. Wendy quickly removed the table, barricading the door.
Did anyone come by when I was away?
Zhang Heng asked.
Yes, the owner of the grocery store. He came by not long after you left, but he didn't knock. He's gone off to search for someone else. What happened outside? There were a lot of people, Wendy asked.
Bliss residents are mainly miners and their families. The mines have polluted nearby water sources, resulting in large areas of crops to die. The remaining ones are no better. The local farmers are angry. The relationship between the two miners and farmers became increasingly tense. From time to time, there would be some conflicts. Then 6 months ago, a miner boy and a farmer girl went out to play together, but only the boy returned. The girl never came back. The girl's father believed that the boy killed her, so he went to the boy's house with a few of his friends and killed the boy. Naturally, the boy's brother fought back. 2 days later, the girl returned home safely. It turned out that she had a disagreement with the boy and, in a fit of anger, she walked away from him and lost her way.
So, this time, it was the miners' turn to demand an explanation with guns. When the farmers heard the news, they gathered a force as well. Conflict broke out between the two sides, with many wounded. Every now and again, the farmers would go down to the mines and cause trouble, and the animosity between them kept growing.
About a month and a half ago, an old hunchbacked man appeared in town. He overheard the miners complaining about the whole thing, so he told them that he could help them solve their problem. All they had to do was pay him $6,000. He said he could hire people who could teach those farmers a lesson, so they would never cause the miners any more trouble again.
The miners talked it over and thought it was a feasible plan, so they pooled their money, and the hunchback brought the Cook gang here. They seized the farmers intending to kill them and their families. Then, to prevent the miners from reneging, the Cook gang forced the miners to kill their own sheriff. It was very brutal. I won't describe it in detail, but I think their real motivation wasn't just to earn the $6,000. It was your father. So my father's related to all this?
Wendy asked in surprise.
Not this, but to the Cook gang's leader Cook. It all makes sense now. Do you remember the one-armed man from the Cook gang who was hanged? He was in Lincoln County for a reason. I'm guessing that it probably has something to do with finding your father. The guy who pretended to be the sheriff didn't know about Cook and your father, but there is no doubt that they know each other. Oh, maybe Sheriff Dolan from Glentown is involved too. The three of them are old acquaintances. Cook threatened to kill the farmers unless your father does something for him.
Chapter 618, Lucky Horseshoes.
What do they want my father to do?
Wendy asked impatiently.
Help them find a group of people, said Zhang Heng, whose expression became a little weird all of a sudden.
Who are those people?
More than a month ago, there was a robbery in Shining Silver Town. A group of masked men robbed a bank and looted 40 kilograms of gold. However, few people knew that they also took something that they are not supposed to take. That thing belongs to the Cook.
Cook wants your father to help him find that thing, but he seems to have other plans too.
Zhang Heng said.
But the timeline does not match. As far as I know, the one-armed man came to Lincoln County very early and lived next to our house.
Wendy frowned. Wait, you're saying that the Cook has been watching my father all these years? I'm afraid that's the truth. Until Cook lost whatever they had, they contacted my father and asked him to come to Bliss. My father is half Indian, and that makes him a master tracker. After that, they used the lives of the farmers in the town to threaten my father, forcing him to help them to find someone.
Thus, when he finally figured out the ins and outs of this matter.
12 days ago, Cook left 10 people to keep an eye on the farmers, and he left town with your father and the remaining 30-odd. So my father only needs to help Cook to find whoever they're looking for, and he'll be set free?
Wendy asked.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Zhang Heng shook his head.
Cook ordered their men who stayed behind to kill everyone in half a month. After that, they were supposed to leave Bliss and meet in Lincoln County.
Huh?
Wendy's eyes widened.
What are they doing in Lincoln County? You haven't seen it yet. Cook doesn't actually care about the thing he lost, Zhang Heng said.
Your father has been their goal from the very beginning. They plan to go to Lincoln County to avenge the one-armed man executed not too long ago. If they pull it off, your father, who is with them, will be treated as their accomplice. In simple words, he has nowhere to go other than to stay with Cook's gang.
So what should we do then?
Wendy's reaction was calmer than Zhang Heng expected. Although worried about her father, she did not lose her mind. Instead, she said,
If you can help me resolve this, I can call the shots and give you half of my family's land and the cattle that live on it. At this point, there is only one way to solve this problem. We need to stop them before they arrive at Lincoln. However, even if I can't handle 30-odd people at the same time, we have to look for help.
2 days later, Zhang Heng and Wendy rushed back to Glentown.
Haha. Look who we have here, the sheriff outside the police station sneered.
I have been waiting for this day to arrive. Well, it hasn't expect to avenge my horse so soon.
You know Cook, the leader of the Cook gang, don't you?
Zhang Heng asked directly.
Well, how did you know about that?
After hearing Zhang Heng's question, the sheriff's face changed drastically, and he quickly glanced around. Seeing that there was no one following them, he was relieved.
Your secret did surprise me, Zhang Heng said.
The sheriff of Glentown is in cohorts with the notorious Cook gang.
You know nothing, kid. Don't comment on the past of others. You were not there when it happened, the sheriff snorted coldly.
Then tell me everything about that mysterious past so that we can rescue Matthew.
Zhang Heng continued.
I think I have made it very clear. I will bring my past into the grave with me.
The sheriff shook his head.
You are so stubborn and unwilling to cooperate. Are you 100% sure that Cook will not kill Matthew? There is something worse in this world than killing a person, and that is ruining his life. I don't know the nature of Cook and Matthew's relationship, but I do know that Cook is messing up Matthew's life. As we speak, Cook is taking his people and Matthew to Lincoln County, preparing to avenge their recently executed member. Needless to say, you should know what it means.
What? Is Cook planning to attack Lincoln County? Lincoln is not a small town like Glen, county seat. They're not going there to conquer the place. They just want to loot it. By the time the armed forces arrive, they will be long gone. Considering Matthew's tense relations with the townsfolk, what would they think when they see him showing up with Cook and his gang?
The old cowboy fell silent after hearing this. After waiting a while, Zhang Heng was about to give up. The sheriff then quickly said,
I know. Cook has always wanted Matthew to be his successor. He's been training Matthew since he was young. My father used to be part of the Cook gang.
Wendy instantly became dumbfounded.
He is not the only one. Matthew, Cook, and the three of us were the first members of the Cook gang. No, at that time, we were not called the Cook gang, but the Lucky Horseshoes. We didn't form the Lucky Horseshoes to burn, kill, or loot. Vengeance was our true purpose. Vengeance.
The sheriff looked at Wendy.
Your father rarely talks to you and your mother about the past, right? Regarding his past, he worked in Cook's ranch before meeting your mother. That was also the time where he met the love of his life, Mary. They got married, and soon after that, Mary was pregnant with a child. At that time, Matthew was the happiest man in this world. Matthew and I were good friends, and they were ready to let me become the child's godfather. However, no one expected misfortune to hit so quickly.
Once, Cook and Matthew brought their cattle to be sold in a town 500 miles away. When they returned, they found their homes ransacked, and Mary was gone. At first, they thought it was a robber who did it, but they found out things were not that simple. All signs pointed to Reuben, the only son of Union Pacific Railway Company's director. That guy was a playboy. He always claimed that he came here to supervise and inspect the railway project. But the truth was that he and a group of evil friends would come to hunt for animals and visit the brothel. When he saw Mary, Reuben couldn't take his eyes off her. He and his friends flirted with Mary several times, but Matthew was there to help her every time.
What Matthew and Cook did not expect was that as soon as they left the town, Reuben would abduct Mary. They later found Reuben and asked him to release Mary. However, Reuben denied all accusations. That bastard didn't want anyone to find out about the crime he committed, so he killed Mary without hesitation. It wasn't until a week later that we found Mary's body in the woods. Wild dogs had mauled her corpse. And the child she carried, only 3 months old at that time, was killed as well.
Chapter 619, A Tale of Vengeance.
We've thought about using the law to solve this, but the United Pacific Railroad Company is very powerful. With only one sentence, they decide if they would build the railways for your towns. And the towns with railways usually develop faster than other towns that don't have one. Following that, there would be more immigrants moving in, thus increasing the production of goods. It would be hard for us to send those goods to other towns without the system. We were in a small town with less than 50 people at the time. Everyone was hoping that a track would pass the town and make our lives easier. Reuben obviously knew about this, so he blackmailed the town's sheriff into concealing his crime.
The sheriff seemed to dwell in his memory. He paused for a while before continuing.
The town's sheriff was Mr. Thompson. He and the United Pacific Railway Company were on the same side, and he was a loyal dog of theirs. So, Sheriff Thompson insisted that Mary be taken and killed by the robbers nearby.
Later, we attempted to unite the townsfolk in making Thompson and United Pacific admit to their crimes. Unfortunately, nobody wanted to stand with us. Everyone wanted a railroad more than making them pay for crimes. That was when the Lucky Horseshoes was born. Cook told the King Sheriff that if no one could give us the justice we deserved, we would create our own justice.
Apart from us, Cook wrote to 2 of his friends at the time. Once they received his letter, they quickly rushed to the town. Coupled with another cowboy who worked for Cook, there were a total of 6 of us, the founding members of Lucky Horseshoes.
Upon hearing that, Zhang Heng interrupted the sheriff.
Is the horseshoe-shaped imprint on your chest a result of joining the Lucky Horseshoes?
Zhang Heng saw that mark when he searched the sheriff at the entrance of the river valley. He suspected that the latter was related to his main quest.
Yes, that's right, the sheriff admitted. Matthew and Cook had it on them too, but Matthew later carved out a scar at the spot to get rid of it. This happened after he left the Lucky Horseshoes. In short, once everyone had reached, the 6 of us covered our faces, and in the dark, we headed to Reuben's residence. We planned to kill all of them while they were drunk and defenseless. However, the situation spiraled out of control. There were a total of 10 people in Reuben's residence. Other than the 2 playmates, the rest were security personnel assigned to him by his father. Needless to say, these guards were all useless.
Matthew rushed to the front line and killed the only 2 still awake in the room. After that, we started killing every single one of them. However, besides Reuben's man, we didn't expect 2 prostitutes to be in the house. I had an argument with Cook if they should be killed or not. Cook said that they could have been there when Mary was killed, but I said we couldn't possibly be sure. We were there for revenge, not to kill innocent people. When we argued, one of the prostitutes attempted to sneak out of the house while we were distracted. So, one of Cook's friends went after her and shot her dead. When he came back, he killed another prostitute.
Then, Sheriff Thompson rushed over when he heard the gunshots. He pulled out the gun and wanted to shoot me. I had no choice but to kill him before he killed me. By that time, everything was messed up. Cook told us that it was too late to turn back after all that we had done. Everyone in town knew our grievances with Reuben. When the new sheriff came to the town, all of us would be sentenced to death. Since that would be the case, it was better that we simply killed everyone in town. So, you really killed the entire town?
Wendy asked.
Yes, we slaughtered all the men and women, from the elderly to the children. We mercilessly butchered all those who could breathe and walk. I will always remember that night. Everything in front of me was red. We left no soul alive by the time we were done. I told you that we lived in a small town, so we all knew each other. I even talked to some of them during the day. And that night, I had to kill them with my hands.
During the early phase of the battle, we were gaining the upper hand. But later, more and more people who heard the gunfire armed themselves to retaliate, especially the last 2 families. They had many sons, and they blocked the door with tables and beds. After that, they started to shoot at us from the window on the second floor. It was a bloody battle that lasted until dawn. In the end, only 3 people were left alive in the town. And they were me, Matthew, and Cook. Everyone else was either injured or dead. I didn't know what that was about. What I know is that the massacre was more than just vengeance.
The sheriff's eyes were filled with regret as he spoke.
After the incident, the 3 of us sat in the middle of town and looked at each other. No one said a single word. Afterward, Cook dragged his wounded leg, returned home, and took the money he saved to split amongst us. Then, in the afternoon, the 3 of us went our own separate ways.
Matthew and I chose to remain anonymous, living the lives of ordinary people. Matthew went to Lincoln County, opening a ranch with the money he received from Cook. Not too long after that, he got married and had a child. As for me, I wandered aimlessly for a while before finally coming to Glentown. I drove out the 2 gangsters harassing and extorting the residents in a bar, and I was elected as sheriff by the locals. In the end, I decided to live here. As for Cook, I learned that he formed a gang later on. He told everyone that his gang was responsible for the small-town massacre. I knew he only did that to protect us, especially Matthew. Cook liked Matthew very much and always treated him as his son. After Mary died, Matthew became Cook's only remaining kin.
I don't know why he wanted to disrupt Matthew's peaceful life. More than 10 years have passed since then. It doesn't make sense to me.
The sheriff frowned.
But he did go and look for Matthew,
said Zhang Heng.
If you want to stop him, you'll have to stop them before they reach Lincoln County. I have 15 people on my side, and they can get to Glentown by afternoon. How many people can you bring with you?
The people Zhang Heng was looking for were the miners and farmers of Bliss. When it came to this matter, he could not seek help from other law enforcement officers. Still, fortunately, after a long night of negotiations, Bliss's residents finally reached a preliminary consensus to help to deal with Cook's gang. They selected 15 of their best marksmen. Zhang Heng and Winnie took off to Glentown first to look for the sheriff. The rest followed them from behind.
For it was the 4 people you saw that day,
said the sheriff.
They are the only people who can be completely trusted.
Sorry, are you talking about the guy who got tied up by me and later thrown by the side of the road?
Wendy murmured.
Is that guy reliable? He looks no older than me.
Chapter 6:20 Fate in the vast expanse of the Gobi, a group of people was riding on their horses. Having been wandering in the wild for a week, everyone looked exhausted and worn out. However, they were getting closer and closer to their final destination, Gulja. However, when they arrived at their destination, they found that Gulja had already been engulfed by flames, leaving behind only a ground filled with burnt bodies. Matthew got off his horse, stood in the middle of the town, and looked up. There were broken houses everywhere, and no living creatures could be found.
I told you that they all died in the fire.
Zhang Heng would have definitely recognized the one who just spoke. The bailiff named Morton that he encountered by chance on the first night he entered this world. However, he didn't look like he was in a perfect state. His eyes were bruised, the bridge of his nose was broken, and at least 4 or 5 teeth were missing from his mouth. He was tied on a horse, and he wasn't talking properly since his teeth were missing.
I don't believe your tale about the mysterious Oriental gunman. I've lived in Lincoln County for so long, and I have never seen such a person, Matthew frowned.
As I said, if it weren't for that night, I wouldn't have believed that such a strange person lived in this world. He is like a mysterious ghost. No one knows where he comes from. I followed the direction he came from and asked the nearby towns, and no one had ever seen such a person. He seemed to have suddenly materialized in the Gobi. He killed 7 good shooters in the bar and carried 40 kilograms of gold and the thing you were looking for. When I met him, I did hear him say that he was going to Lincoln County.
Then let's go to Lincoln County, said the hunched old man.
No, I won't go to Lincoln County with you.
Matthew shook his head.
I know what you were trying to do here. Cook, you deliberately revealed my name to Bliss folk when you kidnapped this man over here.
Matthew pointed at Morton on horseback. Using this method to get me stuck with Cook's gang? You are a Cook gang member and one of its founders, the old hunchback casually said.
No, I have nothing to do with your gang, and Lucky Horseshoes has nothing to do with Cook's gang either.
Matthew said.
Are you putting up an act right now, Cook? You and this guy named Morton? You both are ganging up to make me stay in Cook Gang. You went through so much trouble just to trick me into going to Lincoln County with you.
You think too highly of me, boy, the old hunchback muttered. He then took out a box of chewing tobacco. I am not from the United Pacific Railway Company. Hence, the bailiff here will not serve me. While traveling, I've been thinking about getting you to go to Lincoln County with me. However, it seems that the problem has been resolved. It's all probably fate. I don't believe in shitty fate, Matthew responded.
I didn't believe it before as well. But if it were not for fate, we would all be sitting together in your house now. You will be holding your son, and I will be holding my granddaughter. We would be drinking cold beer and having a laugh over daily life. And Mary would be preparing dinner in the kitchen.
Cook paused. But you are right. Fate doesn't exist. This is a dog-eat-dog world. I do not regret establishing the Cook Gang. I only regret that I did not do it earlier. I allowed myself to be blinded by the happy life that I once had. Just like you now. The cruel reality will wake us up one day. I heard that you married another woman in Lincoln County, and she gave birth to a daughter. This is between us. Don't involve them, Matthew warned. The old hunchback smiled.
It is not me you should be worrying about, but the fate you spoke of. Aren't you afraid that what happened to Mary will happen to them again?
Matthew fell into silence upon hearing this.
Look how fragile your so-called happiness is. There are too many powerful people in this world, like the directors of the United Pacific Railroad. You are just an ant under their feet, Matthew. You don't know when the world will crumble upon you. Know where I went after the three of us were separated?
Where? I took the train to the East Coast. Then why come back? What? Did you really think I headed to New York to enjoy my retirement?
The hunched old man laughed.
No, I will carry out my revenge to the end. I am going to kill United Pacific Railroad's director. I have come up with a plan for myself if I get caught. Since Mary is no longer in this world, I don't want to live anymore. Things have gone smoother than I thought. I slipped into the target's house without much effort. Those from the East Coast are different from us. Their alertness is almost non-existent. Before I kill him, I even had the opportunity to indulge his wife before him. And then I noticed the way he looked at me, so frightened and helpless, like a puppy in the rain. At that moment, I suddenly realized that I had become his fate. What are you trying to say here?
Matthew frowned.
My point is that if you wish to get rid of this tragic fate of infinite loops, you have to become fate itself, Cook said.
Join us, Matthew. Stop being a fate's pawn. We have 40 fearless men with us. With their excellent marksmanship, the entire West is our hunting ground.
Since you already have more than 40 allies, why do you want me to join your gang? Because we are related, Matthew. I have always treated you as my son. Your bloodline makes you less popular in town. I took you in and taught you how to use a gun, ride a horse, and let you marry my daughter. You were like me when I was young. Join us, and I will continue to guide you. Guide me to? To hell with you? This ending is not too bad. If we work together, we can kill the devil even if we tumble in the depths of hell.
The old hunchback looked with anticipation at Matthew. Then the latter shook his head.
No, Cook, I still have a wife and a daughter. I can't be a robber with you. The revenge is over. We killed an entire town. It's over. The love I have for Mary is no less than you. Because of this, I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to see you like this. You just inflict whatever pain you have suffered on others. What different are you from Reuben then? I'm stronger than him. That's why I survived, the old hunchback replied.
On this land, only the strong win the right to survive. Unfortunately, Matthew, you are not strong enough. But it doesn't matter. You will be strong enough soon. Come on, son. Let us both welcome a new future together. Chapter 621. We need to stop him on the grasslands. The sheriff, his deputy, Zhang Heng, and Winnie sat around the campfire. The miners and farmers from Bliss Town were sitting next to them. Although the two sides decided to work together, they had not worked on their communication. They were each doing their own things, and still looked at each other with hatred. A look of worry flashed across the sheriff's face.
What's going on?
Zhang Heng asked.
We still lack manpower, and most of us here are inexperienced fighters as well. And the worst part is that there is an internal conflict between us. If we fight Cook in such a state, I am afraid there's a high chance that we will lose.
Zhang Heng did not answer the sheriff's question, asking instead,
Do you know a lot about Cook? No, most of my memories of him were when we were living in the same town. He was a very easygoing man. Similar to his wife and daughter, the whole family are devout Puritans. We were the first to arrive in the town with a covered wagon. I was only 6 at that time. It is probably hard to imagine now the difficulties and obstacles we encountered along the way at that time. There were robbers, Indians, and men with ill intent lurking everywhere. We had gone through many tough battles, and Cook is the best marksman among us. It is difficult to imagine a gentleman like him would fight so bravely.
He is the most outstanding person among us, a natural leader, and he cares about everyone that matters to him. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to reach a settlement. When the town was first established, we unanimously chose him as the sheriff. Nonetheless, he refused the position. He was the family-first kind of man. After he opened his own ranch, he wanted to spend all his time with his wife. Hence, we chose Thompson as the sheriff in the end.
Now, Thompson was a respectable man in his own right, but unfortunately, he disappeared from the world in less than a year. On that particular day, he attempted to help a widow from town retrieve money that someone owed her. Tragically, he was ambushed by the debtor and his 2 brothers, and they shot him dead in the process. One of them was later caught and hanged in the next town. As for the other 2 killers, they were long gone before we could sentence them. Some said they fled to Japan, and others said robbers had killed them. Rumors even said they joined the army under different names. But in short, we couldn't locate them no matter how hard we tried.
Let's talk about Morris next. He worked for 4 years as a sheriff. A robber shot him and blinded him in the eye during a crossfire with a group of robbers in town. But he miraculously survived the injury. 2 years later, he retired as sheriff. After that, Thompson Jr., son of old Thompson, took up the position. During that period, Cook had 2 children. The first one was a boy, but unfortunately, he did not survive the birth. Then, the girl was named Mary. I think the cook and his wife poured all their love for their deceased son into their daughter.
Cook originally wanted a 3rd child, but in the end, his wife died of dystocia. Neither adult nor the child survived. Cook was depressed for a while, but fortunately, he still had his daughter. Mary pulled him out from his depression and made him embrace life again. It was then when Matthew came into his life. Matthew's father was an Indian from the Apache tribe, and his mother was a British immigrant. His birth was unexpected. Due to his Indian descent, the townspeople didn't like him the least bit.
I fought with him when he first arrived in the town. At that time, I was just a young man and couldn't tell right from wrong. I beat him just because he wasn't pleasing to my eye, but I didn't expect that the fight would make us friends. Matthew said that he came to town to find a job, but at that time, I was just a poor boy, so I directed him to Cook. I knew that if there was one person in town that was willing to accept him, it had to be Cook.
Sure enough, although Matthew didn't know anything at the time, he was hardworking and had an open mind. He was willing to learn everything that was taught to him. It was apparent Cook liked him so much that he treated him like his own son. Most people in this world are blind-eyed fools. Only a few possess the ability to look past a person's gender, race, and appearance. It is more important to look at a person's heart and mind. And Cook has the ability to do so.
You know what happened later? I won't say more. Matthew married Mary, and then the unfortunate incident happened. I still don't know if what we did that night was right or wrong.
The sheriff paused.
But I thought about it again later. I don't think it was an accident that things got out of control that night. At that time, most of us were determined to avenge Mary. With Cook's meticulous mindset, it would be impossible. He didn't know the situation we would be facing after killing Reuben and his men. That means he had made up his mind from the beginning to kill all the people in town.
At that time, he was probably disappointed with the townsfolk. Considering how he did so much for this town, the people should have supported him. However, when Mary was killed, only a few were willing to stand by his side. He felt the town had betrayed him.
I heard about what happened later. After the 3 of us broke up, he went to the East Coast alone and killed United Pacific Railroad's director. Then he came back and founded the Cook Gang. For the past decade, Cook has been the strongest and most terrifying gang in the West. They looted trains, ransacked towns, and even fought head-on with the Rangers. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. At one time, the people thought they had disappeared, but it didn't take long for them to emerge again and become more brutal and powerful.
Except for the larger towns, small towns like Glen all live in fear of the Cook gang.
The sheriff looked into Zhang Heng's eyes.
The reason I tell you about these past events is so you know how terrifying Cook is. When a person like Cook with many excellent qualities decides to turn evil, the damage he can wreak beats any ordinary robber. I don't know what happened to him after the three of us were separated. One thing's for sure, I know he must be stopped at all costs.
Chapter 622. Hunter's Hut. According to the sheriff's description, Zhang Heng could determine that Cook's marksmanship had surpassed LV.2 but hadn't yet reached LV.3. Also, his horse riding skills were outstanding. He could now fire his gun while he was riding on his steed. Of course, it was not as accurate while he was standing still. Considering Cook's age, Zhang Heng was confident that he could defeat him if it were a fair matchup. However, if one took into account the 30 thugs in the Cook gang, the situation was not optimistic. But luckily, they still had time. Cook would not expect that the 10 people he left to be stationed in Bliss would be killed, causing their whereabouts to be exposed ahead of time. According to Zhang Heng's estimation, Cook gang should still need to travel for another day before they reached Lincoln County. While they were thinking about how to deal with those thugs, there was a key problem for them to figure out, and that was how to intercept Cook and Matthew before they got to Lincoln County.
The intel that I have on hand about the Cook gang is 2 months old. The sheriff frowned.
They have always been like this. They come and go like the wind. Some people call them the Crimson Scourge. No one knows where they would appear or where they were heading to. The only thing that everyone knows was that wherever they went, and blood would be spilled.
I probably know where they will be, Zhang Heng said. Bailiff Morton has been tracking those bandits disguised as fur traders. As long as Cook and Matthew are not stupid, they will find Morton first. So they should arrive at the scorched town now.
Undoubtedly, 80% of them would believe what Morton told them, thinking that Zhang Heng was the one that took the 40 kilograms of gold and the object Cook had deposited in the bank. In fact, Zhang Heng couldn't really determine if the thing really existed or whether it was just an excuse for Cook to draw Matthew out. Apart from Cook, the only group of people who could answer this question had been killed by Zhang Heng. Getting an answer might prove a little challenging. Zhang Heng told the sheriff about the direction that Cook and the others might be heading in. The latter spread out a map and pointed to a forest trail 20 miles east of Lincoln County.
If your intel is reliable, Cook will first group up with the 10 people he left in Bliss. After that, he will attack the county seat. Considering that there will be a gap between their arrivals, the first person should find a place to settle down. And this is the best location.
Winnie then interrupted.
My father and I went there in the summer. I remember a hunter's hut over there. It has no owner, and any hunter can rest there. If Cook didn't see anyone in Bliss when he arrived, he would probably rest in the hut too, the sheriff said.
Can we set up an ambush there?
Zhang Heng asked.
It's difficult.
The old cowboy shook his head.
I haven't been to that place yet, but Cook is a very cautious person. The bailiff who pursued him said he'd first sent some scouts to garrison the location. Once the place is secured, he will set up a perimeter around him. This is why the Cook gang has been so difficult to eliminate. Even if we want to surround him, we cannot hide nearby. We'll have to charge at them from a distance.
Zhang Heng frowned at the sheriff's idea. The dark of the night was his best aid advantage to win the fight against Cook. However, if Cook and his people chose to hide in the hunter's hut until dawn, then it would make no sense to ask a group of miners and farmers to fight.
Let's head there first,
said Zhang Heng after thinking for a while. There wasn't much time left. The Cook gang should reach Lincoln County in a day. On the other hand, Zhang Heng and the others would take at least half a day to get to the woods. At the same time, they had to be cautious of any encounters with Cook members in the woods. That meant they had only half a day left to make all the necessary preparations. Before dawn, the group had set off again to the cabin Wendy mentioned. That hut was located in the middle of the woods, and there was a small trail leading to it, created by the hunters who frequently hunted there. A stream ran beside the hut as well. Since it just rained, The air in the woods was humid. Tree barks still had water droplets on them. This was by no means pleasant news for Zhang Hong and the rest, since it meant that they couldn't use fire to drive Cook and the others out of the house. Besides, there were branches on the ground, and it would be difficult to approach outside without making a sound. To avoid hoofprints on the ground, the sheriff made everyone else wait outside the woods. Zhang Hong, Wendy, and he were the only ones that entered the woods. The sheriff walked around the hunter's cabin and asked Zhang Hong, "Do you have any ideas? I don't think they can fit 30 people in this hut. Cook will assign some of them to guard the perimeter. Once we commence the attack, whoever is inside the hut will be alerted. It is difficult to complete the ambush. However, if we are lucky, we should aim at all the thugs guarding outside. Once we eliminate a few, our chances of winning would improve significantly." Zhang Hong paused. "But the real trouble is fighting those who remain in the hut. There is no place for cover around here. By that time, we will have to wait for them to attack us before we can attack. Hence, we need to find a way to lure them out. Even if we can draw them out, are you confident you can defeat them?"
The sheriff raised his eyebrows.
"It's impossible to defeat all of them in one go. If they are determined enough to leave this place, I don't think I can kill them all. However, if Cook is my only target, I think I can pull it off," Zhang Hong said.
"That should be more than enough. Cook has always been the soul and brain of the Cook gang. As long as Cook is killed, the Cook gang will naturally cease to exist."
The sheriff said, "I may have a way to get them out of the hut, but I still need your men to help me. They will all follow your order, Sheriff."
After briefly discussing the battle plan, the three temporarily left the forest. If all of them entered Lincoln County simultaneously, they would attract all the unwanted attention. So, they went only one person to watch the place, and the rest headed west. After a 20-mile walk, the group of 20 took the time to rest behind a grassy slope. And Zhang Hong still had something to do before the war began. He walked toward Wendy, who had been quiet the whole way here.
"Let's go." "I will take you home first," said Zhang Hong.
"Please, I've been honing my marksmanship for a long time, and I'm ready for combat. And you are not short of manpower now,"
Wendy begged.
"You have never experienced a real battle. This is not as simple as you think, and what we are about to face is the most brutal and powerful gang in the entire West. I don't think we'll have any room for negotiation." Chapter 6:23. Sheriff's plan. Seeing how persistent Zhang Hong was, Wendy said nothing but obediently followed him back to her ranch. A woman milking a cow in a cowshed saw Wendy returning and immediately put down the milk bucket and ran over. Taking Wendy into her embrace, she sobbed.
"Great, they said a strange Oriental man kidnapped you. And Matthew is not there. I almost died of worry."
Wendy tried to move her head away from her mother's chest, and she glanced at Zhang Hong awkwardly.
"Sorry."
Zhang Hong raised his eyebrows.
"It okay. Such is the nature of humans." "Oh."
Wendy's mother finally noticed Zhang Hong, immediately shoving her daughter behind her, a hint of alertness showing in her eyes. She probably did not know what to say, so she just stood there. The scene was a little awkward. In the end, Zhang Hong broke the silence.
"I have escorted your daughter back here safely. You'd better watch her, and don't let her run off anymore."
This time, Wendy's cooperation made Zhang Hong felt a little uneasy. Considering how she was prone to making an escape, he couldn't help but worry that she would sneak out again. Initially, he wanted to ask someone to watch over her, but he did not have the manpower to fight against Cook gang. Hence, he couldn't afford to take out someone from this team to do such a thing.
"I didn't mess around. I went out to find my father."
Wendy defended herself.
"Whatever, you just need to stay home this time," replied Zhang Hong before giving Wendy's mom a nod.
"Excuse me."
After that, he left with Radish without waiting for the answer from Wendy's mother. As soon as Zhang Hong left, a beer carriage rolled into Lincoln County. The coachman jumped out of the wagon, unloading barrels of beer, and some workers from the wagon. The barkeeper walked out and was a little surprised when he saw them.
"Where's Boggett? Wasn't he the one delivering the beer before this?"
"Boggett has been diagnosed with a bad case of measles. I'm his replacement for now." "Poor boy," the bar owner muttered with emotion. "I hope he recovers soon. Come on, bring the beer in. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I have some food left in the kitchen. That couldn't be better."
The driver tied the horse and smiled. showing a row of yellow teeth. The bar owner did not notice that the workers following the driver had gone a little pale. Even if he noticed, he would not take it seriously. Boggett, the coachman who was working with him, had measles. It was understandable why the young man was in a bad mood. After Zhang Heng handled Wendy's affairs, he immediately returned to the sheriff and other people. From a distance, Zhang Heng saw the old sheriff cutting something with a knife. Zhang Heng then walked up to him.
Why, are you still a tailor? I'm no freaking tailor, but if you want Cook and his men to abandon the hunter's cabin, you better pray that my tailoring is good enough. The only thing that worries Cook around here is Major Wade and his hundreds of soldiers, the sheriff said.
I plan to masquerade as Major Wade. If we are lucky enough, where the moonlight is not so bright tonight, Cook and his men would have poor visibility, and my plan might work. If Cook realizes that an army surrounds him, he will definitely not stick to the hut anymore. He would start to flee before his enemies get close.
Sounds pretty good, Zhang Heng said.
We better pray this works,
replied the sheriff.
Any movement over in the forest?
Zhang Heng asked again.
We haven't spotted them for the time being. So far, only 2 kids wanted to enter the forest to do some hunting. Our men talked them out of it, but unfortunately, we can't warn the county's people. Once Cook and his men are here, I'm afraid no one will come out alive once they go into the forest.
So what's your plan here? We better get started early.
That said, the night had passed, and there was no trace of Cook and his gang. And the next morning, Cook still hadn't shown up.
What seems to be the problem here? Is there something wrong with the route you gave us?
The sheriff asked Zhang Heng.
The route should be fine. There is still a day left before they get here. Although they should have arrived at their current speed, I'm not ruling out the possibility of accidents while on the way here. Let's wait a little longer,
Zhang Heng said. If Zhang Heng's horseback riding was good enough, he might have just wandered around, doing some investigations with a good horse. But now, there was nothing he could do other than to wait. Once this whole debacle was over, Zhang Heng planned to sharpen his equestrianism and the ability to shoot while on horseback. Half a day had passed, and several miners and farmers had begun to grow impatient. They only followed Zhang Heng here since they were afraid that the Cook gang would attack their towns. With their departure, their town's defenses would become weaker. The thing that worried them the most was that Cook's men chose not to attack Lincoln County. Instead, they changed their route suddenly and headed towards their towns. This outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous for those residing in those towns. Fortunately, though, soon after sunset, the people who were keeping an eye on the woods rushed back to them on horseback. Everyone felt really nervous at that moment. That could only mean one thing, and that was their target was finally here. Sure enough, the Allies shouted before he got off the horse.
The Cook gang. They are here.
The sheriff was startled, immediately asking,
How many of them are here? Is Cook among them? I didn't dare to take a closer look. They were very vigilant. After arriving at the hut, they began to sweep their surroundings. I was afraid of being spotted. So, I took a quick look at them from a distance and ran away.
The investigator added.
But I'm sure it is them because I recognized one. He was the one that forced us to kill Sheriff Harper. There are many of them, and they should be the Cook gang. What should we do now? Should we ambush them? No, it's too early now.
The old cowboy shook his head.
You have to wait at least for the sun to go down completely, and also to see how bright the moonlight is. Let's fill up your stomachs first, put on your military uniforms, and get ready for battle.
After speaking, he pulled aside a tall and chubby guy, the person who'd be playing Major Wade tonight. Taking advantage of this time, the old cowboy once again told him what to do to the house. The people inside shouted.
No, it's too early now.
The sheriff shook his head.
At least we have to wait for the sun to go down completely. And also to see how bright the moon is at night. Let's fill up our stomachs first. Put on your military uniform and get ready for battle.
After that, he pulled a tall and chubby guy aside, the man that was supposed to act as Major Wade tonight. The sheriff took advantage of the time left and reminded him what to say to Cook gang later outside the hut. Chapter 624, Perimeter Defense. To be honest, Zhang Heng was never once lucky since he entered this dungeon. The first thing he did was kill an entire bar full of people to get himself a drink. But later, he found out that the people that he killed were related to his primary mission. Amid the search for Wendy's father, he encountered the old sheriff. Zhang Hing got into a massive fight with him because he insisted on sending Wendy home. When he arrived at his destination, he became embroiled in the conflict between local miners and farmers. Fortunately, his bad luck would seem to be finally over by tonight. As soon as the sun went down, a large black cloud appeared in the sky, blocking the moonlight. It was very dark, and the visibility that night was very low. In other words, their planned success rate for tonight had just gone up. But to be cautious, everyone decided to wait another 2 hours before making their move. The war was approaching, and everyone in the camp carried a different look on their faces. Zhang Heng walked to the sheriff, who was in a daze as he held a hip flask that he carried with him.
Are you okay?
Zhang Heng asked.
Of course, the sheriff confidently said. Why would I not be okay? You only talked about the relationship between Cook and Matthew, and the relationship between you and Matthew, but you didn't mention the relationship between you and Cook. There is nothing to mention between Cook and me. I joined the Lucky Horseshoes because of Matthew. Cook and I are just ordinary friends. Is that right? But from your tone, it's pretty obvious you admire Cook very much.
Zhang Hing sat down in front of the sheriff, resting the Winchester rifle on his knee. The latter went silent for a moment before saying,
He has always been the person I admire the most. No, it should be said that he's the one that all the young folks in town admire. After what happened that night, I know he did not tell me everything about the plan. I don't blame him. And I'm telling the truth here. He understands me and each of us. He knows that if the price he has to pay is to kill everyone in the town, we might not join him in his revenge plan. So I can forgive him regarding this, but everything that happened after that, it's somewhat difficult to accept.
Actually, I lied earlier. When the Cook gang was first established, I went to him look for him alone. At that time, they just robbed a train and killed all its passengers. They took everything valuable, and the remaining goods were burned to ashes. The Cook gang at that time was not as cunning as it would become later. I managed to find them with the trail that they left behind.
And then?
Zhang Heng took the hip flask handed over by the sheriff and took a sip.
Then, I was discovered by their people. A guy sneaked and knocked me out from behind. When I opened my eyes, I found myself tied to a tree. Did Cook recognize you? No, he was looking at me quietly. And one of his men had a gun pointed to my head. At that time, I was so angry that I didn't consider my safety. I just asked him aloud, on how he became such an evil man. What did he answer you? He didn't answer me. He just asked me how many people I had. I didn't answer his question. Then his men started to beat me up for about 3 minutes. The brutal attack caused me 2 broken ribs. Just when I thought I was going to die, Cook finally asked them to stop. And then he told me that this would be the first and last time. If he met me again, he would beat me to death. After that, they left me alone under the tree and fled.
I lay dying there for a whole week before being rescued by a passing caravan.
The sheriff lamented, his head shaking.
So stop thinking that I would show him mercy just because of our past friendship. I have to make him pay for what he's done.
2 hours passed by quickly. Zhang Heng and his party started to make their move at 9 o'clock. To avoid getting spotted by the enemies, they made sure to ride slowly, not to mention how they wrapped their horses' shoes in cloth. Finally, they arrived at the outer perimeter of the forest at 9:45. The look on the sheriff's face had also turned solemn. With the low visibility, the people they appointed would disguise themselves as Major Wade and his soldiers, but that would also increase the difficulty of sneaking in. The man responsible for keeping an eye on the forest ran back to tell them that the Cook gang had finally arrived. Now that they knew about the forest situation, and they had no idea about their defense arrangement.
I'll lead the way,
Zhang Heng said. And he took out the filter lens and put it over his eyes. Within an effective range of 300 meters, his vision became entirely clear again. Even the water droplets on the tree trunk could not escape Zhang Heng's eyes. Everyone silently walked for about 200 yards. After that, Zhang Heng stopped suddenly.
What's wrong?
The sheriff asked in a low voice.
There are people on the tree in front of us,
Zhang Heng said. With the filter lens assistance, Zhang Heng saw a man doing surveillance for the cook on the tree not far away. He would actually be quite troublesome to deal with from this distance. After all, there were 19 people on Zhang Heng's side. Even if they moved carefully, they would still make some noise. And Zhang Heng could not use his gun to kill the man from such a long distance. Besides, the sound of gunshots would expose their location too. Bows and arrows would not work either because the sound of the body falling on the ground would alert other people.
Change direction,
Zhang Heng said. Although there were 30 people in the Cook gang, it was still impossible for them to cover the entire forest. And the people that were in charge of surveillance had different habits. For example, the man Zhang Heng encountered after diverting to the east was now squatting under the tree. Zhang Heng took his bow and arrow from a farmer and then cautiously approached his target. At a distance of about 80 meters, the enemy began to sense that there was movement around him. The ground was filled with dried branches and leaves, and the sound of breaking and crunching twigs was inevitable. But fortunately, at this distance, the enemy could not see Zhang Heng clearly. He thought that the sound was caused by wild animals that lived in the forest. Zhang Heng walked forward another 10 meters. This was probably the closest he could get to the enemy. He then put his Paris's arrow on the bowstring, looked at the target's position roughly, and released it. The arrow drew an arc in the sky before landing the target's heart accurately. The enemy grunted, and he wanted to reach out to the arrow and pull it out from his chest. However, he stopped breathing when he placed his hand on the arrow.
It's safe. Chapter 625. Battle in the Forest. Zhang Heng had the hunter's hut in his sights. Other than that, he also saw a few more tents being set up around it. At that time, Cook gang had just finished supper. There was nothing else for them to do in this barren mountain, and except for the guards, most chose to sleep right after they ate. After all, they needed all their energy for the tough fight that would ensue in 2 days. The county seat of Lincoln County differed from other small towns. Manpower was never a problem for them. Although they did not have enough law enforcement officers, many ranches were nearby. The local ranchers and cowboys possessed the caliber for basic combat, and even the brutal and ruthless Cook gang made sure to not take them lightly. Zhang Heng, too, had gone to lie down for a while. Too bad the filter lens didn't possess the function of seeing through obstacles, or he would have used it to locate Cook. If he guessed right, Cook should be resting in the hunter's cabin, the most comfortable spot in this forest. Unfortunately, Cook did not walk out of the house while he was watching the hunter hunt. Otherwise, the battle would have ended in seconds. Since he had no idea how often the guards changed shifts, Zhang Heng didn't want to wait too long. He nodded at the sheriff, and everyone started to utilize the light coming from the hunter's cabin to attack Cook gang. It was unclear if Zhang Heng or the sheriff fired the first shot. At least 2 bullets hit a robber that came out to pee, and at the same time, Deputy Sheriff Joseph's excitement could be heard.
I hit the target.
The thug fell to the ground as soon as he took out his penis. The first shot had broken the calm and quiet night. In the first attack, at least 6 or 7 people from Zhang Heng's side shot the only thug standing outside the hut. But in the end, only 2 bullets landed on the target, the rest either missing or landing on the corpse. The sheriff then shouted hastily,
"Aim at the tent."
The marksmanship of these farmers and miners was average. Coupled with their inexperience and frayed nerves, it was unrealistic to expect each one of them to accurately hit the target. Even though the tents were relatively large, it was impossible that they missed their mark so long as they could shoot decently. Of course, whether the bullet would hit the person inside was another matter. The bandits who were used to risking their lives every day reacted very quickly, instantly waking up from their slumber the moment they got attacked. They picked up their weapons without putting on their clothes, and some even rushed out from the tent naked. While looking for cover, they started to fight back. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng raised his Winchester rifle in his hand and killed the naked thug. At this time, most of the thugs from the tents were killed off by the farmers and miners. Fortunately, they did not have time to figure out where the enemy came from, merely firing wildly in all directions. The people in the hut quickly realized something had gone wrong. Promptly, they killed the kerosene lamp, leaving the hut in complete darkness. No one injured from Zhang Heng's side got injured save for an unfortunate miner whose arm was struck by a bullet. Suddenly, the sheriff's heart sank. The Cook gang's combat ability was definitely more substantial than the farmers and miners. Once the initial period of panic had subsided, and the situation calmed down, Cook Gang would be the final winner. The dark of the night had limited the Cook Gang's combat effectiveness. Otherwise, Zhang Heng's side would have suffered more casualties. The sheriff hadn't yet come up with a good solution for their shortcomings, and although he was an excellent marksman in his own right, the restrictions he faced in that situation were too significant for him to bear. Right now, he could only place his hope on Zhang Heng. The latter had promised that he would handle the situation. However, when the sheriff asked Zhang Heng what exactly he should do right now, Zhang Heng simply told him to kill every single enemy. Hence, the sheriff was eager to see how Zhang Heng eliminated their enemies. After Zhang Heng fired the first 2 shots, there were no more movements from the enemy's side. Using the short window he had, he memorized each Cook member's location outside the wooden hut. After figuring out everyone's location, he swiftly picked up his rifle again. It was then that the sheriff saw the most memorable scene of his life. Zhang Heng constantly switched between firing and reloading. Whenever a bullet escaped his rifle, a life from the enemy's side would be harvested. The sheriff did not know how Zhang Heng pulled it off. On a night where visibility was so low, Zhang Heng managed to hit all his targets accurately. Once he emptied the rifle, Zhang Heng replaced it with another one. At the same time, the Cook Gang finally started to retaliate. Seeing their allies getting picked off by one, the thugs who had gone through all kinds of bloody fights began to feel panic. Zhang Heng's side then took the opportunity to move closer to the hut. At the same time, Zhang Heng took out another 2 enemies. Meanwhile, Cook's casualties had finally exceeded double digits. And the battle had just begun not too long ago. The sheriff didn't just stand by and watch Zhang Heng make all the killings. Seeing that the rest of the thugs retreated to the wooden hut, he immediately led his men to shout outside the hut. He told Cook and others that they were surrounded by the military and asked them to lay down their weapons and surrender. After that, Chapter 626, Wendy's Plan.
Managed to hit him?
The battle on the sheriff's side soon came to an end. Since they managed to get closer to the enemy, they did gain something in return. 2 thugs had been successfully killed and another 4 wounded. Nonetheless, 3 thugs managed to get away unscathed. As for Zhang Heng's side, 1 man got injured, and the enemy killed the other. The outcome had rendered the sheriff speechless. Fortunately, the military uniforms had managed to put fear into the goons. Besides that, Zhang Heng's expert marksmanship also helped destroy the bandits. His confidence had made them reluctant to fight the war. Otherwise, the situation would have only gotten worse. At that moment, however, the sheriff was more concerned about Cook's life and death.
Yes, Zhang Heng nodded.
Where?
Head. At such a great distance, in a pitch-black forest, and under the protection of the thugs, you still managed to shoot him in the head.
Although the sheriff had the chance to witness Zhang Heng's expert marksmanship before, he still could not help but ask him about the unbelievable feat.
Strictly speaking, I fired 2 shots. You are right. Many people surrounded him, and I had to shoot and kill one of his guys first. After that, I killed another runners, Zhang Heng said.
I have seen so many weird things at my age. I have seen a man's crotch getting stung by a hornet. I have seen someone getting killed by a bullet falling from the sky. No one knew who the murderer was, but I still want to say, what happened to you was simply a miracle. Your marksmanship and eyesight are too good. You are the goddamn miracle itself. A one-man army indeed,
gushed the sheriff in significant excitement.
Have you found Matthew yet?
No. What about you? It's too dark at night, and I can't see clearly. But the good news is that at least I don't see him among the thugs we just killed. But if you really killed Cook, then Matthew might be in danger. With Cook by his side, Matthew's safety is not a problem. However, if Cook's dead, then the remaining thugs are likely to blame Matthew. So we'd better catch up with him immediately.
Chapter 627. I'm going to die. Matthew. The knocking on the door also woke Wendy's mother up. She then saw her daughter standing in front of her window, key still in hand. It was a bit of an awkward atmosphere. However, the mother wasn't bothered about educating her daughter at the moment. When she heard the knocking on the door downstairs, she immediately got dressed, rushed down, opened the door, and saw the man that she had been thinking about for the longest time. 21 days had passed since Matthew's disappearance. Inevitably, some bad thoughts had crossed her mind, and her heart had sunk many a time. Now that her husband had safely returned, tears started welling up in her eyes. Immediately, she ran into Matthew's embrace. But then, she heard someone talking.
Shouldn't you introduce them to me, Matthew?
Wendy's mother looked up and saw an elderly hunchbacked man and 3 burly men standing behind Matthew. If the bar owner were here, he would probably recognize one of them as the one who brought him the liquor yesterday afternoon. The old man then took off his hat and bowed to her.
Don't worry, ma'am. We are all friends of Matthew.
Wendy's mother looked at her husband. The latter nodded.
Jane, this is Cook. Cook, this is Jane, my wife.
Jane breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and stretched out her hand.
Forgive my nervousness. Matthew hasn't returned from home for a long time. Wendy ran away with an Asian man earlier, and we didn't know where he came from. There was a rumor saying that a group of bandits was planning to rob the town, and so on. I remember that the leader of the band was also called Cook. There are a lot of coincidences in this world, madam.
The old man kissed the back of her hand, continuing politely.
I hope I didn't disturb you. Seeing you is like seeing my daughter. You are so kind and pure. It's a pity she wasn't as lucky as you. You are too kind. Why would you say that? Oh, something has happened to her, terrible things, but it's all over. It's better not to mention it, said the old man said to the 3 men behind him.
Stay here.
The 3 men nodded. Then the humpback and Matthew walked into the house together. When he saw Wendy coming down the stairs, a smile broke out on his wrinkled face.
Look at this lovely girl. She's your daughter, I suppose? Matthew has spoken about you many times. Your name is Wendy, right?
The old man touched his pocket and took out a gold bar.
Sorry, I was in a hurry along the way. I didn't have time to buy any candy. Let me give you this instead.
These is too expensive.
Jane quickly rejected the gift.
It's nothing. It's just a small gift. Good people like you deserve nothing less than this. Just treat it as a gift of fate. Jane, go get something to eat. Neither Cook nor I had dinner yet, said Matthew while waiting for the old hunchback.
Okay, I remember I baked some cookies in the morning.
Very well. Please make 2 more cups of tea as well.
After Matthew spoke, he looked at Wendy again.
Go and help your mother.
Wendy glared at her father, then looked at Cook suspiciously before finally followed her mother to the kitchen. After the 2 left, the old hunchback said,
The child has eyes quite like yours. When I first saw you, you were just like her, vigilant, stubborn. Don't beat around the bush, Cook. Aren't we here to check out the town? Why come to my house?
Matthew interrupted.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Morris had already inquired about everything that I wanted to know yesterday, said the old hunchback, said leisurely.
I did ask him to inquire about your residence.
What do you want? Nothing, just a little curious about your life.
Cook put his foot on the table in front of him.
I have always regarded you as my son. I want to know how you've been after we separated. You can ask me directly, Matthew said with a sullen face.
Yes, but I prefer to see it with my own eyes.
The hunchbacked old man smiled. I'm sorry to interfere with your life. Really, I hope we can warm up a little. Let's start with what we've done all these years. I'll start first. Then, you will tell me how your life has been. I don't need you to tell me. I know what you have done all these years. You've been quite a frequent topic in the papers. Well, I must admit that I am really popular with reporters and newspapers. As long as I'm still here, they will never be unemployed.
The hunched old man shrugged.
Whatever you have done, those things, they're not funny. You and your thugs burned and looted every place you come across. Whether the rich or poor, the old or young, you wouldn't let them live. You set fire to the church and slaughtered babies.
Matthew snapped coldly.
Fear is power in itself. You must learn and harness it and use it to your advantage. I am a robber, not a priest. Why should I do good deeds and listen to everyone's bitter tales?
The hunchbacked old man paused.
Damn it. I thought you would become a little more mature after that incident. In the end, it appears you are no different from your past self. Okay, that's all for the topic. Let's get down to brass taxes. I know you have heard a lot of news about me over the years, but the next thing I want to tell you has never been reported in the newspapers. No. I should say that even most of Cook Gang members know nothing about it. What have you done this time? It has nothing to do with that.
The hunchback looked straight into Matthew's eyes.
I'm going to die, Matthew. After you have done so many bad deeds, do you think you will get a good death? No, that's not what I meant.
Cook waved his hand.
I said I am going to die, and I'm referring to my health. My time is running out. I can feel it. This is why I've come back to find you.
Matthew fell silent after hearing this.
How do you know you are dying? It is my body. Of course, I know I am dying, the hunched old man said.
I have seen the face of death himself. He has blue eyes, just like Mary. I am not afraid of death, but I do have a few things to do before I die. And the most important thing is to look for someone who can take over the Cook gang.
And you want me to take over the Cook gang and become the next you? Why not? Believe me, you will love this feeling of freedom. You are now trapped by the menial and the mundane with a pretense of false happiness. I've come to your home tonight to free you from this tragic cycle.
Chapter 628. They can't save you. Matthew's face changed suddenly when he heard that.
I swear, if you dare to do anything to Jane and Wendy, I will kill you, Cook. No matter where you go or how many people you have around you, I will come for you and drive a bullet into your head. Very well, all I need is this rage.
After that, Cook suddenly stopped talking. He saw Jane walking over with tea and cookies, and he asked,
Are you guys talking about something interesting? Yes, Matthew and I were talking about our previous salmon fishing trip.
Cook then took the teacup and thanked her with a smile.
I don't know if he told you about it. There was one time we got lost in the forest after our hunting trip. We walked nonstop, and we arrived at a creek. I'm not sure if we were the first one to find out about this creek. In short, there were so many king salmon in there that they were squeezing against each other. Every single one of them was healthy and fleshy. Matthew and I caught them without using any fishing gear. As long as you extend your hand, you will be able to catch them. And they didn't even put up a fight, as if they were staying there for you to get them. And it made me very curious. What made them like this? What is it?
Jane asked with interest.
It's life, madam. It's life that made them like this. For a long time, they had no enemies to disrupt their lives. This creek has provided them with lots of sustenance, and they gradually lost their guard against the dangerous world. They dwelled and indulged in their short-lived happiness, and when the threat came knocking on their door one day, they forgot how to escape.
Cook took a sip of the tea and continued.
Seeing them reminds me of the society we live in now. Isn't it like this creek? It does its best to maintain order and allow the fishes to live in comfort and multiply as much as possible. All these laws, economic orders, God, these things create an illusion of prosperity, making people feel at ease. They become willing to be domesticated, and they eventually lose their self-instinct. Ma'am, did you know that when the real threat comes, none of these things can save you? Your laws, money, and God, none of them can save you.
After Cook was finished, the living room fell into silence. Jane tried to squeeze out a smile on her face.
Honestly, what you said scared me a bit, sir. I apologize for that, ma'am. By the way, your tea is delicious.
Cook raised his glass, then turned his head and looked at Wendy.
You are fortunate to have such a skilled cook for a mother.
Wendy commented nothing about that, but instead asked,
How was your harvest? What? You said that the creek was full of salmon. How was your harvest that day? Oh, great. Although we didn't catch the deer, we did catch many salmon. I had to take off my coat to put all the excess that could no longer fit into our container. But even so, compared the ones that we caught with the ones of the creek, it is still insignificant. It is as if no matter how many fish we pulled out, their numbers didn't reduce. Your father and I had to eat the grilled salmon for several days. After that, the smell of fish became repulsive to me for a long time.
Cook reminisced, smiling as he went along. Matthew, who'd been quiet all the while, spoke up.
Well, I have something to discuss with Mr. Cook. Wendy, why don't you go upstairs with your mother first? Okay, we will leave the living room to you men.
Jane smiled politely at Cook. However, her smile suddenly froze on her face the next moment. It was because Cook had drawn a revolver from his waist and was now pointing it at her.
I like you, dear, really. You remind me of my daughter. I sincerely hope this will not happen to you. But I need you to help your husband sober up because he just wouldn't listen to what I have to tell him. I think it's time for life to reveal the truth.
Cook then pulled down the hammer of the gun. Jane's breathing instantly hastened. Her eyes bulged in disbelief, and she looked lost. At the same time, Matthew, who was on the other side, also stood up abruptly from his seat, like an angry cheetah ready to pounce on its enemies. Before he could do that, though, Cook drew out another pistol and pointed it at him.
It's not your turn yet, my child. Be patient. You don't know what you are doing. On the contrary, I know exactly what I am doing.
Cook smiled.
What do you want, Cook? If you kill my wife, I will not join your gang even if it costs my life. About that, let's wait and see. I will kill your lovely wife first. Then I will take your daughter with me once I'm done with Lincoln County. But in return, I will hand over the Cook gang to you, and you can use them to find my whereabouts. Many of them have lived with me for a long time. They know my habits, where I like to go, and even the places where my old friends live. All you have to do is ask them, and they will take you to me willingly.
Don't worry, they're all easygoing folk. As long as you familiarize yourself with their temper and give them what they want, they will treat you as their own. You might lose 2 family members, but you gain more than 40 brothers in return. Sometimes, you might feel that they are a little noisy, but you will get used to it. You have 1 year. Don't let me down, my son.
Don't do this, Cook. When I find you, I will kill you.
Matthew glared in a shocking rage.
If you are capable of doing that, I don't mind at all. If you don't let my mother go, I will kill you too, said Wendy.
Ha. Chapter 629, Countdown.
Do you know how to use it, kid?
Asked Cook.
Of course. I have a teacher of great distinction. He is a superb marksman and can defeat 10 heavily armed men all by himself. If he happens to be here tonight, I bet you and your lackeys will die even before you step into my house, Wendy said.
Wow, that's a real shame. Pity he isn't here tonight. Otherwise, I'm curious as to what this man looks like. It sounds like he has 3 heads and 6 arms.
Cook said casually.
It's okay. You don't need to feel any sort of regret. I, his protege, am more than enough to deal with you. Although I am nowhere as good as my teacher, I'm still a sharpshooter myself.
Wendy puffed out her chest.
I can land an accurate shot on a running hare from 50 yards, let alone shoot at such a close distance. When I pull the trigger, a hole will appear in your chest the next second, and the bullet will tear through your flesh and heart. In your final moment, you will fall to the ground and wail. But rest assured, it will be quick since you will soon go to hell, you damn old hunchback bastard.
Wendy spat on the ground.
Huh.
Cook raised his eyebrows. He was stunned and did not speak for half a minute. Blinking, he continued, I have to admit that you gave a pretty passionate speech there, my child. Especially the last few expletives. I can say that you are way more straightforward than your benevolent, moral-centered father. I gave him plenty of chances while we were on the way here. I deliberately turned my back to him when I slept. If he were cruel enough, he would have snatched my gun, threatening me and winning the fight. But in the end, he let me down. All he could think of during that time was to run away from me. Sadly, he didn't know that there was nowhere in this world he could escape to. It's because no one can escape fate. I don't know about your bullshit about creeks and salmons, but I only know that people can't outrun bullets. When he snapped coldly.
Well, at this point, I can't agree more.
Cook paused.
It seems that we are in a deadlock. You have a gun, and I have a gun. Let me tell you what will happen next, kid. I'll shoot and kill your parents. Then, you'll shoot me, and if you're as good of a marksman as you claim to be, the gunshots will attract the 3 men outside your house. They will rush in, and when they see my body on the ground, they will shoot at you without hesitation. And yes, you will fight back. If you are lucky, you may be able to get someone as a human shield. Nonetheless, a bullet will hit you eventually. Believe me, it hurts a lot. Especially if this is your first time getting shot.
If you get hit. Well, the process is similar to what you described. If you are unlucky, you won't die for some time after getting shot. That would be the worst part. You will be lying on the cold, hard ground, bleeding out while waiting for death to claim your soul. You will feel the utmost desperation and loneliness. Your mother's corpse will be lying on your left and your father's to your right. In a sense, you will be reunited with your family. And then you will have the old bastard of a hunchback lying in the middle. Oh, things are about to get real annoying for you. Are you done?
Wendy asked in nonchalance. Although she was trying to restrain the panic in her heart, she had to admit that Cook had indeed dug into her weakness. What she feared most was her parents dying in front of her. When the gruesome scene crossed her mind, her hand trembled slightly, and her body became stiff. But that was not the worst part. What was worse was that she knew that she could not even sacrifice herself for her family. Not to mention that she exaggerated her marksmanship and applied the words the sheriff used to describe Joseph on him. After all, at such close proximity, Wendy was confident that she could land her shot on Cook accurately. Unfortunately, her gun was empty. Although Wendy stole both the gun and the bullets, she did not have time to reload it. Initially, she wanted to ride her Lightning into town after returning the keys, then find a bright spot to slowly reload the shotgun. However, she did not expect Cook to come knocking right on her door. When Cook sat down in the living room, she had to look darn hard for the slimmest opportunity to get the shotgun, let alone reload it. In other words, thus far, she had been lying.
Are you feeling nervous, child?
Cook's devilish eyes seemed to see right through her heart. Wendy was sweating bullets from her forehead to the tip of her nose.
I'm not nervous. I don't mind sacrificing my life to kill you. At least I can watch you die in front of me. I'll consider it revenge for my parents. I bet it will feel good, she insisted with resolute obstinance.
Very good. See, Matthew, this is what I've been trying to emphasize all along. Even your daughter knows that you must look straight into the eye of fate and fight that bitch. What a pity.
Cook looked at Wendy with a look of regret. You are a girl, and I don't have that long to train you. I would have brought you with me, but since I am in a good mood now, I'm deciding to do you a small favor. What kind of favor?
Wendy gulped.
I know you are suffering, and you don't know what you should do. It doesn't matter, kid. Just leave it all to me. Dealing with this kind of deadlock has always been my forte, Cook harumphed.
I will count to 10. If you don't put down the gun, I will pull the trigger and kill your parents. Of course, you can try your luck and kill me first. This should be fun.
Wendy kept telling herself that Cook was pulling psychological tricks on her, trying to crush her will with every word uttered. However, she could tell from the latter's icy stare that he wasn't lying.
10.
Cook added casually. Wendy had never felt so helpless before, having practically no idea what she should do next. Should she surrender, or hold out to the end and watch Cook kill her parents? She had done everything she could. Preventing the tragedy that was bound to happen now seemed impossible. Although she kept telling herself to be strong and to keep the enemy from peering into her weaknesses, tears couldn't help but ooze out from the corner of her eyes.
It's okay. It's okay, Wendy. You've done well. Your mother and I are proud of you.
Matthew said softly, then looked at Cook as if his mind had been made up.
Let them go, and I will go with you.
No, you have to follow my plan. I don't believe in your verbal promise, Matthew. I will kill your wife and take your daughter away. This will be an unchanging fact. Of course, if your daughter insists on holding onto the gun, I can only kill you together with them. You know me well, Matthew. I always do what I say. I have always regarded you as a son. Now, I have lost a daughter, and you have no idea the torment I'll have to endure if I lose my son. My heart will be filled with grief. 9.
Tears blurred Wendy's eyes. She felt that the shotgun was getting heavier and heavier to the point that she could not lift it anymore, as if it would fall from her hand at any moment. Just when her strength about to be exhausted, she heard a gunshot from outside the house, with 2 more following that. The sound of the firing gun, however, was mixed with the sound of screams. Then, bodies began to drop dead on the ground. After that, everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. The sound of the gentle night breeze blowing past the pastures was the only audible thing.
What the hell was that?
Cook frowned. No longer in the mood to play games with Wendy, he shot her in her hand while she was distracted, forcing her to drop the shotgun. Then Cook turned his gun and pointed at the door. Chapter 630, It's fine now.
Kenny, Walt, Manuel.
Cook raised his voice and called out the names of his 3 men, but no one answered. It was not until half a minute later that there was another knock on the door.
What a load of bullshit.
Cook sneered. He did not say any more nonsense after that. He pulled the trigger and emptied all the bullets from his pistol. The other party might have sabotaged himself this time. If he did not knock on the door, Cook might have still not known where he was. With the knocking on the door, the other party had just revealed his position, and the thin wooden door was nowhere nearly tough enough to stop the bullets from penetrating it. In the blink of an eye, Cook was done shooting at the door. When the white smoke from the muzzle dissipated, he could no longer hear anyone moving outside the house. Cook threw the empty pistol to Matthew and said at the same time,
Go, open the door and see what's going on outside.
Matthew hesitated for a moment, knowing that Cook intended to use him as bait. When he saw that Cook was aiming another gun at his wife, he could only pick up the emptied pistol, lift the kerosene lamp on the table, and walk out of the house. On the other hand, Jane was no longer worried about her life anymore. She quickly ran to her daughter, checked her injured hand, then opened the cabinet to look for some gauze she could wrap around the gunshot wound. Wendy endured the excruciating pain, looking at the shadow under the cabinet from time to time. Earlier, she hid the shotgun rounds there, intending to find an opportunity to reload. But the next moment, Cook's words shattered her last hope.
My dear, you'd better not make any more stupid moves. Otherwise, I'll make sure your body gets punctured by more bullets. Now, kick me the shotgun with your leg.
Wendy had no choice, unwillingly kicking the weapon to him. Cook then stepped on it with his left foot and turned to look at Matthew, who had reached the door. The latter took a deep breath and opened the door riddled with bullet holes. There was, however, no gunshot.
How did it go? Did you see his body?
Cook asked.
No, there are only 3 corpses outside. All of them are your men, Matthew said.
Where's the blood?
Matthew moved the kerosene lamp forward.
I don't know. There are a lot of bloodstains on the ground, but it looks like your people left it.
Well, it seems that I am going to meet him in person.
Cook's face looked unchanged after hearing that.
It just so happens that I haven't moved my muscles for a long time.
As soon as his voice fell, the mysterious man pulled the trigger, and the bullet went through the kerosene lamp in Matthew's hand. Cook reacted quickly to the threat. Within seconds, he managed to figure out the direction of the gunfire. He then rolled to the door, raised his gun, and fired. However, the next moment, a figure flashed past the window and smashed another kerosene lamp in the house. Then the room soon plunged into darkness. Cook kicked over a table as a cover, grabbed Wendy's mother, and leaned back. After that, he started to shout.
What then? Without light, I can't see you, but you can't see me as well. And I still have a hostage with me. It seems we are in a gridlock. Why don't we have a chat?
Cook paused and asked.
Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Matthew family? Why do you care about them?
211 There was no reply to his questions. It looked as if the mysterious visitor had made up his mind and didn't intend to speak. Cook was not bothered, though. He continued.
Well, let me tell you how things will go next. You killed 3 of my men. To be fair, I should kill the hostage, or should we resolve this dispute in a gentleman's way? How about a one-on-one fight with you? You're an excellent marksman, and I'm just an old man. If we have a duel, you have a greater advantage. Just kill me, and you can save this family. TSK, it seems that you are a person who doesn't like talking, but that's okay. I am a very patient person. I will give you half a minute. After half a minute, if you don't respond, I will kill this woman.
As soon as the room fell into the darkness, Wendy squatted down for the first time, endured the pain in her busted hand, and started to search the ground blindly. She did not know who the mysterious visitor was. The person could be Cook's enemy. That said, it was never her style to pin her hopes on others. After a while, she managed to get her hands on the box of shells under the cabinet. She then gently crawled in the direction of the shotgun. While going to get the shotgun, she had to avoid the debris on the ground carefully. It was important for her to make as little movement as possible. Only she would know how difficult it was to perform. When she finally laid her hands on the shotgun and wanted to reload it, she heard another gunshot. Wendy was stunned. She had been feeling extremely tense the entire time. The concept of time was no longer mattered to her. She did not know how many minutes had passed. Maybe the half-minute deadline had been reached. The only thing that she felt was some warm liquid splashing on her face. Until the light came back on. She quickly looked around, and the thing that she feared most did not happen. Although her mother looked terrified and trembled in fear, it seemed like there were no injuries. Instead, Cook's head was pierced through by a bullet and collapsed in a pool of blood. The liquid that splashed Wendy's face just now was Cook's blood and maybe mixed with some brain matter. At the top of the stairs on the second floor, Zhang Heng put down his gun. At the same time, he received two system notifications. One was about the main quest, and the other was the 30 game points that he received after killing Cook. In the second half of the main quest, Zhang Heng met the sheriff, and then he met Matthew and Cook. In other words, he had gathered all the 3 founders of Lucky Horseshoe. This part of the quest was now completed. This quest was not as difficult as he imagined it would be. Strictly speaking, Zhang Heng actually did not need to go through any battles. As long as he found the 3 people, he could complete the quest. But in fact, it was implausible for him to encounter Cook and his gang without going through a battle with them. Zhang Heng looked at Wendy, who was still in a daze, and said to her,
"It's okay."
It seemed Wendy did not hear Zhang Heng talking to her. She was still holding the shotgun in his hand tightly and pointing at Cook's body on the ground. Zhang Heng went downstairs and walked to Wendy. He held the barrel with one hand and carefully removed Wendy's fingers from the shotgun.
"It's okay. He's dead. There shouldn't be many thugs left in the Cook gang. Sheriff Dolan will lead his men after them. Your family is safe now."
Chapter 631. Quick Battle. Zhang Heng was not interested in doing the 10-step walk before shooting at each other. This method of dueling, however, did sound and look cool in Western movies, though. Zhang Heng did not think his marksmanship would be worse than Cook. They had both trained in different environments, wherein Zhang Heng honed his skills on the gun from Simon. He was better at long-range sniping, rather than a Western cowboy's classical duel. In fact, even if Zhang Heng were familiar with their style, he would not put on his filter lens unless absolutely necessary. No matter how good a shooter was, it was bound for one to eventually be killed in the duel. There was always someone faster than you in this world. Besides, Zhang Heng figured that Cook might be concealing his real intention with the duel he just proposed. However, it wasn't crucial to Zhang Heng anymore. From the very beginning, Zhang Heng had never intended to duel. After killing the 3 people outside the house, he leaned against the wall and knocked on the door with the back of his rifle to draw Cook's attention. Then, killing the only 2 light sources, he swiftly scuttled around the end of the house and climbed to the second floor. Judging from the layout, it should be Wendy's room that he must have stepped into. But unlike rooms of other girls, there were very few dolls. Instead, Zhang Heng saw many wooden ponies and knights. Zhang Heng also heard Cooks shouting downstairs. Hence, he did not stay in the room for too long. He gently opened the door and walked along the corridor to the stairway. The filter lens allowed him an unobstructed view of what was happening downstairs. Zhang Heng then took up the Winchester rifle in his hand and ended the battle smoothly. The entire process took less than a minute. Cook had no idea where the deadly bullet came from when he was sent to meet his maker.
"Please allow me to express my gratitude for saving the lives of our family."
Since it was late at night, Zhang Heng decided to spend the night at Matthew's house. The next morning, as everyone was at the dining table, Matthew mentioned the incident that happened last night again, and his face was full of gratitude.
"Oh, you're welcome. I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities as a contract employee."
Zhang Heng took a sip of milk.
"After all, only a living employer can pay me." "What contract?"
Matthew was a little surprised.
"About that."
Zhang Heng put down the cup and took out the contract Wendy signed with him before leaving. Matthew took the contract and looked at it.
$80 in remuneration, $20 in debt, plus a good horse. Looks good to me. I can pay you now. That couldn't be better.
Zhang Heng raised his cup again.
"Happy to serve."
Then, Wendy suddenly interrupted.
"Wait," she said.
"What's wrong? Have any questions?"
Zhang Heng asked. Wendy was lucky. The bullet penetrated her palm, grazed her bones, and went right through, leaving behind a gaping hole in her hand. A doctor had treated her wound, and she was fine now, save for a scar that would form later. Naturally, her mother was worried that it would affect her marriage. Wendy, however, wasn't the least bothered by it.
"That contract is flawed,"
Wendy solemnly proclaimed.
Are you trying to go back on your words?
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows.
No, you forgot something.
When he continued,
I told you that as long as you help my father deal with Cook, I will give you half of the land and cattle my family owns.
she said while looking at her father. Can I be the one that makes the decision, Dad? Well,
Matthew thought for a while.
I wasn't home, and you are my eldest daughter, so this must mean that our family assets are at your disposal. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. You are now a rancher in Lincoln County. Actually, I overbought land when I first came here. I can't take care of such a large area by myself. It would be perfect if you can take half off my shoulders, said Matthew with a toast.
Are you sure about that?
Zhang Heng put down the knife and fork in his hand. Although he was not as demure as Shin Sisi, he did not feel good taking advantage of a little girl. Obviously, he did not take Winnie seriously when she ov the land.
Of course.
Matthew said, You said the Cook gang is gone for good now. I know that a few of them managed to escape. Since Cook is dead, I don't think the gang can make a comeback. However, there's the possibility that the few survivors will come back here to avenge Cook. We can feel less worried if a powerful gunman like you became our neighbor, right, Jane?
Matthew looked at his wife. The latter nodded and smiled at Zhang Heng.
Matthew's right. What happened last night was absolutely horrific. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't think I'll be sitting here talking to you. I hope you can stay, and we can take care of each other.
When Zhang Heng heard the proposal, he felt embarrassed.
Actually, I don't know how to raise cattle. Don't worry. I can teach you, Matthew graciously offered.
And horseback riding as well. Winnie has told me about you. I won't say that I'm the best horseman in the county, but I can say that I might be the best rider within 100 miles. No one knows horses better than I, and I can continue to tend to your herd just like before.
If that's the case, wouldn't that be too generous?
Asked Zhang Heng.
Compared to what you have done for us, these rewards are insignificant, Matthew insisted with sincerity. After breakfast, the old cowboy and the drunk sheriff came to the ranch too. Before they even saw the drunk sheriff, they already heard his voice.
Where is Cook? Where is Cook's body?
In the barn, Sheriff, answered Matthew. The drunk police chief, however, was in no hurry this time. He turned over, got down from his horse, glanced at Zhang Heng, and snorted. Are you the one who killed him? Yes, Sheriff. Don't be too proud, Oriental man. The reason why Cook could live to this day was that I hadn't come forward to hunt him down. Back then, I could out 5 people at once with one gun. The drunk sheriff gloated as he sipped his whiskey. Wendy, standing by the side, could not help but say, Zhang Heng can kill 10 people with one gun. I saw it with my own eyes.
At that, the drunk sheriff was rendered speechless for a long while. After all, the feat of killing 5 people with one gun was his largest pride. He would tell the tale to everyone that he met. Unfortunately, he met someone better than him today.
Each person is different. You'll understand when you grow up, little girl.
The drunk sheriff managed to find a good excuse for himself. He then looked at Zhang Heng and coughed twice.
Since you killed Cook, let's forget the unpleasantries before that. On behalf of the residents of Lincoln County, I welcome you to settle in our humble town. You can live here as long as you want, but remember, don't cause trouble. I don't care if you fight, but just make sure that you don't kill anyone. If that happens, I'll arrest you. No one could be disciplined and law-abiding than me, Sheriff, Zhang Heng said.
Very well, let's go see Cook's body now. However, the person sent to verify the body will not arrive for another 2 weeks. Once the person confirms that the body is indeed Cook, you can come to me to receive the reward.
Is there a bounty for killing him?
Zhang Heng pondered for a moment.
I don't seem to see a bounty like this outside the police station.
Chapter 632, Bad Boy. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Heng finally set up his new home, including a 2-story building, a cowshed, and a horse pen. Initially, he wanted to start a vegetable garden, but the land wasn't suitable for crops. Even if he were given the seeds and took good care of them, he wouldn't obtain a good yield. In the end, Zhang Heng gave up. He was not an expert in building stuff or had very high requirements for the quality of life. Mainly because Matthew gave him a large piece of land, but there was nothing on it but grass. He had no choice but to build everything himself. Fortunately, He had not wholly forgotten the building techniques he learned from the short man in the novice dungeon he entered. After getting paid for killing Cook, he hired 2 more helpers and a mason. Most houses in the town were made of brick and wood. The advantage of building a house like that was that it could be completed relatively fast. The cost of building could be controlled easily. However, after Zhang Heng asked the drunk sheriff about the bounty, he decided to build it with his own money. He decided to replace all the wood with metal, meaning his house would be sturdier and had a lower chance of catching fire. As for its shortcomings, it was expensive. The iron and construction materials were produced in factories on the East Coast and transported to the town by train. By the time they reached him, their prices would be hiked up several times. Since Zhang Heng had not received the bounty reward yet, he could only borrow the money from Matthew first. Fortunately, the outcome looked pretty good. The design of his house closely resembled his house in Black Sail. He even took some reference from the design of other houses in the town. With a total area estimated to be about 200 square meters, it really wasn't that large. It was, however, more than enough for him since he would be living alone. Hence, after construction was completed, Zhang Heng also received an LV.O construction skill and 20 game points, which was an unexpected gain. Zhang Heng took 2 steps back and admired the house he would be staying in for the next few years. Although there were still several hours before sunset, he paid the helpers and masons a day's worth of wages and let them off early. Zhang Heng then found his radish leisurely munching on the grass beside the house. Grabbing his steed, he rode to Matthew's house next door. Wendy was in front of the door, already waiting for him to come.
What do you think? Do you want to try it today?
When Wendy saw him, she got up and patted the dust off her skirt. Zhang Heng nodded.
Then I'll call my father.
Wendy briskly rushed into the room. 2 minutes later, the 3 of them were standing in front of the stable.
Are you ready?
Matthew asked.
Let's start.
Zhang Heng took a deep breath, pushed open the stable's gate, stepped in, then lowered the wooden latch. There was only one horse in the stable. It was jet black with dark and shiny fur. According to Matthew, it was initially the leader of a large herd of wild horses on the grasslands. It was the most grumpy and difficult horse to be domesticated, getting into serious trouble less than a week after it got here. The stubborn horse destroyed the stable's door and escaped with other horses. After that, Matthew had to spend several days to get it back. He subsequently built a personal stable for it, and Wendy named it Bad Boy. According to Wendy's promise, Bad Boy now belonged to Zhang Heng. However, after a month and a half later, he still couldn't ride it. Zhang Heng had suffered a lot from the Bad Boy's temper. Thanks to the impossible horse, he was dragged 5 meters on the ground like a rag doll. The scratches on his arm were still visible. But before he even got better, Zhang Heng had come to re-challenge Bad Boy. After a month and a half of Matthew's intensive training, Zhang Heng was no longer the man who could not even control Radish. His horseback riding had now officially reached LV.1. However, in the repeated fighting of wits and courage with Bad Boy, Zhang Heng realized that LV.1 horse riding skill was nowhere good enough to tame this wild dark horse. Despite the odds, he did not give up. After experiencing so many quests, he had mastered skill after skill. Zhang Heng came to realize that the most valuable skill a human possessed was the ability to learn. Gathering experience from past failures and continually finding solutions to problems was a skill many creatures possessed. However, only humans could fully utilize this ability. When first playing
Sekiro, the player would be defeated by various bosses again and again. Just like attending classes, after all the teacher's knowledge had been gathered, it was time for the graduation exam. Zhang Heng took off his hat, grabbed the noose thrown by Matthew, and swung it over his head. On the other side, Bad Boy seemed to know that his old nemesis was coming to get him. Immediately, it stopped strolling around and began to scratch the ground with its hooves. And at the same time, its ears turned down, and it was showing his teeth. Before Zhang Heng could even make a move, it rushed toward Zhang Heng with full force. If Zhang Heng failed to dodge it, it meant everything that he learned during his umpteen years of piracy was just a waste. When Bad Boy approached him, he swiftly dodged aside, avoiding the brutal attack easily. Bad Boy, however, was not going to stop there. It turned its head around and tried to bite Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng hesitated for a split second, then hurriedly squatted to avoid the bite. This time, Bad Boy's attack revealed its weakness. The last time Zhang Heng caught its fault, he got dragged on the ground for 5 meters after throwing the lasso around its neck. This trick was extremely effective against the ordinary horses, but it wasn't about to trick Bad Boy into submission. The ill-tempered black horse had an incredible will. After such a long time of training, Zhang Heng's strength had improved, but he was nowhere nearly as strong as a horse. Each time, he got dragged and thrown around by the creature's brute strength. So this time, Zhang Heng did not make any rash moves. Instead, he let the horse think that it had gained the upper hand in this battle. Meanwhile, he would keep looking out for the golden opportunity to control it. The black horse's attacks were limited. Zhang Heng had been having fun taming it, even naming those skills by drawing references to the games he played. There was brutal ramming, death trampling, diving dragon swipe, ultimate kick, and even the furious bite. Other than that, bad horses would step on your feet while you were not paying attention. If that happened, it would pretend to enjoy the beautiful scenery around it and take a deep breath of the fresh air. And the person had to suffer 400 to 500 pounds of weight being crushed on the feet. Although Bad Boy was born of a violent nature, its attack methods would always repeat. After performing a set of brutal ramming, plus divine dragon swipe, plus furious bite, plus ultimate kick, it would enter cooldown period. It then turned around and looked at Zhang Heng triumphantly. If it could speak, it would have gone along the lines of "Stupid humans, you are not worthy of riding me yet."
Chapter 633, Taming a Wild Horse. While the fierce horse versus human battle was ongoing, it was a completely different picture on the other side of the field. Radish munched away on its hay, utterly oblivious to its surroundings. It did not even so much as look over, as if apathetic about getting replaced by another horse, further convincing Zhang Heng that it must be suffering from Alzheimer's. As he graduated from the beginner stage, the novice mount became gradually less able to meet Zhang Heng's needs. Radish's strong suits, its Buddha-like character and a laid-back attitude, had now become shortcomings, reinforcing Zhang Heng's desire to find a replacement. Zhang Heng couldn't wait anymore, and he was determined to conquer Bad Boy today. In the beginning, Matthew would give Zhang Heng pointers, but there was no need for that anymore. Zhang Heng had basically mastered all the maneuvers, and now it was just a matter of gaining experience and finesse. Today, Matthew stood outside the fence with his daughter, quietly observing Zhang Heng and Bad Boy grappling with each other. Even though Zhang Heng was desperate to change his mount, he was very patient in the round pen. He did not rush the process, letting Bad Boy run loose instead, exerting its energy. After a while, realizing that it had failed to provoke Zhang Heng, Bad Boy became frustrated. The anger in its eyes, the aggressive snorts, and the way it gritted its teeth, one would have mistaken it for a carnivore at the top of the food chain. Bad Boy charged again, finally using its trump card, the brutal ram. It raised its hoof to kick Zhang Heng in the chest, finally sending this annoying human flying in the air. However, this was exactly what Zhang Heng had been waiting for. He threw out the noose, which caught Bad Boy's front left hoof, and he rolled over, escaping its brutal ram. Then, he got to his feet and tugged at the rope. When Bad Boy performed the brutal ram, it stood on its hind legs, giving Zhang Heng time to get off the ground. By the time the horse realized what was happening, it struggled to break free, but Zhang Heng already had a firm grip on the rope. Unlike when the rope was around its neck, Bad Boy's movements were now restricted. Barreling about became almost impossible. Nonetheless, it did not stop the wild stallion, kicking up dust and dirt into the air in a raging tantrum. The tug-of-war between man and horse continued. Wendy, who was watching from outside the fence, watched on with bated breath. Zhang Heng struggled to stand his ground against the violent tugging at the other end of the rope. Eventually, he had no choice but to run alongside Bad Boy. Fortunately for him, Bad Boy could not run any faster due to the external force, and its movements were unsteady. Bad Boy whizzed around the round pen, hoping to topple Zhang Heng, but little did it know that doing so would cause its other leg to be caught around the rope. Instead of a strong, wild horse, it was now more like Tigger. Bad Boy hopped for a bit until Zhang Heng found the opportunity to approach its side finally. Zhang Heng held onto the rope with one hand and grabbed Bad Boy's mane with the other. Now, Bad Boy could neither escape nor kick. Its resistance became more futile by the minute, and finally, Zhang Heng could almost taste victory. He wasn't about to let Bad Boy regain control. He tugged at the rope so that Bad Boy had to curl up his front hooves, then pushed Bad Boy down until it was in a kneeling position. In the end, Bad Boy was lying on its side again, both man and horse out of breath. Zhang Heng composed himself first before reaching out to stroke the horse. When Bad Boy eventually calmed down, Zhang Heng loosened the rope around its hooves. However, once it was free, Bad Boy abandoned the pretense. It got off the ground and broke free of Zhang Heng's control. It gave Zhang Heng a look as if saying,
"Surprised? I was only pretending."
Zhang Heng did not get angry at the creature. He got up, dusted his trousers, and spun up the lasso again. The wrestle between horse and man resumed, and it wasn't until 5 minutes later that Zhang Heng managed to restrain Bad Boy to the ground again. This time, Zhang Heng was ready to teach it a lesson. He waited a whole 10 minutes before undoing the ropes. Most horses would have surrendered by then, but the intransigent, impossible Bad Boy of a steed refused to be subdued. Thus, commenced the third rodeo. This time, Bad Boy learned from its previous mistakes and refrained from doing the brutal ram. But it was naive to think that it would be able to escape its eventual fate getting bound. Zhang Heng had already felt it in his heart. He had the right feeling to do it, and although a little knackered, he was in the zone. He felt his vision getting sharper and the lasso easier to handle. Zhang Heng waited for Bad Boy to start running before he once again tossed the lasso out. In the past 2 times, the rope caught Bad Boy's pastern. This time, however, Zhang Heng was aiming for its forearm. Once again, Zhang Heng had the black horse falling to the ground. Finally realizing that there was no escape, Bad Boy did not dodge or start a wrestling match with Zhang Heng. Instead, it stayed where it was. But Zhang Heng knew all too well that it was still too early to celebrate. This battle had only just begun. As anticipated, once he got on Bad Boy's back, the black horse went berserk again, jumping and kicking around, sparing no effort to fling the offending human off its back. Zhang Heng was thrashed about like a little canoe trapped in the giant waves of an ocean. But Zhang Heng happened to an experienced sailor who was an expert at navigating a boat in a storm. He gripped the horse's mane firmly and braced his legs. No matter how much Bad Boy tossed about, it failed to get rid of its rider. All Bad Boy could do was zip around the pen. Wendy was sweating bullets when her father said,
"Open the gates."
Although unable to fathom the reason behind her father's instruction, Wendy did as told and unlatched the wooden gate. The next thing she knew, Bad Boy bolted out of the round pen like lightning, sprinting across the field with Zhang Heng on its back. It wasn't like Zhang Heng had never driven a fast car before, but this was like driving without a windshield. The wind was blaring at him from all directions, and his butt hurt severely from the bumpy ride. The force was different from a car engine, far more uncomfortable than driving a car. But it was exciting and invigorating. The red sun setting over the horizon, the endless pastures, and the joy and satisfaction of having just tamed a fierce horse intertwined to form the perfect picture of the wild, Wild West. There was freedom in the wind, and Zhang Heng could smell it. Chapter 634, Chewing Tobacco and Lucky Horseshoe. And, as for this time, the situation was quite special. Zhang Heng completed the main task ahead of schedule before the given deadline. The task of looking for the lucky horseshoes was automatically completed after meeting Cook and Matthew. Other than that, the task of settling down in Lincoln County was completed 2 weeks after he owned the ranch. In other words, he did not need to worry about his quest anymore, and he could do whatever he wanted. And his life in the West had just begun. After redeeming his extra 24 hours, his time in the quest was extended to 520 days. Soon after taming Bad Boy, he also received the bounty that he was supposed to receive after killing Cook. In total, killing Cook granted him $10,000. and the 20 Cook gang members that he killed contributed another $8,000 to him. In total, he bagged a satisfying $18,000. Undoubtedly, such an amount was a huge sum of wealth in the 19th century United States. It took less than 500 yuan to pay for the cost of building materials, and whatever money that remained was enough for Zhang Heng to spend the rest of his life here, as free as the wind. The old cowboy and the drunk sheriff looked for Zhang Heng that day and gave him information about the remaining Cook gang members. Those farmers and miners were poor marksmen, but with the help of the old cowboy and young deputy sheriff, they managed to hunt down a few of them after a night's pursuit. In the end, only 4 gang members managed to get away. In other words, they could no longer do any more evil. To ensure that Matthew's family was 100% safe, Zhang Heng went on an excursion, hunting down Cook gang remnants. And it took him 2 months to find all 4 of them. Zhang Heng handed 2 of them over to the local sheriff, and he killed the other 2 when they attempted to retaliate. At this point, the incident had officially ended. However, Zhang Heng did not just idle and do nothing throughout the day. There were a myriad skills to learn and master in this dungeon, and in addition to horsemanship, tending to cattle and rapid shooting were skills that Zhang Heng was interested in delving into. Among those, rapid shooting was the skill he had to master. That said, he hoped that he could further improve his marksmanship through rapid-fire practice. As for tending to the cattle, it was actually a niche job, especially the use of a lasso. A skillful cowboy could rope in a target with ease. When a herd of cattle went out of control, the cowboy's skill and mind would be put to the test. They would need to catch up with the cows in the shortest time possible and toss the lasso to rein in the herd. This trick could also be used on people. Without employing deadly weapons, a lasso could be used to incapacitate the target. Zhang Heng also paid attention to the whereabouts of game items in this round of the game. Unfortunately, he heard nothing about the existence of game items in this dungeon. Now, he had a better understanding of these game items' origins. Basically, every game item was related to a god, just like those gods behind each occurrence. However, the gods may stay in more than one instance. According to Miss Bartender, there were even cases where a dungeon held no game items at all. Zhang Heng did not know which god he would encounter in this quest. Could it be the god of the West? The cowboy god? The god of the wilderness and the god of liberty seemed to make sense in this context. However, since the god in charge of this dungeon did not show up like the gods he encountered in the previous one, it was clear that this god wanted no further communication with him. Naturally, he didn't want to provoke the god. Nonetheless, his peaceful life was short-lived. 6 months later, he was involved in the war in Lincoln County. Lasting 5 months, it was a dispute between Major Murphy, Lincoln County's most influential man, and the town's ranchers. During the early phase of this county war, they harassed and assassinated each other. It was not until the 5th month that the war became a full-blown battle. After Zhang Heng picked up arms to help with the war effort, the ranchers began to overwhelmingly. Eventually, the 2 parties decided to come to a new agreement. After seeing his hired gunmen getting killed and wounded, Major Murphy promised to reduce the price on items purchased from the East Coast by half. And he also promised that he would never raise prices again. At the same time, he sold off 2 pastures and swore never to get involved in Lincoln County's livestock business. The 5-month-long Lincoln County War had finally come to an end. And Zhang Heng's biggest gain in this county war was not the ranch that he bought from Major Murphy at a low price. After all, he could not stay here forever. The wealth that he possessed in this world meant nothing. What he was really interested in was a shooter named Billy. If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, this man appeared most frequently in Western movies, and there were many stories about him. Contrary to the wild and unruly character the actor brought to the silver screen, Billy was a relatively young and timid man. Having arrived at Lincoln County recently, he was hired by a rancher and joined the county war in Lincoln County not too long after that. Zhang Heng had fought by his side several times. Billy was certainly nowhere as amazing as portrayed in the films and television series, but he was indeed a quick shooter. With only a pint of beer, Zhang Heng managed to make Billy teach him the secrets of becoming a fast gun. The last 2 months saw Zhang Heng practically do nothing but practice drawing his gun and shooting. In the end, he managed to improve his shooting skills to LV.3. With that being said, he was now an expert in long-range sniping and close-range shooting. Other than that, he combined the horseback riding skill and cattle tending skill and came up with an LV.2 skill called Cowboy. Before leaving, Zhang Heng divided the remaining $15,000 into 2 bags. One was buried under the fence of Matthew's house, and another under his own fence. After that, he chose a good day and brought Wendy for hunting. The two returned to the woods where Zhang Heng fought with the Cook gang. Some time had passed, and peace was once again restored in the place. The bailiffs took away the dead bodies that night, and the hunter's hut was rebuilt and cleaned. There was even some chopped firewood courtesy of hunters who had stayed there. The only trace that proved that a battle had taken place here was the bullet marks on the door. Zhang Heng and Wendy returned to the hut before sunset with the rabbits and deer that they killed. After that, Zhang Heng started a fire and begun dealing with their prey. Wendy sat in front of the campfire and watched him getting busy.
You haven't told me where you're from. Is that important?
Zhang Heng asked rhetorically without looking back.
Well, if I want to tell my future child your story, how am I supposed to tell him why you were here, then met me, and we both set off on a journey together? It's not my origin that allowed us to embark on this journey, but your persistence at that time. You are the most stubborn kid I have ever seen. You knocked on my door before dawn. I was still awake back then. When I looked into your eyes, I knew that if I didn't say yes, you would continue to bug me into the week. Was I that annoying?
Wendy flushed.
10,000 times more annoying than you can imagine.
Zhang Heng reached out and touched her hair.
But you saved your mother and father that night. It was really brave. Although you are a girl, you are stronger than most men I have ever met.
Wendy looked embarrassed after Zhang Heng praised her.
You saved my family that night. Yes, but if it weren't for the time you bought me some time by pointing the shotgun at Cook, I would not be able to get there in time before Cook killed your mother.
Zhang Heng said.
That means you have played a part in changing your destiny, kid.
Chapter 635, Ring Toss Game.
Young man, bring your girlfriend over here for a chance at my ring toss. 4 rings cost you only 10 yuan, and 10 rings cost you only 20. The prizes I have include bunnies, soft toys, and the grand prize is a Xiaomi Mi Band. It's a fair game. You will definitely win something in the end.
Zhang Heng and Hayes Asuka came across a ring toss game booth when they visited the night market. Hayes Asuka held the stinky tofu in one hand, stopped, and watched on with enthusiasm. The owner immediately took the opportunity to promote his game, but his effort was in vain. That was because Hayes Asuka, a Japanese exchange student, could not understand Chinese. And there was already a couple playing in front of the booth. The two seemed to want to win the Mi Band. Judging from its packaging, it should be a second-generation Mi Band with a market price of around 120 yuan. If they could win the grand prize, it was no less but a significant profit. But this kind of game was like the discount bundle sold in a penguin game. The customers would always feel that they had profited from the game if they won something. As for the boss, he would still benefit from whoever visited his booth. Many games like this often came off as innocent and straightforward, but they were far more complicated than one could imagine. For instance, the booth owner would usually put the most valuable prize the furthest and the unworthy ones closer to the customers. It was an attempt to tempt the players into aiming for the valuable prizes that were a lot further to reach. Furthermore, the valuable prizes were generally larger and more challenging to get a ring on them. The ring was designed to be very light in weight, making it was hard for the players to control their throw. It was made out of a material with great elasticity as well, usually bouncing off the surface it hit. The couple spent 20 yuan on buying 10 rings. Unfortunately, none managed to put the 10 rings on the grand prize. Their rings managed to graze the packaging a few times, but the owner wasn't worried at all. In fact, he still wore a smile, as if encouraging the couple to keep playing until they bagged the grand prize. When the young couple threw their last ring, the boss saw their frustrated looks. He then waved his hand at them and kindly gave them 2 consolation prizes, 2 one-piece keychains. Eiichiro Oda would probably be wondering just when did he authorize a random game booth to sell his one-piece merchandise. When the boss asked them to try again, the couple rejected his offer. So, the boss smiled and watched the dejected pair walk away from his booth. He then stuffed the 20 yuan hustle that came by so easily into his pocket. Zhang Heng then asked Hayes Asuka in Japanese.
What do you want? The little rabbit is adorable, but the foreign student dormitory does not allow us to keep any pet there.
The latter looked at the rabbit in the cage and moaned with disappointment.
But this game looks entertaining. How much does it cost to play?
Zhang Heng translated the amount of money needed to play this game to Hayes Asuka, and she quickly took 20 yuan out from her wallet.
Oh, she's not from around here.
The boss overheard the two conversing in Japanese. He took the money from them, once again wearing his ear-to-ear smile.
I will send you 2 extra rings.
Zhang Heng then passed the rings to Hayes Asuka. After receiving the plastic rings from Zhang Heng, she looked at the prizes on the ground. The first thing she laid her eyes on was the rabbit cage. She wished she would get to keep the little rabbit in her room. Thus, realizing it would be a somewhat impossible endeavor, she fixed her eyes on the Kingston 64 gigabytes flash drive. No matter the woman's nationality and age, they were always good at choosing what they desired. This was probably one of a woman's hidden talents. Although there were various prizes on offer, most were useless objects produced by some small factories, save for the Mi Band used as a gimmick to attract customers. The second prize would be the flash drive. The market price of the flash drive was about 70 yuan. Hayes Asuka watched the pair of couples playing earlier, and she knew that tossing a ring on the Mi Band, the prize furthest away from her, was no small challenge. So she took the initiative to lower the difficulty for herself. She took a look for a long time to aim before throwing out her first ring. Even before she threw the ring out, Zhang Heng knew that she would be winning no prizes today. He caught her bending forward when she tossed the ring, meaning that there was a 100% chance that it would bounce off its target. The moment the owner saw her throwing technique, he could instantly tell the girl was an amateur who knew nothing about the game. The smile on his face only served to grow. And, of course, he did not forget to console her.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll get the next one.
Zhang Heng interrupted Hayes Asuka before she could throw the second ring. He then corrected her posture. Hayes Asuka immediately realized that she had made a mistake, sticking out her tongue as a thanks gesture. Although she corrected her posture, the fact that the plastic rings were too light and difficult to control was not something easy to overcome. Perhaps she wasn't used to throwing this way, that the second plastic ring landed even further from her target. Asuka Hayes looked at Zhang Heng again, attempting to seek an answer from Master Zhang. But this time, Zhang Heng could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. This was not rocket science. As long as one got the posture right, the rest would have to be left to skill and fate. In the end, Hayes Asuka tossed 10 rings by herself. But unfortunately, the result almost matched the previous couples that played this game. She eventually gave up on her target and chose a worthless soft toy in front of her. However, she was probably disappointed in herself and failed to land the ring on the easy target too. Seeing that there were only 2 rings left with her, a little frustration began to set in. Zhang Heng suddenly chimed in.
Would you like me to give it a go?
Hayes Asuka nodded and passed the rings to Zhang Heng. Holding the rings in his hand, Zhang Heng estimated their weight. He had lived in the West some time ago and was now an expert at using the lasso. He could land his lasso at a bull that was running among the herd. A mini-game like this should come as a breeze. Zhang Heng threw the first ring in his hand without any preparation. Instead of waiting for the first plastic ring to land on the target, Zhang Heng threw the second ring. In the end, one of the rings landed on the USB flash drive, and the other ring landed on the Mi Band. These 2 items were the most valuable prizes at the booth. The boss counted his money happily at the side, even going as far as to prepare a keychain as the consolation. He did not expect to lose both of his most valuable prizes in a blink of an eye. His face changed immediately. The 2 rings landed on the prizes accurately, and the boss could not come up with an excuse to disqualify them. It was then that the owner knew that he'd encountered a maestro tonight. If the ring on one prize, it could be pure luck. However, if he managed to land the rings on 2 prizes, that was pure skill. So, the owner could only conclude that the young man in front of him must be a master. It was not easy to make a living. Zhang Heng heard that some people went as far as buying their own claw machine to practice catching the dolls at home. That said, some people would practice tossing rings at home just to win the prize that they wanted. Game booths that ran on such a concept was a profitable venture when it had many customers. However, the booth's owner would occasionally encounter an expert. Most of these were willing to admit defeat. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng showed mercy to the owner. He only decided to help his girlfriend after failing to land a single ring on anything after 10 attempts. The owner of the ring stall shook his head and sighed. He then walked over, handed over the prizes to Hayes Asuka, and congratulated the reluctantly grinning girl. However, the boss could not bear to be the only one to make a loss tonight. So, he decided to drag other booth owners down with him. After that, he gave Zhang Heng an idea.
Hey young man, listen to me. There is one more game stall like mine 30 meters ahead. He has better prizes there, more valuable than my Mi Band. You should pay it a visit.
Chapter 636. Everything will be fine. Zhang Heng didn't follow the owner's suggestion. It wasn't his goal to come here to win all the prizes that all those booths had to offer. The money spent would be used to bring joy to him and Asuka Hayes. Instead of relying on winning prizes to become rich, it was better to buy a ranch in the West and raise cattle on it. Asuka Hayes may not have much use for the USB flash drive and Mi Band, but the joy of hitting the jackpot was enough to keep her excited the whole night. Such was the kind of feeling that motivated thousands of players to spend huge sums of money on their gacha games. After that, Zhang Heng sent Asuka Hayes, whose legs had gone weak from excessive shopping, back to the international student dormitory. He then looked at his watch. It was 10:30 at night, and there was still an hour and a half before midnight struck. After that, Zhang Heng found a place without cameras and parked his polo by the roadside. He then went to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Due to the extra 24 hours that he had, his fitness level was also doubled. Although it had only been half a year, the hard work that he put in to strengthen himself had started bearing fruits. After taking off his clothes, his abdominal and chest muscles could be seen popping up. He began to pay attention to his diet, 2 excess calories still better to go on a low-calorie regime. To achieve that, he tried his best not to consume any cola, even if it was a Coke Zero. Fried and oily foods were out of the question as well. After Zhang Heng settled the bill, he returned to the car and sent Fan Mainin a text. "Where are you?" After a good while, Fan Mainin finally replied, "I got a sudden stomachache right before I went out. Where do you live? I'll bring you some medicine." Trying to trick me into giving you my address. Then, you will provide an excuse that you need to take care of me, and come knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Then, when I'm feeling weak and need someone to be my side, you will nurse me with medicine. From there, you plan to conquer my body, right? Fan Mainin, on the other side of the line, became instantly alerted. Zhang Heng sent an ellipsis as a reply to her. "Just give up. I won't let you do that to me. I will arrive on time. See you then." Zhang Heng put away the phone and drove his polo to the nearby McDonald's. Fan Mainin arrived on time at 11:07. Her face looked a little pale, and she was panting. Putting down her backpack on the table, she plopped down on the stool opposite Zhang Heng.
Hey, here are all the game items that you temporarily put in my place. Thank you.
Zhang Heng did not open the backpack, directly placing it on the seat beside him. The game items in the bag came from the players he killed while rescuing Fan Mainin more than a month ago. And this time, Zhang Heng had sold everything that he could sell to recast the ordinary katana. He spent all his points, but he also sold the items that he did not need. In the end, he was still short of around 700 game points. With the 100 over points that he earned in the previous game, he should clear his debt. After that, he just needed to wait and see what changes would happen to the ordinary katana after the recasting. If it got upgraded from its F grade to a measly E grade, he would have to find some time to kill the swordsmith. But now, he was more concerned about other things. Zhang Heng looked at Fan Mainin.
"What are you up to during this time?"
He asked.
"Why do you reply to me slower and slower after I send you a message?" I usually have my own things to do. I'm sorry that I can't be the honey that comes to you every time you summon me. Isn't there a rich woman and a cute Japanese student accompanying you?
Fan Meinan curled her lips as she bemoaned.
Ah, you have been here for so long, and you didn't even order any food. Why hasn't the waiter chased you out yet? I ordered a single set meal for the vagrants nearby, and I have ordered something for myself to take away later, replied Zhang Hong.
What do you want to eat? I can treat you to whatever you want to eat.
Sounds good to me.
Fan Meinan then blurted in satisfaction.
Thank you, boss. She turned to look at the menu that wasn't far away and squinted for a bit. She then retracted her gaze and sighed. Forget it. It's almost midnight. I don't want to become fat. You are already thinner than when we first met.
Zhang Heng still remembered when Fan Mei had put on men's clothing to transform herself into Ma Wei, attempting to play a prank on him. Unfortunately, they ran into Zavilcha, and Zhang Heng had to carry her for a while in the school. Fan Meinan was taller than her counterparts, standing at a lanky 170 centimeters. Nonetheless, she weighed less than 90 pounds. And now, she looked to be only about 80 pounds. She was not supposed to be this thin. Perhaps she had eaten something wrong, and it caused her to lose some weight. Even though Fan Meinan was as rude as ever when she spoke in WeChat, she looked a little weak when Zhang Heng met her in person. After a while, he noticed a band-aid stuck to the back of Fan Meinan's hand. The girl subconsciously retracted her hand when she saw Zhang Heng staring at it and tried to explain herself.
I accidentally cut my hand while cutting fruits. You use the back of your hand to hold fruits when you cut them? What the heck? Have you just completed a quest where you play detective? Since when did your observation skills become so good?
Fan Meinan exclaimed with raised eyebrows.
Did no one tell you that you don't have to speak up all the time, even if you notice something wrong? You look a little embarrassed. Every dog has its day. Your rich woman almost died in her dream last time. This is the truth of life. And can you ask her to take back the Lexus she gave me? Well, I didn't know that maintaining a luxury car is so expensive. I can't afford it with my meager salary, Fan Meinan sighed.
As I said before, you helped me last time. If you have any trouble this time, you can ask me to help you.
Zhang Heng looked into Fan Meinan's eyes. Thanks, but you can't help much with this matter. I still have to do it myself, replied Fan Meinan.
You should prepare for your proxy war. You'd better pray you don't encounter me there. If you run into me, I will make you suffer. By the way, you are so damn mysterious all the time. Who do you work for?
I thought I had found the answer before, but now I am a bit unsure.
Zhang Heng replied. He was sure that the old man in the Tang suit was Kronos, but the real question was his true identity was still unsure. His emotions were slowly disappearing. What did the expedition to Greenland 17 years ago have anything to do with him? And why did Kronos approach him? Without getting answers to these questions, Zhang Heng could not determine whether the old man in Tang suit was a friend or foe, nor did he know what the latter's plan was. He had a faint hunch that Kronos hoped that the extra time that he granted in the games could accelerate the disappearance of his emotions. However, he was unsure of what the consequences of that would be.
It seems that each of us has our own worries, said Fan Meinan with both of her hands put into her pockets. After hesitated for a while, she took out her hands again and held Zhang Heng's hand on the table. She then looked at him and said softly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine."
Chapter 637. New email. In retrospect, the life of the vast majority of people in college was not that exciting. Every corner of the campus exuded the gross scent of love, where couples publicly displayed their affection everywhere. The classic scenes of romance novels were brought to life here every night. The president of the student union and the heads of various clubs were in high spirits, organizing various activities. However, the buzz couldn't conceal the fact that most people were single. The only three places that they could go were the dormitory, canteen, and classroom, either attending classes or having fun with their roommates. It was as if the city was an exciting place, but it had nothing to do with most people. After graduation, they would soon realize that they actually didn't do much during their time in college. Life on campus didn't feel so monotonous and boring, though. Even if the students were bored, there was always someone around to spend time with them. It was not until they entered society that they realized the familiar avatars in their friend list on a random game hadn't come online for a long time. The online game that they used to play together had now been replaced by other online games. This specific breed of loneliness was probably called growing up. Those, however, were the things that they had to consider in the future. For now, the four, still in their sophomore year, felt like college life would never end. Today, the film club was slated to play a Quentin classic in the small auditorium Django Unchained. After a meal, Chun Huadong dragged Zhang Heng and Wei Jianyang to watch the movie together in flip-flops. They paid 2 yuan each before entering the auditorium. Although they came 20 minutes before the movie started, many were already seated. The first few rows of seats were either occupied or reserved. Chun Huadong did not rush to find a seat. Instead, he looked around him and saw many pretty girls. Some of them came with boyfriends, meaning he wouldn't have the chance to talk to them. Others sat alongside their roommate or friends. Chun Huadong was one who lacked guts. After struggling for a long time, he saw many pretty girls, but he had no courage to make a move to sit beside one of them. After all, there were still so many empty seats in the auditorium. If he went ahead and sat beside a gorgeous one, everyone would find out his true intention.
Over the top. I think they are over the top. It doesn't match my calm and mature temperament.
Chun Huadong shook his head and chose one of the seats in the middle row. However, he made sure to explore the possibility of sitting next to some of the girls that came late. Hence, he picked a seat where both of his sides were still empty. If what he imagined came true, he could only blame it on fate. Wei Jianyang sat on his left side, while Zhang Heng sat near the aisle. Wei Jianyang then said,
Master Chun, if you continue to act like this, I am afraid that you'll be single for the rest of your 4 years in college. Show me what to do in this situation then.
Ted at Wei Jianyang.
Sit right there. It's inappropriate. This trick can only be used by young Master Zhang. I'm afraid that the ordinary people of my generation will be unable to master it. Wei Jianyang shook his head.
That's not enough. In the end, one's look is still the most important factor to attract girls.
Chun Huadong sneered.
If I were blessed with a handsome face, I wouldn't worry about where I should sit. I could sit wherever I want, and the girls would automatically flock to me.
That makes sense.
Chun Huadong's wishful thinking eventually fell through. In the end, the seats in the auditorium were not fully occupied. A boy sat next to him, though, and the two silently looked at each other, glimpsing a touch of loneliness in each other's eyes.
Why do men make another man suffer?
Wei Jianyang said. Similar things were happening everywhere in the auditorium. This was the age where hormones raged. However, bashfulness got the better of them, and it was causing both the boys and girls to be too embarrassed to take the first step. Everyone was waiting for the signal to make up for the next 99 steps. Yet, no one was willing to take the most critical step the first. As such, a love story would not be born here. Seeing that the auditorium was full, the film club stopped letting people in and the movie began to play. The students' commotion calmed down as well, as the crowd started to immerse themselves in the film. The bounty hunter Schultz, pretending to be a dentist, brought the black man called Django to hunt down their target, and their enemies outnumbered them. When Chun Huadong saw that, he commented,
Quentin is a legend. The scenes are pretty explicit. How did the film club members get their hands on the uncensored version? I want to be a bounty hunter now. I envy their lives so much. They ride their horses everywhere to bring down the scales of justice, and they were paid to do that. Life can't get any better than that. Hey, wasn't your dream moving to Japan to be a porn director?
Wei Jianyang asked. Zhang Heng, on the other side, shook his head.
It's not that simple being a bounty hunter. The risks outweigh the benefits. The West is vast, and people have to endure extreme heat all the time. No one can work as a bounty hunter forever. If you possess the skills for that, it would be better to move into a small town and become their sheriff.
Chapter 638. Alien. The proxy war participants were all players who had worked their way up to become an agent. Non-agent players, on the other hand, were allowed to join the proxy war, but they could only enter as an apostle. They could only choose one deity to side with. Since each agent could recruit up to 3 apostles, the new system would allow players to play the game in small teams. However, if an agent wished to join the proxy war alone, they were more than welcome to do so. Recruiting apostles was not compulsory, but it was better for most agents to have a helper than none, and the chances of completing a level in a team were also greater. Zhang Heng, however, had no intention to recruit any apostles due to his special circumstances. Besides, there were some differences between the dungeon in the proxy war and an ordinary dungeon, the details of which would be explained during the game. Only 5 days were left before the proxy war began. Zhang Heng did a quick take on the email sent by the organizing committee. He then opened the browser and saw that the organizing committee had launched an official website, and the players could log in with their forum accounts. The official website was now empty, and little information had been uploaded to it. However, Zhang Heng noticed a player list on the website's left side, looking like a leaderboard of sorts. For now, there were no names on it. Zhang Heng looked for his player code on the website, and the system prompted him to enter a display name to others. He pondered on it for a moment and eventually decided to go with Simon. After that, he left the empty official website. In the next 5 days, Zhang Heng made no special preparations. He had appointed the bartender to send the ordinary katana for recasting before the first proxy war, and he probably wouldn't get it now. Fortunately, his game items bettered most of the players, and he wasn't too stressed about the war's early phase. 5 days later, Zhang Heng went to the Sex and the City bar. The bartender lady gave the nod after checking his player number.
Welcome to the proxy war. The first 3 rounds are equivalent to an admission test. You need to clear the 3 dungeons solo or in a team within 45 days. While you are at it, get as many scores as possible.
Does the score mean game points?
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows.
No. Have you played Super Mario?
Well, I've played it several times on the Xiaobalong learning machine when I was young. Scores are similar to the gold coins in the Super Mario game. Unlike game points, however, you can actually look at the scores. However, whether you can earn them or not will all depend on your skills.
Zhang Heng immediately realized the leaderboards function on the newly launched official website.
How many can pass this test? The top 500, said the bartender.
The top 50 have additional rewards, but the rewards for 1 to 50 are the same. After all, this is just an entry-level test. Do you have any further questions?
Zhang Heng shook his head.
You'd better be mentally prepared. The quests of the proxy war are very different from what you've been experiencing.
The bartender also added, happy gaming. Difference? How big of a difference? You'll know when it happens.
As usual, the bartender lady did not tell him everything. Zhang Heng set the alarm, laid on the deck, and allowed the drowsiness to consume him. Verifying player ID. Verification complete. Agent identity confirmed. Player number 07958 is welcome to join the proxy war. This is the first round of the test. Quest is being randomly selected. Extraction complete. Current quest alien.
Please explore the background of the game by yourself.
Quest goal. Earn as many points as possible, 5 points for every alien found and killed. Mode. Single. Time flow rate. 120. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 5 days in this game. Player will be sent back to the real world after 20 days. Friendly reminder, the game will officially begin in 5 seconds. Prepare yourself. The opening dialogue that had remained unchanged for years finally changed this time. The system even reminded him that he was joining the proxy war. Before figuring out the old man in the Tang suit's true intention, Zhang Heng had to maintain a cooperative relationship with the other party. After all, he had to admit that the gift the old man gave him was indeed handy, not just in games, but also in his regular life. In the real world, 48 hours a day allowed him to do a lot more than a regular person. Therefore, he decided to fulfill the promise made to the old man in the Tang suit the day they met in the maid cafe. He would win this proxy war for him. The title of this quest sounded like the time when Mayflower sailed across the sea while American post-colonists were still fighting with the natives. In this case, Zhang Heng's marksmanship and riding skills should help him earn many scores in this quest. However, when Zhang Heng opened his eyes, he was a little surprised by what he saw. He was sitting on his own bed. He looked around the room. He was certain that he was in his room, or at least an excellent replica of it. Modern-day Earth? Many years had passed since the Second World War. Although conflicts broke out now and then, society as a whole had started working hard to make good money as a collective. Those who were classified as alien and had to be killed were getting rarer and rarer. What more, Zhang Heng was back in his hometown, a third-tier city. Zhang Heng had no idea what else would have been labeled as alien. And since the game required the players to explore on their own, Zhang Heng would have to solve this mystery himself. He looked around again. It was indeed his room, save for some minute differences. This room was a copy of his room when he was in high school. The timetable he posted on the wall was in its place and the textbooks and workbooks on the desk. There was even his old mate, 7 mobile phone. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Zhang Heng could hear his grandfather's voice on the other side.
We're having fish tonight. I'm going out to buy one. Stay home and do your homework. Don't fool around.
Zhang Heng mumbled a reply. After a while, he heard the door open and the lock clicking. He quickly put the white horse crown, Paris arrow, and pestilence bone bow from under the bed, inconvenient items to carry around. Since it was his first time joining the proxy war, Zhang Heng wanted to take no chances, taking practically everything he could bring. Then, he opened the door and walked out of the bedroom into the living room. Chapter 639. Someone familiar. Zhang Heng stood in front of the mirror in the living room, staring at the reflection of his 17-year-old self. 3 years ago, his height and figure were starkly different from what it was now. Fortunately, his attribute strength and speed included were preserved in this quest. After that, Zhang Heng unlocked his Mate 7 and looked at the time. The screen displayed today's date as Wednesday, April 13th, 2016. Zhang Heng had no idea what happened during the previous day. Even if he did remember it, it wouldn't help much because he was now in a dungeon. A quest where the setting mimicked the real world was actually quite a troublesome one. He would now need some time to figure out the difference between this world and the real world, and he couldn't tell for sure whether his past memories would have a positive or negative effect. Zhang Heng walked around the living room, then entered several rooms and found nothing unusual. So he planned to go out and have a look. His grandfather did advise him to stay put before he left, but Zhang Heng wasn't really just going to sit there and do his homework obediently since he wasn't in the real world. Finding the key, Zhang Heng took it and opened the door. Usually, his grandpa would go to this huge wet market to buy fish, and it was quite a distance from his house. Taking that into account, he had about 40 minutes to explore this dungeon before his grandpa returned. He wasn't given any goals either, and so far, he had been given nothing that could be considered a clue. So all he could do was to continue wandering around. The residents that lived in the community were exactly the same as he remembered. He even ran into Qin. He rode a bicycle, and there was a basketball in the basket, ready to head to the court by the riverbank for a game. Once he saw Zhang Heng, he stopped the bike with one foot on the ground.
Come and play basketball with me. No, I haven't finished my homework yet, replied Zhang Heng.
I didn't do mine as well. I'll wake up a little earlier tomorrow and go copy the others' work in the classroom.
Qin spread his hands. Why are you wandering outside now? I have something to do. We'll play together next time. What's the matter?
Qin was intrigued by Zhang Heng's reaction.
Is it a date? Is it a girl in your class? Do you want me to help you? For example, I can act like a bully, blocking her way, then attempt a robbery. You can then be the hero and come to her rescue.
Qin waved his arm as he spoke. His tan skin and lanky figure made him look like a bully.
I appreciate your kindness, Zhang Heng said.
You should go ahead and have fun with your basketball. We ran out of soy sauce at home. I need to get a bottle for Grandpa.
You should have told me earlier.
Qin retracted his foot and stepped on the pedal.
Don't forget about the weekend, he said before cycling away. Zhang Heng did not know what he promised Qin 3 years ago. Friends since childhood, he must have either promised to play games or basketball with him. These two activities were basically his hobbies. When he was alone, he would download porn to watch. Undoubtedly, Zhang Heng was not too bothered by it. Apart from Qin, he met several other familiar aunties and uncles. He greeted each of them before stopping at a newsstand where he bought the day's newspaper. The reports in this now 3-year-old edition were the way he remembered it. Most articles focused on meetings that different politicians held at various places in the country. There were particular articles promoting positive thinking, and Zhang Heng could remember most of them. However, After reading them all together, he realized he didn't remember its details. The following story was about workers who were trying to restore the electricity somewhere, and 3 children who had drowned in a river. Zhang Heng clearly remembered this one. A major event 3 years ago. No one knew how the 3 children quietly fled their respective homes after their families fell asleep that night. And the most bizarre part was that they walked a whopping 5 miles, arriving at the river before dawn where they eventually drowned. This incident was questionable, causing quite a stir among the public at that time. It was the talk of the week, and along with it sprouted speculations of all manner. Among them, the river spirit had to be the most popular one. Every summer, there would surely be a drowning case in that particular river. Some drowned while playing in the water, while some committed suicide. Although there was a sign prohibiting people from swimming, it wasn't enough to stop the more eager residents from getting their fix of the river. The 3 kids found drowned were relatively young. The oldest was only 14 years of age, and the youngest was only 10. At that time, the authorities had swiftly announced the results of their investigation. One child left a diary to prove that this was indeed an accident. Zhang Heng was still studying at that time, didn't think much about it. He was now in the Proxy Wars dungeon, and the game started on the 2nd day after the drowning of the 3 children. Perhaps the incident might have had something to do with the quest. Having no more use for the paper, he tossed it into the trash can but kept the page that contained the report about the drowning after that. He saw a pancake stall next to the newsstand, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The stall was closed permanently during his 3rd year in high school. Apparently, the owner had made enough money and had gone back to the village to build a house and get married. Sometimes, when he woke up late in the morning, he would come here to buy a pancake for himself. The owner could recognize him, and he always smiled as a friendly gesture. Looking at the time, Zhang Heng figured that if he went to the river, he wouldn't make it back in time before his grandpa got home. Left with no other options, he had to postpone his investigation until that night. That, however, left him with time to prepare. Zhang Heng first visited the convenience store and bought a bottle of mosquito-repellent. Mosquitoes swarmed by the thousands by the river in summer. He then got 4 batteries for the flashlight that he saw at home, a bottle of mineral water, and a packet of biscuits. The sum of those items almost consumed all of his pocket money. While he was paying, he saw another familiar face. The person was a rather well-known in the community. Having graduated from a prestigious university, he was the child that families would use to compare with their kids, excelling in both character and academics. After graduation, however, something happened to him. He found a few jobs, but couldn't hold any of them. After that happened, he just stayed at home to play games and watch anime. As a result, the people around him started to see him differently, from role model to bad example. After staying at home for such a long time, his mental state began to deteriorate, and he was soon admitted to a mental hospital by his family. If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, he should have just been discharged. He looked frail and thinner, wore an old t-shirt, and looked like hadn't shaved in a long time. When he entered the convenience store, his head was face down all the time because he did not dare to look at others. He came to the convenience store to buy cigarettes. In this era where almost all people were using Alipay and WeChat to make their payments, he still used paper money to pay. After he spent a long time searching for the money that he had on him, it yielded no result. The cashier started to get a little impatient.
Let me pay for him. Chapter 640, Investigation at the River. While talking, Zhang Heng took out his cell phone, clicked on WeChat, and paid off the yuan for the person in front of him. However, he received no thanks from the other party. All he did was hastily grab the pack of cigarettes, open the door of the convenience store, and leave.
What kind of person is that? The cashier lady muttered. She felt that the situation wasn't fair for Zhang Heng.
He was so rude. You shouldn't have paid for him.
It's all right. It's only yuan anyway, Zhang Heng said. We should help each other since this is a small community.
If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, when the man that just left was still a college student, the cashier used to have a crush on him. Whenever he came to the convenience store, the cashier always wanted to buy him some snacks. At the same time, she would try to look for a topic to chat him up. Tragically, their lives were very different, and in the end, their relationship did not work out well. However, His current situation did make it difficult to relate to the bright young man before. Zhang Heng did not dwell on this issue, scanning the code of his purchases, and left the convenience store. He then went around to wander a little longer and returned home after realizing that it was almost time for his grandpa to be home. After dinner, Zhang Heng returned to his room, closed the door, and turned on the computer. The first thing that he did was to search for news about the 3 drowned children on the internet. 2 of them were boys, and 1 of them was a girl, and they were all from the same community where they knew each other. The girl came from a single-parent family, where her father had passed away when she was still very young. When the distraught mother found out that her daughter had drowned, she wailed and fainted several times. The police officers had to call an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Zhang Heng watched the interview, but he couldn't find anything amiss. If the victims of the incident weren't 3 children, it would not have received such big attention. It would just be another ordinary piece of news. Unfortunately, few useful clues were found regarding the incident, and he could only carry out the basic investigations first. He waited until 10:30 when his grandpa went to bed. After waiting for a further half hour, he figured that his grandpa should be asleep. At 11, he carried the backpack with the pestilence-bone bow on his back, grabbing his car key on the table before leaving. Zhang Heng entered the car, tossing the backpack and bow to the rear seats. He chose a CD and inserted it into the stereo, and Jay Chou's melodious tunes started filling the car. His residence was quite a distance from the river where the 3 children were drowned. Considering that he was now a high school student and had barely turned 18, a detour was necessary. Thus, he avoided a few intersections with more traffic. By the time he arrived at his destination, it was 11:36 at night. The place was devoid of people at that hour, and there were no lights either. The only sound that filled the air was the powerful sound of water rushing through the river. The place was dark and gloomy, but for someone like Zhang Heng, who killed a horseman of the apocalypse, he found no fear in himself. He found a place to park, turned off the engine, and took his backpack and bow with him. Turning on his freshly powered flashlight, he began to walk toward the river. The police had found their bodies downstream, but as for the exact spot where the accident took place, authorities deduced it must have happened where they found the girl's shoe. They speculated that the girl fell into the river accidentally. The 2 boys must have attempted to rescue her, and they too entered the river. Thanks to that, all 3 were lost in the currents of the dark, raging waters. Zhang Heng descended into the embankment. During the rainy season, these walking paths in the riverbank would be completely submerged underwater. A drought during the past 2 years, however, had brought the water level down, and many often came here to fish and swim. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhang Heng came to the spot where the accident happened. Since police investigations were complete, they removed the yellow stripe tape that once cordoned off the area. Not far from where Zhang Heng stood, a new sign had been erected, prohibiting swimming in the river. When Zhang Heng pointed his flashlight at the signboard, he found that the word prohibited was missing. The area was deemed unfriendly to investigators, seeing how pebbled littered the entire riverbank. This made looking for footprints almost impossible. The police had already been here once, and to them, it was pointless to investigate the scene again. Zhang Heng could only start his investigation from somewhere else. He stood at the place where the girl left her shoes, then stretched out his foot and felt the ground. Apparently, the moss-laden rocks on the riverbank were extremely slippery, and if one were not careful, they would most definitely lose their footing and fall into the water. There were many small puddles around Zhang Heng, probably formed when the water level rose to a certain level. Communities of small fishes and tadpoles were trapped in these puddles and could be caught easily with a plastic bottle. Now, Zhang Heng understood why this place was so attractive to children. Coupled with the diary that the police found later, was this really just an accident? While Zhang Heng was in deep thought, a sudden noise came from behind him. He moved the flashlight over and found a small toad. The amphibian remained motionless as the bright light hit it. He figured that the sound must have originated from this little thing leaping and kicking the pebbles around. At that instance, an idea struck him. When the light hit the spot under the bridge, he saw something else in a split second. However, When he shone his torch at the spot again, there was nothing there. Zhang Heng stood there, thought for half a second, and decisively turned off the flashlight. He took out his filter lens from his pocket, put it on his eyes, and walked towards the bridge pier. If there was something hidden behind the bridge pier, that thing should have fled right before he walked toward it. Of course, it did not rule out the possibility that the thing would continue to stay there, waiting to ambush him. Zhang Heng wasn't too worried, though, carrying the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow with him. There was also a pocket knife in his pocket. Just as Zhang Heng took 2 steps forward, he saw a black figure rushing out from behind the bridge pier and running to the other side. Judging by its silhouette, it looked like a person or at least a humanoid creature. His face was covered, and all Zhang Heng could tell was that the person was a male. Zhang Heng quickly went after him. The opponent's stamina was below average. Let alone a powerhouse like Zhang Heng. He was even slower than the ordinary man. Besides, the surroundings were pitch black, and his vision severely impaired. Zhang Heng's speed, on the other hand, didn't reduce thanks to the help of the filter lens. The two drew closer and closer. The mysterious man realized that he could not outrun Zhang Heng. With gritted teeth, he jumped into the river. Zhang Heng did not follow him in. Although a fine swimmer, this was known to be a perilous river, where powerful, unpredictable undercurrents could overpower a man in seconds. Zhang Heng was surprised when he saw how willing the mysterious man was to risk his life just to shake him off. The more important thing was that Zhang Heng already knew who the person was. He could just go and look for him tomorrow. Zhang Heng did not want to go into the river simply because he did not want to get his clothes and game items wet. Chapter 641. Life of a high school student. The hour and minute hand on his watch met, pointing to 0 together. Zhang Heng received a system reminder in his sleep and learned that his quest time had been extended from 20 days to 140 days. Since it was set in the modern day, the prolonged game time had undoubtedly more pros than cons. In other words, there was now more time to explore this dungeon. He could hone his skills, and at the same time, there was no need for taking additional risks. However, was this quest as peaceful as it portrayed? The alarm woke Zhang Heng up early the next morning. Having left high school life for quite a while, he would need some time to get used to the grind again, waking up early every morning, then gobbling down breakfast as fast as possible before the mad rush to school. Returning to high school all of a sudden made him a little uncomfortable, not to mention that yesterday's homework was uncompleted. After coming back from the river last night, he wanted to complete his homework, but the moment he looked at them, he found that he had forgotten a lot of things. So he gave up on doing it completely. After breakfast, Zhang Heng grabbed his school bag, said hello to his grandfather, and left for school. Although he knew who the person under the bridge's pier from last night was, he didn't immediately confront the person. The first reason was that the person would not run away from this place for now, and the second was that everything seemed normal in this dungeon so far. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng made sure that his guard stayed up all the time. On the bright side, at least he had not done anything beyond his status as a student yet. After waiting for a while, Zhang Heng finally got on the bus. There were many students and office workers who went on the same bus. One of the girls with pigtails took advantage of the time to memorize some texts. When the bus became too crowded, the driver shouted,
Stand back a little. Stand back a little.
Zhang Heng had no choice but to move half a step toward the pigtailed girl. The two were almost sticking together. She then raised her head and looked at Zhang Heng. Immediately, he showed an apologetic smile to her. The girl with pigtails quickly lowered her head to the point it almost got buried in the textbook. Zhang Heng had been taking this route for some time now, and this wasn't his first time encountering her. Judging from the textbook she was holding, she should be a year older than him. In reality, however, Zhang Heng had never spoken to her, nor did he know her name until she completed her college entrance examination. The purpose of this quest was not for Zhang Heng to relive the memories of high school. Seeing that the girl was well into her textbook, he didn't intend to disturb her. So, the two stood close together until they arrived at the school. Zhang Heng was encumbered by the crowd and had to squeeze his way to get off the bus. He tidied up his slightly messy clothes and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar school gate. The current time was 7:15, only 5 minutes left before the day's classes began. Knowing he could be late, Zhang Heng picked up the pace like the other students around him. He found his class by memory, and not long after he put down his school bag, the bell rang. Zhang Heng had traversed many quests, and he had also done all sorts of odd jobs. However, the busiest job was none other than a high school student. This was the kind of life where you opened your eyes every day, and the day was fully arranged. However, the magical part was that although everyone was super busy every day, they still managed to squeeze out some time to engage in relationships. It was as if everyone had 48 hours a day. Zhang Heng felt a little dizzy after a day of class, not to mention his summoning to the office by many teachers since he failed to hand in his homework. Fortunately, he had not caused too much trouble, making a good impression of himself in front of his teachers. Zhang Heng told the teachers that he was not feeling too well, the most effective excuse to avoid reprimand. However, this was just a temporary solution. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had someone that he knew sitting beside him. Her name is Bai Qing, a friend who happened to be the class study committee member.
Are you okay? Did Teacher Song scold you?
Asked Bai Qing with concern as she looked at Zhang Heng, who had just returned from the office. She was the one who had notified Zhang Heng to go to the office earlier.
I told them I had a fever last night. You were sick last night.
Bai Qing was a little surprised.
No. Hello. Then, you'd better complete your homework next time. If you just get good grades, the teachers will stop coming after you. And you won't be so lucky next time, Bai Qing reminded. Apparently, she hadn't forgotten her duties as a member of the study committee. And Bai Qing could not figure out why Zhang Heng gave her a different feeling today. Unlike before, Zhang Heng was obviously absent-minded in class. He paid not the slightest attention to the lessons, whether it be math or English. He did not even bother to open the textbooks on his table. Although Zhang Heng would occasionally let his mind wander, this was Bai Qing's first time seeing him being so disconnected for the whole day. She also noticed that he would write something down in the textbook with a pen from time to time, only to cross it out a moment later. Zhang Heng acknowledged Bai Qing. The girl thought that he would heed her advice, constantly feeling that he was different from the other boys in the class. He had a kind of maturity that did not match his age, as if he knew what needed to be done all the time. After a while, she heard Zhang Heng asking her a shocking question.
Can I copy your homework?
IL-11 upon his request, Bai Qing was speechless.
The teacher is no fool. He can tell that you've copied someone.
She replied.
It makes sense. I shall borrow another person's homework to copy from it.
It was troublesome enough to come to school every day without knowing what was going on. Zhang Heng was in no mood to do homework school like before. Although he had an extra 24 hours every day, he had no intention to abuse himself.
Copying from multiple copies of homework is not the solution, either.
Bai Qing frowned.
You will suffer in the exams. You can't lie to yourself when it comes to learning.
As she spoke, she handed her homework and examination papers to Zhang Heng. Ordinarily, Bai Qing could sit at her seat for a long time to finish up her homework. During the break, Zhang Heng had never once seen her leave except for toilet visits and fetching water. By the end of the school day, her homework would have been almost done.
Thank you.
Zhang Heng nodded and took the workbook.
I will treat you to a cup of milk tea later.
Cocoa, whatever you want. I want a double portion of boba pearls. How about English and biology homework? I haven't completed them yet, Bai Qing offered.
I can complete English by myself. As for biology, can you come to school early tomorrow morning?
Yes, Bai Qing nodded. Seeing Zhang Heng grabbing his bag, she hesitated and let out a hum. Why? Is there anything else? I will help you, for a week at most. After that, you will have to do your own homework.
Looking at Bai Qing's serious expressions, Zhang Heng did not defend himself. He simply nodded and said,
I will see if I can find another way then.
Chapter 642. Contact after school was finally over. Zhang Heng returned home with his school bag. Instead of going home, as usual, he decided to pay the college hostel a visit. Although the student's face was covered last night, Zhang Heng could recognize him from his clothes. His Adidas sweatpants and the t-shirt printed with the word Underground had exposed his identity. He was wearing the same set of attire when Zhang Heng saw him in the convenience store. Zhang Heng knew that last night,
The college student had to be targeting him because he told no one about his plan to go to the river to investigate the drownings. He had driven his grandfather's car to the river, not to mention the relatively remote surroundings of the route he picked. While on the way to the river, only an occasional car would pass him by. Let alone sneak under the bridge pier when he was standing by the riverbank. Zhang Heng clung to the fact that the college student had arrived there than him last night. When the student saw Zhang Heng parking his car beside the river, he quickly hid underneath the pier. Hence, there were now questions to be answered. Why was the college student on the river last night? What was the relationship between him and the 3 drowned children? Why was the college student so scared when he saw Zhang Heng? He even risked his life to jump into the water. Probably, he was the only one that had answers to these questions. Zhang Heng knocked on the door of the student's house, but there was no response. His parents were still at work at this hour, an indicator that he should be home alone now. If memory served him right, Zhang Heng remembered that the student would practically stay at home all day ever since he was discharged from the mental hospital. Other than buying cigarettes, he wouldn't go anywhere else. Since he just swam in the river last night, there was no reason for him to wander around today. So Zhang Heng continued to knock on the door. After a while, Zhang Heng heard a feeble voice.
My parents are not at home. Please come back later.
I'm here to find you. Zhang Heng did not beat around the bush. I knew it was you last night. We have to talk.
As soon as his voice fell, he heard some weird clattering coming from inside, seeming as if things were knocked around. With a hint of panic, the student's voice came through the door.
I don't know what you are talking about. Hold on. I will open the door for you.
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and rested his ear on the door. After listening for a while, he turned around, walked down the stairs, and left the building. After that, he walked to the west, looked up, and saw the window of a college student's house on the 2nd floor was opened. A man carrying a Sailor Moon school bag had his back facing him. The college student was holding the window sill and was almost completely out of the window completely. One of his legs was on the air conditioner's compressor, and the other was trying to move it off the window sill. It seemed the student wasn't one that fancied exercise. It took him quite some time to complete the action. Zhang Heng watched him struggle for a while and started to wonder if his leg had cramped up. For his safety, Zhang Heng had to speak out loud.
You can move your leg to the left first.
The student was startled when he heard the voice from behind him, almost falling off the 2nd floor. Giving up on the idea of getting out from the 2nd floor, he attempted to crawl back into the house. Due to how anxious he had become, the leg that was stepping on the compressor did not exert enough strength, and it caused him to step on the empty space. Fortunately, someone helped him to get back into the house at this critical moment. It was from Zhang Heng. When the college student started screaming, Zhang Heng quickly returned to the home to give him a hand. The college student was trembling. Fearing for his life, he repeated the same phrase again and again.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Zhang Heng quickly closed the window after he pulled him back into the house. Fortunately, it happened so fast that no one from the community had spotted them. Afterward, Zhang Heng took out the newspaper page about the drownings and threw it in front of the college student.
Tell me, what do you have to do with this?
The moment the college student saw the headline of the news, he knelt on the ground and cried.
Let me go? I know I'm at fault. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. Maybe I've been cooped out in the house for too long. I just wanted to get some fresh air. I've been cooped up inside the house for too long.
Zhang Heng frowned. Although the guy was dressed like a crazy person, it seemed his mind was still sound. And he still knew how to do things logically. When he heard that Zhang Heng was here to look for him, he immediately turned to the window, and he even lied before he tried to escape. If Zhang Heng had not heard his footsteps moving to another room, he might have been deceived by him.
What actually happened to them?
Zhang Heng asked. However, no matter what he said, the college student only knew how to beg for mercy. And he even took off his pants while he was talking, and his squatting posture gave off the impression that he wanted to perform some hardcore stuff. Just when Zhang Heng wanted to say something, he heard the sound of the key being inserted into the keyhole. For unknown reasons, the college student's parents came home early today. Zhang Heng knew that he could not stay any longer, so he had to escape through the window. However, before leaving, Zhang Heng caught a glimpse of the college student's face, and he was a little surprised. Instead of showing any sign of relief, the fear in the student's eyes had amplified, just like when he ran away from Zhang Heng at the pier last night. All his pores were closed tight. This time, there was nowhere for him to run to. It was a pity that Zhang Heng could not talk to him anymore, because the door was slowly opening. Zhang Heng took advantage of the last minute to jump out of the window, stepping on the air conditioner's compressor. With backpack on his back, Zhang Heng and looked back at the window. He saw a woman there, the mother of the college student. Like all the kind neighbors in the neighborhood, she smiled sweetly at Zhang Heng before closing the window and drawing the curtains. Zhang Heng could no longer see what was going on in that room. After Zhang Heng returned home, he threw his school bag into the bedroom. At that time, his grandpa also happened to walk out of the yard, holding a container that had some vegetables that had just been pulled out of the ground. He also carried some soil. Zhang Heng took out a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator and asked,
"Do you know anything about the college student?" "Which college student?" "The one who's mentally ill." "Oh, him. It's a pity,"
Grandpa said.
"He had so much potential. He majored in mechanical engineering at Harbin Institute of Technology. He was supposed to become an engineer. It's a shame that he lost his mind. How did he become crazy?"
Chapter 643, Night Visit. Zhang Heng inquired about the college student from his grandfather. On the surface, there was nothing out of the ordinary. From the reason that drove him into madness to being sent to a mental hospital, it appeared the decision had been all but his parents' last resort. Despite that, Zhang Heng couldn't see how his parents were harming him. Zhang Heng also remembered his grandfather telling him about the college student who lost his mind. He was at school the afternoon at the time of the incident, and it was talk of the entire neighborhood for a week. The student's parents seemed deeply saddened by this incident, so Zhang Heng's grandpa visited them, hoping to offer some comfort. If that was the case, Zhang Heng could not explain the student's terrified expression when he heard the door opening. After Zhang Heng completed the deductive reasoning quest, his observation skill had significantly improved, and saw that the student's fear was genuine, the sort of fear that emerged from the depths of the soul. It meant the student was indeed afraid of the person behind the door, just like how he turned and ran after seeing Zhang Heng from under the bridge pier. He must have thought that he'd come across someone like his parents. The whole incident only seemed to get more interesting. Zhang Heng was now sure that gradually, he was getting more involved in the main quest of this dungeon. Undoubtedly, the college student was the key to it. Hence, Zhang Heng planned to pay him a visit again later tonight. Chapter 644, Thought it through. Zhang Heng was woken up by the alarm clock beside his bed. The bad news was that he needed to be in school today to relive his high school life. There was a silver lining, though. Today was Friday, and the weekend break was finally on the horizon if he were to hang in school for another day. Zhang Heng yawned. He was a little sleep-deprived, having spent quite a long time at the college student's house last night. He wanted to try his luck and wait for the student or his parents to come home, but astonishingly, after waiting until 5 in the morning, none of them returned to the house. To avoid being discovered by his grandfather, Zhang Heng had to sneak back to his house when the sky began to light up. Initially, he wanted to lie down for a while, but he remembered that he still needed to copy biology homework from someone else. So he forced himself out of bed and gave his face a splash of cold water to feel better. Seeing that he was running late, Zhang Heng gulped down 2 mouthfuls of soy milk, took a fried dough stick, and hurried out while carrying his school bag.
"Eat slowly, and don't stay up late to read novels next time," Grandpa advised while flipping through his newspaper.
Anyway, the author stopped updating the novel.
Zhang Heng replied to Grandpa while changing shoes. Although he had left home today a little earlier, the bus did not arrive on time, meaning he wouldn't arrive at school earlier than he did yesterday. On the contrary, Bai Qing, the one willing to lend Zhang Heng her homework, had been more attentive, arriving almost 20 minutes earlier than him. When she saw him walking into the classroom, she raised her eyebrows.
"Sorry for getting up late. I forgot to buy you a cup of milk tea. I will make it up in the afternoon."
With one hand, Zhang Heng put down his school bag and pulled out the chair with the other.
"It doesn't matter. You won't be going anywhere soon anyway."
Bai Qing handed over the biology workbook to Zhang Heng.
"You should complete your homework first. I will take it back after the morning reading session."
Thank you, he replied. At that moment, he realized how important it really was to have a good table mate.
I will help you keep an eye out for Teacher Han.
Although a kind soul by nature, she was a member of the study committee and hence hadn't done such a thing before. Instead of looking at the teacher, she couldn't help but catch a glimpse of him from time to time. As a result, it had now caught the attention of the teacher. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had high efficacy for copying, and by the end of the morning reading session, he managed to complete his homework. So the second day of his high school life, Zhang Heng finally turned in his homework on time.
What did you do last night?
Bai Qing said, while doing her math homework during the break. We have only gone through 2 classes. And I lost count of how many times you yawned. You are affecting me, complained a frowning Bai Qing while moving the bangs covering her forehead aside.
I was at my friend's house for a while.
For a while?
Bai Qing erased an auxiliary line with an eraser, her frown only getting deeper.
Well, until dawn. Huh, Bai Qing snorted, adding the other 2 auxiliary lines, and wrote down the answer. After a while, she poked Zhang Heng's arm with a pen.
Is it a girl or a boy?
A brother, 7 or 8 years older than me. Uffed. You expect me to believe that?
Bai Qing rolled her eyes.
The truth usually sounds unbelievable, replied Zhang Heng. His mind appeared to be absent that morning, not only because he lacked sleep, but he was still trying to figure out what took place last night. Initially, Zhang Heng thought that the student was the one with the problems. Now, it seemed like his parents were the ones who had bigger issues. Had they grown suspicious of him because of what happened yesterday afternoon? Zhang Heng was confident with his skills, extremely certain that he had acted fast enough. When the student's mother entered the room, she couldn't have seen him jump out the window. However, the possibility that the college student told his parents about it couldn't be ruled out. Other than that, it seemed that it was no coincidence that the student's mother left work yesterday. She probably wasn't there for him, but there was an 80% chance that the mother found out that he left home the night before. After all, the student was forced to jump into the river, and his clothes and socks must have been soaking wet. It wasn't easy trying to sneak into the house without anyone finding out. What happened last night might have had something to do with this incident. For now, Zhang Heng was unsure how the college student and the 3 drowning children were connected. Right now, what he worried about the most was the safety of the college student. After school was over, Bai Qing halted Zhang Heng, who was in a big hurry to leave the classroom.
What do you want to do with your homework? Do you still want to copy it? I can't finish the weekend's homework in a day.
Can I have your address? I can come on Sunday, replied Zhang Heng as he stopped to think for a while.
Well, on Sunday I'm going to watch a movie and go shopping with a friend. We're just going over to Wanda Plaza. Can we meet there?
Sounds good to me. We'll continue this on WeChat then.
Bai Qing, too, stuffed the books on the table into her backpack.
Are you in a rush to meet your girlfriend?
She muttered. Tutu having learned his lesson, Zhang Heng took a taxi home this time. It also meant he had spent his week's worth of pocket money, the price he had to pay if he wanted to talk to the college student again before his parents got off work. Before he could do that, he had to be sure that the student was even alive in the first place. No doubt, Zhang Heng was worried about him. It was also true that killing someone in modern society would be almost impossible without word getting around. Unless the student's parents were criminal masterminds, they wouldn't have taken the route of murder. Amid worrying for the student's safety, Zhang Heng unexpectedly met somebody who looked like the student walking into the convenience store.
Please pull over, Zhang Heng told the taxi driver. He quickly scanned the QR code to pay the fare and got out of the cab. Even before entering the store, Zhang Heng could confirm that the person inside was indeed the college student. However, he looked better than usual. He had shaved, changed a shirt, and was no longer wearing slippers. Now he looked like a top-tier college graduate. Standing in front of the cashier, he was talking to her. While they were talking, she lowered her head shyly and smiled. Zhang Heng then pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, and the doorbell rang. A look of disappointment flashed across the cashier lady's face, but she still did not forget to greet her customer.
Welcome.
Your name is Zhang? Zhang Heng, right?
The college student turned around, and he no longer panicked when he saw Zhang Heng. Instead, he seemed polite. While smiling, he stretched out his hand.
I remember you. You are Uncle Cheng's grandson, right?
Zhang Heng shook hand with him. His temperature and skin looked fine. Yesterday was the first time Zhang Heng approached the college student, and the man in front of him did look exactly like who he saw. In other words, he was indeed the college student that he encountered at the bridge pier. Zhang Heng pointed at his head.
You feel better? Yeah, I finally thought it through. I was so stupid. Love is not everything. The college student smiled bitterly.
When I was in college, I could solve all kinds of problems, even winning the grand prize for our national physics competition. I didn't expect that this simplest of problems would bother me for so long. Chapter 645, Unknowns and Suspicion. Zhang Heng looked at the college student in front of him. The latter was akin to the proverbial inspirational protagonist from a soap opera who had overcome many difficulties, defeated mental illness, and finally regained a new life. All the gloominess that surrounded him seemed to have gone. He stood there, talking about how he overcame all the difficulties that he faced in his life, even mentioning how bad he felt for allowing his parents and friends to be worried sick of him. His emotions, actions, or expressions were flawless, and judging by the lady cashier's response, it appeared that the prodigal son had now returned. Mental illness could be categorized as a disease itself. Only a minute fraction of people could heal themselves, and it usually took a very long time. The college student had been staying at home for so long, rarely leaving his bedroom. Zhang Heng, who had just met him yesterday afternoon and the night before, knew his condition showed no signs of improving. He still remembered that the student even took off his pants in front of him to play dumb. And with the sound of the key being inserted into the keyhole, the look of horror on the student's face wasn't something he could make up. In a span of less than a day, however, the student made a miraculous recovery. After a night's disappearance, he abruptly reappeared, and he threw himself right into the public's embrace again. No matter how one looked at it, something was not right. But before Zhang Heng confronted him, he pointed at the side of the student's head.
Where did your hair go? Oh, I accidentally tripped and fell on the coffee table earlier. The doctor had to shave a bit of my hair before he stitched up the wound, the student explained, moving aside the hair that covered the wound. Zhang Heng saw the stitches.
Oh, does it hurt?
The lady cashier girl said with concern.
I also heard that someone broke into your house. Was your injury from a fight with the thief?
No, the thief had already left when we woke up, replied the college student with a shake of the head.
I fell while tidying the house later on.
Zhang Heng knew that the college student was lying because he noticed that the hair had clearly been ripped off violently. His hair, alongside some blood stains and scalp tissue, had been kept in a Ziploc bag inside Zhang Heng's bag. And his family was not even at home last night. One thing left Zhang Heng wondering, though. How did the student change overnight from a person cowering in fear and begging for mercy into a man so good at making up stories? Even Zhang Heng, who had completed the deductive reasoning quest, saw no weaknesses in him. The college student had almost become a completely different person. Suddenly, Zhang Heng thought of something. He took an ice cream from the freezer on the side and handed it to the lady cashier. At the same time, he said to the college student, I don't have enough change in my e-wallet. Can you pay for me first? No problem, the student chirped cheerily.
We are all neighbors in this small area. And I have caused you guys some trouble before. Chapter 646, Surveillance. Including the time he spent in the previous quest, Zhang Heng realized that he had been away from home for a long time. It had been so long that he had forgotten the finer details of the old man when he used to live with him. His grandfather at that time undoubtedly looked younger. The world had developed rapidly over the years, and science and technology had advanced at a pace faster than anyone could imagine. None of those factors affected Grandpa, though. In defiance to the test of time, he still kept many of his old habits. Grandpa had always been a relatively old-school man. Time had not changed him one bit. When the elderly man heard the door opening, he called out without looking up.
You're home earlier than usual. The rice is in the pot, he continued.
We'll be having curry chicken tonight. Scoop as much as you can eat.
Okay, Zhang Heng responded. He then changed his shoes without putting down his school bag and went straight into the kitchen to get himself a bowl of rice with curry gravy on top of it. After that, he went to his room with his food. Grandpa did not say much about when he saw Zhang Heng bringing his food back to his room. However, he reminded, Make sure a single grain of rice doesn't fall to the ground.
After Zhang Heng closed his room door, the first thing he did was disassemble the Lego Gundam that he acquired recently. Once it was done, he reassembled them into a brick kitten. And when he inserted the infinite building block, the Lego kitten instantly bounced to life. It started licking its paw after it was put on the ground, and it wanted to squeeze itself into the box used to store Zhang Heng's test papers. Zhang Heng ignored the feline. He placed a paper towel on the floor, then put a potato and some rice on it. The kitten didn't seem too very interested in curry. Sneezing after it gave the gravy a sniff. In the end, it did finish eating the small spoonful of potatoes and rice. Zhang Heng then released it and watched it scurry around the house. After waiting for a while, he saw that the cat had no adverse reactions to the food. Zhang Heng felt that he had become overly sensitive. If his grandpa in this quest had been replaced by something else, Zhang Heng figured that it would barge into his room while he was sleeping, just like what they did to the college student. Going through all that trouble to poison his food didn't seem necessary. After eating up the remaining curry chicken rice, he took the plate to the kitchen and washed it clean.
Qingjin wants to meet me. I'll be going out for a bit later, he told Grandpa.
Don't come back too late.
Okay. Don't wait up for me. Just sleep at your usual time. I have the key.
After that, he returned to his bedroom, waiting a while before turning back the kitten into a pile of Lego building blocks and stuffing them into his school bag. This time, Zhang Heng had swiftly prepared the things he needed to bring with him. Other than the usual game items, he brought a USB flash drive as well. For the next part of his investigation, Zhang Heng started by checking the CCTV footage. Last night, the college student's entire family disappeared into thin air. It was impossible to leave the residence without leaving any traces when dozens of security cameras had been installed in the corridors. Judging from how badly the student had been struggling at that time, it was clear that he did not want to be taken away. Bringing a person out of the neighborhood against his will without being seen or heard would be almost impossible. The most likely scenario was that the college student had been stuffed into the car's trunk. After that, his fake parents left the neighborhood with the car. There were also CCTV cameras installed at the neighborhood's entrance and exit, and if that were the case, their movements should have been captured. To investigate the footage, Zhang Heng knocked on the door of the monitoring room.
Coming.
A voice responded. The person inside put down his bowl, slipped on his flops, and walked over. After a while, the person opened the door and poked his head out.
What's the matter? I lost my phone, and I want to check the CCTV footage.
A young man, the control room guard, was not much older than Zhang Heng and had just started working here less than half a year ago when he heard Zhang Heng's request. A deep frown formed across his brow.
I can't allow you to do that. You'll have to come with a police officer if you want to check the CCTV footage. It's a rule that the residents of our neighborhood are not allowed to watch the security recordings. The police won't care that I've lost my mobile phone. At most, I can only file a report. You show me the footage. If I don't see it, I won't bother to make a report, eh?
Replied Zhang Heng. The zealous young man in charge of the control room shook his head.
No, rules are rules. If I let you in, I will be fired tomorrow.
The guard then closed the door. But the next moment, a hand blocked the door that was about to close.
I will make you a deal, Zhang Heng went on.
It's not about money.
The young man harumphed confidently with an awe-inspiring sense of justice.
The leader has asked me to supervise this area because I am a man of principle.
I'm not planning to bribe you either. The deal is, you let me check the CCTV footage, and I won't expose your dirty little secret.
The incident in question would happen 2 months later. The young guard had secretly recorded a couple of surveillance clips when he was on duty in the control room. Instead of copying them into his flash drive, he decided to record the footage with his mobile phone, mainly surveillance clips of attractive female residents living in the neighborhood. Since it was now summer, many women wore loose-fitting clothes. And the angle the CCTV cameras pointed at endeared him with the best view of them. It was not until later that he got drunk and showed off the recorded videos to others. Once the matter got exposed, the property agency fired him immediately. The incident had created an uproar in the community at that time, and Zhang Heng still vaguely remembered bits and pieces of it. In fact, The real estate agency also shared part of the responsibility. They did, in fact, hire 2 people to work in the control room, but the other person happened to be a relative of the agency's higher-ups. The latter was paid every month, but he would never show up at work. This had opened up opportunities for the young man to make those mistakes. Before he got fired, he recorded those surveillance clips for his personal pleasure, not expecting anybody to find out about his dirty little secret. The young guard's expression had changed drastically.
What did you just say? You really think no one will know about the horrible things you've done?
Zhang Heng saw the young man put his hand into his pocket, attempting to destroy the evidence, and instantly grabbed his arm.
What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't use violence on me, the young guard warned sternly. Seeing that Zhang Heng was all but a student, he tried to break free, but little did he expect his opponent had such great strength. He simply couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried.
You can continue to shout louder. I want to see which one of us would end up worse in the end.
Zhang Heng replied in a calm tone. The young man was in a dilemma. Not too long after that, he gave up resisting, nervously looking around his surroundings instead. When he saw that nobody had been paying attention to them, he said, "Come in first."
Zhang Heng knew that he had gotten the deal. He then followed the young man into the control room.
Let me lay some ground rules. You can only have 15 minutes top to look at the CCTV footage. And you can't make a copy.
Although the young guard had succumbed to Zhang Heng, he insisted on mounting a little resistance, all in the name of stroking his ego.
Let me take a look at the CCTV footage first.
Zhang Heng was not bothered by the young man. He was threatening the young man with his dirty little secret. In other words, he could just ignore the rules that were set by him. Chapter 647, Suspicion.
When did you lose your phone? Last night, Zhang Heng answered.
Which building do you live in?
Zhang Heng gave the number of the college student accommodations to the guard.
Unit 2, Block 5?
The guard sounded surprised.
Why? What is it?
No. Nothing.
The guard was about to say something, but in the end, he clamped his mouth shut. Zhang Heng reckoned that this man must have filmed someone from the building in secret, and although it had left an impression on him, he was afraid to talk about it. Pretending as if he had not heard the overtone, Zhang Heng watched quietly as the guard picked out yesterday night's recording. The young man then suddenly hesitated.
Actually, this recording is useless. Now why would you say that? You've probably heard about the student who just got discharged from the mental institution, right? Early this morning, they reported that a thief had entered their house, prompting the police to come and check the recording.
Did they find anything?
No. The police suspected that the thief circumvented the camera's blind spots and climbed upstairs from there. Fortunately, nothing was taken, so the police didn't investigate any further.
Zhang Heng raised his brows, but made no comment. He sped up the video and watched until the end. Save for a couple of folks still entering and exiting the building before midnight, most were already asleep, except for one guy. At around 1, he stumbled into the building, drunk. No one else came out of the building until morning.
Where's the recording of the entrance?
Zhang Heng asked.
You want to see that too? Whoever found your mobile phone probably kept it in their pocket. How could you possibly tell by watching the recording?
The guard was reluctant, but Zhang Heng had something to use against him now. When he saw Zhang Heng looking at him, he scrambled to locate the gate's surveillance footage. Zhang Heng spent another 10 minutes watching the fast-forwarded surveillance video. The camera at the main entrance wouldn't have caught wall climbers like Zhang Heng, but whenever a vehicle entered or exited the building, it would be well in the frame. The college student's red Honda Fit, nonetheless, did not show up on the recording. Could 3 people just vanish into thin air within a span of a night? Zhang Heng considered all the facts before proceeding to ask the guard.
Did anyone else come to the control room before the police came to see you? Probably not. The young man shook his head. Zhang Heng could sense the hesitation in the man's tone.
What do you mean by probably not?
He pressed on, hoping to invoke a more conclusive reply.
Now that you mention it, before the officers came, I received a phone call from the manager. He told me to bring something to him. I left the room for around 10 minutes, and before I left, I made sure to lock the doors. Wait, what does that have anything to do with your missing phone? Are you here to find out about the college or your phone?
It then dawned on Zhang Heng that he had been one step behind all along. Chances were, the footage would have probably tampered with. All it would take was a set of passable tampering skills, and it would have been impossible to notice any nuances with the naked eye. Since the college student's family had declared nothing stolen, it was likely the police wouldn't attempt to verify the footage's authenticity. Zhang Heng was well aware that the call he made to the police that morning might have come off a little sloppy. Instead of forcing his family to show their true form, the way the whole thing turned out now made the student look like he was crying wolf. Zhang Heng did not know what happened to the family at that time, and he certainly did not expect a surveillance footage tempering expert to be among them. It was worth noting that there wasn't much time to do anything before the police arrived at the place to check the video. Being able to alter the footage in such a short amount of time could only mean that the culprit had to be very skilled at the job. Even though Zhang Heng's hacker skills were at LV2, he had never tried tampering with security footage and knew that he wouldn't have been able to do it. However, this trip was not completely a waste of time. For now, at least, Zhang Heng knew that the manager that the young guard spoke to should be connected to the student's entire family getting swapped without anyone's knowledge. Zhang Heng asked the guard for his manager's name, then copied the two tampered footages into a flash drive. Before he left, he warned the guard, "Don't tell anyone that I came here to the control room. Don't worry. I happen not to like my job anyway. If anyone finds out about you, the job is mine to lose," said the guard. Then, with an awkward smile, he added, "An air, you've seen how cooperative I have been. That thing about the videos."
Chapter 648. Smile. Zhang Heng realized that he might have to go to the river again. His previous investigation was interrupted by the college student, not to mention how Zhang Heng found nothing valuable at the scene as well. Perhaps then, a second visit might yield some gains. At the same time, he had no intention to stop looking for the student. Until now, Zhang Heng had no idea if the college student was alive or dead. If he were still alive, he could not just sit there and do nothing. Zhang Heng wanted to know the truth, or save him if he could. Although the creatures had modified the surveillance clips, there were still surveillance cameras everywhere. In this modern society, the government had installed surveillance cameras almost everywhere in the city. After coming out from the garage, the street outside was filled with shop lots, and many of them had their own surveillance camera. There were also vehicles parked by the roadside overnight. Their dashcams might have captured something important. Going through the footage one by one, however, would take a lot of effort. And Zhang Heng couldn't threaten the shop owners like he threatened the young guard. Hence, he could only look for the brand of the cameras in their shops, pretend to be the manufacturer, and contact them for a free quality inspection. Upon thinking about that, Zhang Heng started to miss Fan Meinan. Although he had LV.2 makeup skills, it turned out that Fan Meinan was still better at it. She was Loki's agent anyway. With a professional liar like her on his team, it would life a lot easier. That said, Fan Meinan should be fighting in her own proxy war quest right now, so Zhang Heng could only leave the thought behind. Considering the current situation, it was necessary to learn from those things, and caution needed to be taken with every step. Zhang Heng did not head home immediately after watching the surveillance clips, instead, heading to Qin Zhen's house first. Both friends since childhood, Zhang Heng's grandfather and Qin Zhen's parents were well acquainted with each other. To ensure that no one would suspect him, Zhang Heng decided to put on a full show, going to Qin Zhen's house to play video games for an hour. The two were playing NBA 2K16 in Qin Zhen's room. One controlled the Warriors, while the other the Cavaliers.
"I have something else to do on Sunday. I don't think I can come and find you," said Zhang Heng as he scored a three-pointer with Curry.
Huh. What do you plan to do this time? Please don't tell me you need to buy soy sauce. Same excuse twice, aren't you?
Qin Zhen asked after he used Owen to shoot a three-pointer.
No, but I have an appointment with a classmate.
This time, Zhang Heng tried to shoot with Thompson but failed.
Boy or girl?
Inquired Qin Zhen as he controlled another Thompson to catch the rebounding basketball from the backboard.
Why does gender matter so much?
Otherwise, what should I pay attention to? Should I ask which supermarket you'll visit or what brand of soy sauce you consume?
Qin Zhen asked.
As a friend, of course, I have to pay attention to your personal life, and you'd better be dating a girl. Otherwise, it would be weird when you start missing our appointments for another man. I'm just going to borrow her workbook and copy her answers.
Leveraging a distracted Qin Zhen, Zhang Heng stole the ball from him and pulled the warrior's signature move defensive counterattack.
So your date is really a girl?
Qin Zhen seemed uninterested in playing the game. He continued to serve slowly from the backcourt.
Yes, she is my table mate. Yes. It's always better to go after someone close to you. Where are you two planning to meet? KTV, movie theater, or milk tea shop? Want a shopping mall? Oh, awesome. You're getting better at this. Attacking and defending simultaneously. Qin Zhen praised Zhang Heng and gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Heng was speechless. He glanced at the time on the wall clock and realized he had stayed here for almost an hour. After finishing the last half of the game, he returned the controller to Qin Zhen.
You win. It's time for me to go home now.
Hold on. Aren't we supposed to play 7 rounds? The conditions are for one of us to win at least 4 rounds. We've just played 2. Qin Zhen grumbled.
Isn't it Friday today? There will be no class tomorrow. Why are you rushing to go back?
I am not like you. I still have a lot of things to do.
Zhang Heng got up and said,
I can help you. Qin Zhen also put down the controller, opened a bag of sausages, and tossed 2 sausages to Zhang Heng.
I will help you to court your table mate if you play longer with me.
Zhang Heng hesitated as he took the sausages. He was not thinking about wooing Bai Qing, but he considered asking Qin Zhen to help him with the main quest. Since he could not rely on Fan Meinan, he had to start looking for someone else to help him with the dungeon. After all, collecting surveillance clips and watching all of them would require a lot of time. If there were another pair of eyes, the task would be more efficient, saving more time at the end of the day. Zhang Heng thought for a while and suddenly asked, On Christmas in the 5th grade of elementary school, you asked me to send a greeting card to a girl that you liked. What is her name again? Sunjia.
A strange look appeared on Qin Zhen's face.
Why mention it? It's nothing. It would help if you practiced your calligraphy when you have the time. If you re-encounter a similar thing, you might slightly increase your rate of success, Zhang Heng said. In the end, Zhang Heng gave up asking him for help. The fake college student he met in the afternoon didn't recall the 1 yuan he owed, and through that, Zhang Heng knew that those creatures could not inherit the memories of its host. However, Zhang Heng did not know when they infiltrated human society and how long had they stayed in it. As for now, Zhang Heng had no way to figure out the answer. Even if Qin Zhen could name the girl he once liked, nobody could tell if this Qin Zhen was the real one. Hence, to be safe, it was better that he acted alone. Soon, Zhang Heng exited Qin Zhen's house and was about to go home. When he walked to the 2nd floor, however, he found the voice-activated light to be broken. After stomping his foot twice and receiving no response, he ignored it and walked down a few more steps. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing quietly in the dark downstairs. Zhang Heng stopped and stared at the figure without saying anything. The shadow was also looking at him, its intentions unknown. After a while, the dark shadow grinned. What a coincidence. Yes,
Zhang Heng said.
What are you doing here?
Even though the person's face was hidden in the darkness, Zhang Heng could still recognize the shadow's height and size. It was the fake college student. He then raised the stainless steel basin in his hand and said, I'm helping my mother deliver some jelly she made to Aunt Wang.
How about you? I'm here to visit a friend, Zhang Heng, for a while. The lights here are broken. It was fine when I came here just now. Maybe it's just bad luck.
Chapter 649. Jelly. Zhang Heng simply stood quietly, waiting for the college student to finish smiling.
What's so funny?
He asked.
Oh, sorry. I thought of something when I just stood here. What is it? Did you know that the jelly is made of pigskin? You see it, right? How did anybody not see it before? Humans consider this intelligent species as food, consuming their flesh, skin, and even their bones. It is as if they exist solely to be eaten. No one seems to think of this as a cruel act. Everyone I've met thinks that this is the way the world works.
The college student curiously poked the jelly in the pot with his finger.
Interesting. So, such is the civilization I'll be facing. Trust me. I've seen our civilization commit deeds that are way worse, Zhang Heng said.
Eating jelly is definitely not among the top 10.
If that's the case, Does that mean that a species of higher intelligence can decide the fate of a lower one without asking for its consent? In other words, if a species is on a higher level than a human, they must be allowed to eat humans too. I do not think so. Why? Humans have been doing the same thing to pigs. Because I don't want to be a piece of jelly?
Replied Zhang Heng with a raise of an eyebrow.
Ha.
The college student laughed again when he heard Zhang Heng's reply. This time Zhang Heng could finally hear his laughter. It sounded a bit screechy, like chalk scratching a blackboard. After he was done laughing, he said to Zhang Heng,
You are the most interesting person that I ever met. It sounds like you haven't met a lot of people.
The college student nodded and pointed at his head.
I had a problem here before. I have been staying at home for a very long time. You don't look too good right now. Don't you need a few more courses of medicine to recover completely? I will take my medicine when I go back later. But first, I'll have to deliver this skin jelly to Aunt Wang.
After the college students finished speaking, they started to move again. The distance between the two gradually got closer and closer. When Zhang Heng realized that he was 2 steps away from the college student, he tilted his body slightly.
Thank you. The college student gave a sincere thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm not that bright, but I like to deal with bright people. I hope you can always be this smart. If you are not that smart, it's better that you give a little less of your false suggestions to anyone in the future, replied Zhang Heng in kind. After that, the two spoke no further, with one heading upstairs and the other in the other direction. Zhang Heng walked out of the gate and looked back at the building behind him. He knew that what happened tonight was not a coincidence. Although the student used the excuse of delivering jelly to Aunt Wang, Zhang Heng knew that the creature was actually waiting for him. Maybe it was because the real student could bear it no more and had the creature everything about himself. Or perhaps the conversation with Zhang Heng at the convenience store had raised its suspicions. Noticing how the creature had deliberately looked for Zhang Heng at night, the creature must have attempted to use the same method he used on the real student. Knowing that Zhang Heng could not expose them, he deliberately created a terrifying atmosphere, hoping to drive fear into Zhang Heng's heart and driving him mad. However, they obviously underestimated Zhang Heng's mental state. Let alone the fact that Zhang Heng was saner than the ordinary person, his mental state was robust and had been greatly fortified, considering the unfathomable things he witnessed during the numerous quests he had participated in. That level of intimidation was no better than opening a can of herring. When he saw the college student standing in the dark, Zhang Heng's breathing didn't change, slow and calm as before. Moreover, this encounter verified his previous inferences. Although he hadn't figured out the nuances of these creatures, the one thing that could confirm was that they couldn't take someone's form whenever they desired to. In other words, even if those things started to grow suspicious of him, as long as they were not prepared to take his form, he would be safe for the time being. However, the state of relative security would not last forever. The next step would depend if those things were prepared to take on Zhang Heng's form, or if he managed to uncover any useful clues. Zhang Heng did not stay there any longer. He quickly returned home, waited for his grandfather to fall asleep, took his car key, and drove back to the river where the 3 children were drowned. However, after a night of searching, nothing was found. This time, Zhang Heng focused his search on the bridge pier where the college student hid that night. He rolled pebbles away and dug the ground, and despite all that, all he found was beer bottles, plastic bags, leather shoes, and other garbage. After another futile effort, Zhang Heng headed home, taking a 2-hour nap before going out again to check on the surveillance cameras of the nearby shops. This time he finally found something useful. A few shops' cameras actually captured the red Honda Fit of the student's family at midnight. However, these cameras installed outside the shops were angled toward the entrances they guarded. To know where the student family went that night, Zhang Heng had to combine all the clips. He spent a good half of the day rummaging through surveillance clips from 2 different streets to confirm where the Honda Fit was heading to. Then, Bai Qing sent him a text, saying that she and her friend had arrived at Wanda's shopping mall, and she wanted to know Zhang Heng's whereabouts. Sending her a reply that would get there as soon as possible, Zhang Heng hurried to the bus station and took a bus to Wanda Mall. He saw Bai Qing upon arriving on the first floor of the mall. She was in a gray t-shirt with a pair of denim shorts and a pair of white sneakers, lugging around a canvas bag on her back. She was standing in front of a KFC restaurant, staring at the mall entrance. She seemed to be looking all over the place, but since it was a Sunday and the mall was packed, she failed to spot Zhang Heng. It was not until Zhang Heng quickly walked to her side that Bai Qing reacted with her eyes open wide.
Hey, when did you arrive?
I just got here. How about you? It's been a while. Where is your friend?
Zhang Heng remembered Bai Qing saying that she'd come to the mall to watch a movie with her friend. However, she was alone now.
Don't talk about it. We just went to collect the movie tickets, and I told her that I have to pass you the workbook. I had no idea where she went. Then, she sent me a text to meet up when the movie starts, complained Bai Qing.
When does your movie start?
There is still an hour and a half left. We were supposed to go shopping first. Have you eaten? If you haven't eaten, I'll get you a burger.
Zhang Heng pointed at the KFC beside him. But before he could say anything more, he suddenly remembered that he had spent every dime of the week's pocket money. Chapter 650. Don't forget to bring it on Monday. Zhang Heng had spent most of his pocket money on batteries and Florida water. Before he started to work on the quest, he went online and bought a batch of books. The two then strolled into KFC.
Check out what you want to eat first. I'll make a call.
Bai Qing looked slightly uncomfortable. It was her first time going to KFC with a boy alone, and it felt strange to her. Zhang Heng went to a corner and called Qin Zhen. Unfortunately, Qin Zhen was a bigger spender than him. The pocket money he had saved for 2 months had been spent on buying a pair of sneakers. It was the weekend now, and he had not gotten his pocket money yet. After that, Zhang Heng contacted his grandfather. Much to his relief and surprise, Grandpa wired him the pocket money in advance without asking any questions. Zhang Heng was relieved. When he returned to Bai Qing, he found that she had already paid for his meal.
I ordered you a child's meal that comes with a toy. Huh, just kidding. I ordered a meal for 2, but I only want the burger and drink. You can have the rest, Bai Qing chirped.
Oh, I'll return the money to you.
No need. Bai Qing shook his head and said, You bought me milk tea before. The price of milk tea is nothing when compared to a KFC meal. Besides, I've always copied your homework, and it's just not right getting me something like this, Zhang Heng said, taking a quick glance at the menu to look for the price of the meal that Bai Qing just paid.
You don't have to pay me back.
Bai Qing waved her hands at Zhang Heng again and again. You helped me before. I was blocked by girls outside the school last semester. You were the one who helped me out of that sticky situation. Wow. You still remember that incident?
Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. That incident was completely unwarranted. She did not know the sports committee student from the next class, but the latter seemed to like her a lot. The boy was close to some bad apples, the kind of students that dropped out of school, worked an illegal job, but when someone asked them to do something horrible, they couldn't stomach doing so. People like them would usually hang out in a group and wander around aimlessly. Among these was a young lady who was the girlfriend of a member of the sports committee. When she noticed that her man had his eye for another girl, she gathered her friends and ganged up on Bai Qing. Bai Qing was dumbstruck when they ganged up on her. Fortunately, Zhang Heng left school late that day, and the moment he saw her getting surrounded, he walked over and pulled her away. When girls saw that a boy had come to her aid, they did not dare do anything other than provoke her with words that weren't too kind to the ear. The mob then watched the two leave the school. A month later, Bai Qing's parents had decided that they'd fetch her to school and pick her up every day. Some time had passed since it happened, and if Bai Qing hadn't mentioned it, Zhang Heng wouldn't have remembered it all. Bai Qing did not want to dwell on the issue of who should pay the bill. So, she passed the receipt to Zhang Heng.
Please get the meal. I will look for a place. Sounds good.
During the weekend, the number of people visiting KFC rivaled that of the mall, and one had to be lucky enough to find a seat. Fortunately, when Zhang Heng got the set meal, Bai Qing had found a 2-person seat in the corner as well. She waved at him. Zhang Heng walked over with the tray and looked at the drink and the burger in front of him.
You choose first.
They both blurted in unison.
Then I shall pick first because I'm very thirsty.
Bai Qing decided on a cup of lemon oolong tea and a chicken burger, then pushed the tray to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng had spent a long time investigating the case that he was working on. Without saying a word, he devoured his burger in a few bites and gulped down half a glass of cola in one breath.
Do you want more food? I can go and order more.
Bai Qing took her time to enjoy up her burger. By the time Zhang Heng finished his meal, she had only gone through less than a third.
There are still some fries and drumsticks. It should be enough for me, replied Zhang Heng as he yawned.
Am I really that boring? Ah, no. It's not about you. I just didn't get enough rest in the past 2 days.
Zhang Heng explained.
You went looking for that older brother again?
No, this time I was busy with something else, Zhang Heng said.
You are always so mysterious.
Bai Qing commented. Zhang Heng changed the subject.
What about you? What are you up to?
Me? I'm just doing my usual stuff, studying and revising whatever I learned in class. It's only today that I have the time to come to the mall, said Bai Qing as she bit the straw. She still felt kind of nervous when she talked to Zhang Heng and had no idea where to look. The truth was, she had known Zhang Heng for some time now, not to mention that they were table mates as well. The truth was she had known Zhang Heng for some time now. Logically, she should have felt comfortable talking to Zhang Heng. Could it have been the mall's air conditioning? Bai Qing unconsciously rubbed her arm. The two soon embarked on a great chatting session. They talked about volunteering at the college entrance examination. Bai Qing was gradually relaxed over time, even telling Zhang Heng about her family.
Lately, I feel my dad's been getting weirder.
Oh, why say that? He used to socialize with his clients and come back late every night. My mother quarreled with him all the time because of this. He recently started to come home early, and I caught him looking at family photos we took a long time ago. This is the weirdest past. He's always taught us never to look back on the past. I haven't seen him taking the initiative to look at the family photos.
Zhang Heng's expression instantly changed when he heard about Bai Qing's father.
Did he do other strange things?
Bai Qing waved her hand.
No, my dad is a very serious man. He doesn't usually smile. Sometimes I don't even dare to talk to him. He doesn't do anything stranger than that, I guess.
After a pause, she continued.
Is he in a midlife crisis? Is that why he looked through the photos?
Zhang Heng did not know if he had become a little sensitive, thanks to what happened to the college student. He had started getting suspicious of everyone that acted differently, thinking that they had to be one of those creatures. Certainly, flipping through an old photo album proved nothing for now. Human beings were not machines, and regardless of how mundane the person was, they couldn't possibly do the exact same thing every day. Out of cautiousness, however, Zhang Heng said to Bai Qing,
If your dad does anything unusual in the future, you can tell me about it. 1. What's the point?
Bai Qing raised her eyebrows.
Can you control my dad? I can't control your dad, but it's always good to have someone to talk to, Zhang Heng said. To conceal his true intentions, he then added, Of course, you can talk to me about other things.
Bai Qing obviously misunderstood the meaning of the statement. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head to stare at her shoes. After a while, she glanced at her watch.
Oh crap. The movie will start in 5 minutes. How did we talk for so long? Go catch your movie first, said Zhang Heng. Bai Qing hurriedly took out her homework from her canvas bag and passed them to Zhang Heng before leaving. She thought for a while before finally saying, Don't forget to bring them back to me on Monday.